The Discovery of India, book by Jawaharlal Nehru. Contents: Foreword. Preface. Chapter 1: Ahmednagar Fort. 20 months, famine, the war for democracy, time in prison, the urge to action, the past and its relation to the present, life's philosophy, the burden of the past. Chapter 2: Badenweiler, Lausanne, Kamala, Our Marriage and After, The Problem of Human Relationships, Christmas 1935, Death, Miscellany, Return. Chapter 3: The Quest. The panorama of India's past, nationalism and internationalism, India's strength, weakness, the search for India, Bharat Mata, the variety and unity of India, travelling through India, general elections, the culture of masses, two lives. Chapter 4: The Discovery of India. The Indus Valley Civilization, the coming of the Aryans, what is Hinduism, the earliest record and scripture and mythology, the Vedas, the acceptance and the negation of life, synthesis and adjustment, the beginnings of the caste system, the continuity of Indian culture, the Upanishads, the advantages and disadvantages of an individualistic philosophy, materialism, the epics, history, tradition, and myth, the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, life and work in ancient India, Mahavira and Buddha, caste, Chandragupta and Chanakya, the Mauryan Empire established, the organization of the state, Buddha's teachings, the Buddhist story, Ashoka. Chapter 5: Through the Ages. Nationalism and imperialism under the Guptas, South India, peaceful development and methods of warfare, India's urge to freedom, progress versus security, India and Iran, India and Greece, the old Indian theatre, vitality and persistence of Sanskrit, Buddhist philosophy, effect of Buddhism on Hinduism, how did Hinduism absorb Buddhism in India, the Indian philosophical approach, the six systems of philosophy, India and China, Indian colonies and cultures in Southeast Asia, the influence of Indian art abroad, old Indian art, India's foreign trade, mathematics in ancient India, growth and decay. Chapter 6: New Problems. The Arabs and the Mongols. The flowering of Arab culture and contacts with India, Mahmud of Ghazni and the Afghans, the Indo-Afghans, South India, Vijayanagar, Babur, sea power, synthesis and growth of mixed culture, Parda, Kabir, Guru Nanak, Amir Khusro, the Indian social structure, the importance of the group, village self-government, Shukra Nitisara, the theory and practice of caste, the joint family, Babur and Akbar, the process of Indianization, contrast between Asia and Europe in mechanical advance and creative energy, development of a common culture, Aurangzeb puts the clock back, growth of Hindu nationalism, Shivaji, the Marathas and the British struggle for supremacy, triumph of the British, backwardness of India and the superiority of the English in organization and technique, Ranjit Singh and Jai Singh, the economic background of India, the two Englands. Chapter 7. The last phase. The consolidation of British rule and rise of nationalist movement. The ideology of empire, the new caste. The plunder of Bengal helps the Industrial Revolution in England. The destruction of India's industry and the decay of her agriculture. India becomes, for the first time, a political and economic appanage of another country. The growth of Indian state systems. Contradictions of British rule in India. Ram Mohan Roy. The Press Secretary, Sir William Jones. English education in Bengal. The Great Revolt of 1857. Racialism. The techniques of British rule, balance and counterpoise. Growth of industry, provincial differences, reform and other movements among Hindus and Muslims. Kamal Pasha, nationalism in Asia, Iqbal. Heavy industry begins. Tilak and Gokhale, separate electorates. Chapter 8. The last phase. Nationalism versus imperialism. Helplessness of the middle classes. Gandhi comes. The Congress becomes a dynamic organization under Gandhi's leadership. Congress governments in the provinces. Indian dynamism versus British conservatism in India. The question of minorities. The Muslim League. Mr. M. A. Jinnah. The National Planning Committee. The Congress and Industry. Big industry versus cottage industry. Government checks industrial growth. War production is diversion from normal production. Chapter 9. The last phase. 3. The World War II. The Second World War. Congress develops a foreign policy. Congress approaches to the war. Reaction to the war. Another Congress offer and its rejection by the British government. Mr. Winston Churchill. Individual civil disobedience after Pearl Harbor, Gandhi and non-violence. Tension. Sir Stafford Cripps comes to India. Frustration. The challenge. Quit India resolution. Chapter 10. Ahmednagar Fort again. The chain of happening. The two backgrounds, Indian and British. Mass upheavals and their suppression. Reactions abroad, reactions in India. India's sickness, famine, India's dynamic capacity, India's growth arrested. Religion, philosophy and science. The importance of national idea. Changes necessary in India. India's partition or strong national state or a center of supranational state. Realism and geopolitics. World conquest or world association. The USA and the USSR. Freedom and empire. The problem of population, falling birth rates and national decay. The modern approach to an old problem. Epilogue. Postscript. Allahabad, 29 December 1945. Index. End of contents. The Discovery of India. The book by Jawaharlal Nehru. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 1. Ahmednagar Fort. 20 months. Ahmednagar Fort, 13th April 1944. It is more than 20 months since we were brought here. more than 20 months of my ninth term of imprisonment, the new moon, a shimmering crescent in the darkening sky, greeted us on our arrival here. The bright fortnight of the waxing moon had begun. Ever since then, each coming of the new moon has been a reminder to me that another month of my imprisonment is over. So it was with my last term of imprisonment, which began with the new moon, just after the Deepavali, the festival of light. The moon, ever a companion to me in prison, has grown more friendly with closer acquaintance, a reminder of the loveliness of this world, of the waxing and waning of life, of light following darkness, of death and resurrection following each other in interminable succession. Ever changing, yet ever the same, I have watched it in its different phases and its many moods in the evening, as the shadows lengthen in the still hours of the night, and when the breath and whisper of dawn bring promise of the coming day. How helpful is the moon in counting the days and months, for the size and shape of the moon, when it is visible, indicate the day of the month with a fair measure of exactitude. It is an easy calendar, though it must be adjusted from time to time, and for the peasant in the field, the most convenient one to indicate the passage of days and the gradual changing of the seasons. 3 weeks we spent here, cut off completely from all news of the outside world. There were no contacts of any kind, no interviews, no letters, no newspapers, no radio. Even our presence here was supposed to be a state secret, unknown to any except to the officials in charge of us, a poor secret, for all India knew where we were. Then newspapers were allowed, and some weeks later letters from near relatives dealing with domestic affairs. But no interviews during these 20 months, no other contacts. The newspapers contained heavily censored news, yet they gave us some idea of the war that was consuming more than half the world and how it fared with our people in India. Little we knew about these people of ours, except the scores of thousands lay in prison or internment camps without trial, that thousands that had been shot to death, that tens of thousands that had been driven out of schools and colleges, that something indistinguishable from martial law prevailed over the whole country, that terror and frightfulness darkened the land. They were worse off, far worse than us, those scores of thousands in prison like us, without trial, for there were not only no interviews, but also no letters or newspapers for them, and even books were seldom allowed. Many sickened for the lack of healthy food. Some of our dear ones died for the lack of proper care and treatment. There were many thousands of prisoners of war kept in India, mostly from Italy. We compared their lot with the lot of our own people. We were told that they were governed by the Geneva Convention, but there was no convention or law or rule to govern the conditions under which the Indian prisoners and detainees had to exist, except such ordinances which pleased our British rulers to issue from time to time. Famine. Famine came, ghastly, staggering, horrible beyond words. In Malabar, in Bijapur, in Orissa, and above all, in the rich and fertile province of Bengal, men and women and little children died in the thousands daily for the lack of food. They were dropped down dead before the palaces of Calcutta. Their corpses lay in the mud huts of Bengal's innumerable villages and covered the roads and fields of its rural areas. Men were dying all over the world and killing each other in battle, usually a quick death, often a brave death, a death for a cause, a death with a purpose, a death which seemed in this mad world of ours an inexorable logic of events, a sudden end to life we could not mold or control. Death was common enough everywhere. But here, death had no purpose, no logic, no necessity. It was the result of man's incompetence and callousness. Man made a slow creeping thing of horror with nothing to redeem it, life merging and fading into death, with death looking out of the shrunken eyes and withered frame, while life still lingered for a while. And so it was not considered right or proper to mention it. It was not good form to talk or write of unsavory topics. To do so was to dramatize an unfortunate situation. False reports were issued by those in authority in India and in England, but corpses cannot easily be overlooked. They come in the way. While the fires of hell were consuming the people of Bengal and elsewhere, we were first told by high authority that owing to wartime prosperity, the peasantry in many parts of India had too much to eat. Then it was said that the fault lay with the provincial autonomy and that the British government in India or the India Office in London, sticklers for constitutional propriety, could not interfere with provincial affairs. That constitution was suspended, violated, ignored, or changed daily by hundreds of decrees and ordinances issued by the Viceroy under his sole and unlimited authority. That constitution meant ultimately the unchecked authoritarian rule of a single individual who was responsible to no one in India and who had greater power than any dictator anywhere in the world. The constitution was worked by permanent services, chiefly the Indian Civil Service and the police, who were mainly responsible to the governor, who was the agent of the Viceroy, and who could well ignore the ministers when such existed. The ministers, good or bad, lived on sufferance and dare not disobey the orders from above or even interfere with the discretion of the services supposed to be subordinate to them. Something was done at last. Some relief was given, but 1 million had died, or 2 millions, or 3. No one knows how many starved to death or died of disease during those months of horror. No one knows the many more millions of emaciated boys and girls and little children who just escaped death then, but are stunted and broken in body and spirit. And still, the fear of widespread famine and disease hovers over the land. President Roosevelt's 4 freedoms, the freedom from want. Yet rich England and richer America paid little heed to the hunger of the body that was killing millions in India, as they had paid little heed to the fiery thirst of the spirit that is consuming the people of India. Money was not needed, it was said, and ships to carry food were scarce owing to the wartime requirements. But in spite of governmental obstruction and desire to minimize overwhelming tragedy of Bengal, sensitive and warm-hearted men and women in England and America and elsewhere came to our help. Above all, the governments of China and Irie, poor in their own resources, full of their own difficulties, yet having had the bitter experience themselves of famine and misery, and sensing what ailed the body and spirit of India, gave generous help. India has a long memory, but whatever else she remembers or forgets, she will not forget these gracious and friendly acts. The war for democracy in Asia and Europe and Africa and over the vast stretches of the Pacific and Atlantic and Indian Ocean, war has raged in all its dreadful aspects. Nearly 7 years of war in China, over 4.5 years of war in Europe and Africa, and 2 years and 4 months of world war against fascism and Nazism, and attempts to gain world dominion. Of these years of war, I have so far spent nearly 3 years in prison, here and elsewhere in India. I remember how I reacted to fascism and Nazism in their early days, and not only I, but many in India, how Japanese aggression in China had moved India deeply and revived the age-old friendship for China, how Italy's rape of Abyssinia had sickened us, how the betrayal of Czechoslovakia had hurt and embittered us, how the fall of Republican Spain, after a struggle full of heroic endurance, had been a tragedy and a personal sorrow for me and others. It was not merely the physical acts of aggression in which fascism and Nazism indulged, not only the vulgarity and the brutality that accompanied them, terrible as they were, that affected us, but the principles on which they stood and which they proclaimed so loudly and blatantly, the theories of life on which they tried to fashion themselves. For these went counter to what we believed in the present and what we had held from ages past. And even if our racial memory had forsaken us and we had lost our moorings, our own experiences, even though they came to us in different garb and somewhat disguised for the sake of decency, were enough to teach us what these Nazi principles and theories of life and state ultimately led. For our people had been victims for long of those very principles and methods of government, so we reacted immediately and intensely against fascism and Nazism. I remember how I refused a pressing invitation from Signor Mussolini to see him in the early days of March 1936. Many of Britain's leading statesmen who spoke harshly of fascist Jussieu in later years when Italy became belligerent referred to him tenderly and admiringly in those days and praised his regime and methods. 2 years later, in the summer before Munich, I was invited on the behalf of the Nazi government to visit Germany, an invitation to which was added the remark that they knew my opposition to Nazism and yet they wanted me to see Germany for myself. I could go there as their guest or privately, in my own name or incognito as I desired, and I would have the perfect freedom to go where I liked. Again, I declined with thanks. Instead, I went to Czechoslovakia, that faraway country about which England's then Prime Minister knew so little. Before Munich, I met some of the members of the British cabinet and the prominent politicians of England and ventured to express my anti-fascist and anti-Nazi views before them. I found that my views were not welcome, and I was told that there were many other considerations to be borne in mind. During the Czechoslovak crisis, what I saw of Franco-British statesmanship in Prague and in Sudetenland, in London and Paris, and in Geneva, where the League Assembly was then sitting, amazed and disgusted me. Appeasement seemed to be the feeble word for it. There was behind it not only a fear of Hitler, but a sneaking admiration for him. And now it is curious turn of fate's wheel that I and the people like me should spend our days in prison while war against fascism and Nazism is raging, and many of those who used to bow to Hitler and Mussolini and approve of Japanese aggression in China should hold aloft the banner of freedom and democracy and anti-fascism. In India, the change is equally remarkable. There are those here, as elsewhere, governmentarians who hover around the skirts of government and echo the views which they think will be approved by those whose favor they continually seek. There was a time, and not so long ago, when they praised Hitler and Mussolini and held them up as models, when they cursed the Soviet Union with bell, book and candle. Not so now, for the weather has changed. They are high government and state officials, and loudly they proclaim their anti-fascism and anti-Nazism and even talk of democracy, though with bated breath as something desirable but distant. I often wonder what they would have done if events had taken a different turn, and yet there is little reason for conjecture, for they would welcome with garland and addresses of welcome whoever happened to wield authority. For long years before the war, my mind was full of the war that was coming. I thought of it and spoke of it and wrote about it and prepared myself mentally for it. I wanted India to take an eager and active part in the mighty conflict, for I felt that the high principles would be at stake. And out of this conflict would come the great and revolutionary changes in India and the world. At that time, I did not envisage an immediate threat to India, any probability of actual invasion, yet I wanted India to take her full share. But I was convinced that only a free country and an equal could she function in this way. That was the attitude of the National Congress, the one great organization in India which consistently for all these years had been anti-fascist and anti-Nazi as it had been anti-imperialist. It had stood for Republican Spain, for Czechoslovakia, and throughout for China. And now, for nearly 2 years, the Congress had been declared illegal, outlawed, and prevented from functioning in any way. The Congress is in prison. Its elected members of the provincial parliament, its speakers of these parliament, its ex-ministers, its mayors and presidents of municipal corporations are in prison. Meanwhile, the war goes on for democracy, and the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms. Time in prison, the urge to action. Time seems to change its nature in prison. The present hardly exists, for there is an absence of feeling and sensation which might separate it from the dead past. Even the news of the active living and the dying world outside has a certain dreamlike unreality, an immobility, and an unchangeableness as of the past. The outer objective time ceases to be, the inner and subjective sense remains, but at a lower level, except when thought pulls it out of the present and experiences a kind of reality in the past or in the future. We live, as Auguste Comte said, dead men's lives encased in our past. But this is especially so in prison, where we try to find some sustenance for our starved and locked up emotions in memory of the past and fancies of the future. There is a stillness and everlastingness about the past. It changes not and has a touch of eternity, like a painted picture or a statue in bronze or marble. Unaffected by the storms and upheavals of the present, it maintains its dignity and repose, and tempts the troubled spirit and the tortured mind to seek shelter in its vaulted catacombs. There is peace there and security, and one may even sense a spiritual quality. But it is not life, unless we can find the vital links between it and the present with all its conflict and problems. It is a kind of art for art's sake, without the passion and the urge to action, which are the very stuff of life. Without the passion and the urge, there is the gradual oozing out of hope and vitality, a settling down on lower levels of existence, a slow merging into non-existence. We become prisoners of the past, and some part of its immobility sticks to us. This passage of the mind is all the easier in prison, where action is denied and we become slaves to the routine of jail life. Yet the past is ever with us, and all that we are and that we have comes from the past. We are its products, and we live immersed in it. Not to understand it and feel it as something living within us is not to understand the present. To combine it with the present and extend it to the future, to break from it where it cannot be united, to make of all this the pulsating and vibrating material for thought and action, that is life. Any vital action springs from the depth of the being. All the long past of the individual and even of the race has prepared the background for the psychological moment of action. All the racial memories, influences of hereditary and environment and training, subconscious urges, thoughts and dreams, and actions from infancy and childhood onwards, in their curious and tremendous mix-up, inevitably drive to the new action, which again becomes yet another factor influencing the future, partly determining it, possibly even largely determining it. And yet, surely, it is not all determinism. Aurobindo Ghosh writes somewhere of the present as the pure and virgin moment, that razor's edge of time and existence which divides the past from the future and is, and yet instantaneously is not. That phrase is attractive, and yet what does it mean? The virgin moment emerging from the veil of the future in all its naked purity, coming into contact with us and immediately becoming the soiled and stale past. Is it we that soil it and violate it? Or is it the moment not so virgin after all, for it is bound up with all the harlotry of the past? Whether there is any such thing as human freedom in the philosophic sense, or whether there is only an automatic determinism, I do not know. A very great deal appears certainly to be determined by the past complex of events which bear down and often overwhelm the individual. Possibly, even the inner urge that he experiences, that apparent exercise of free will, is itself conditioned. As Schopenhauer said, a man can do what he will, but not will as he will. A belief in an absolute determinism seems to me to lead inevitably to complete inaction, to death in life. All my sense of life rebels against it, though of course that very rebellion may itself have been conditioned by previous events. I do not usually burden my mind with such philosophical or metaphysical problems which escape solution. Sometimes they come to me almost unawares in the long silences of prison, or even in the midst of an intensity of action, bringing with them a sense of detachment or consolation in the face of some painful experience. But usually it is action and the thought of action that fills me up. And when action is denied, I imagine that I'm preparing for action. The call for action has long been with me, not action divorced from thought, but rather flowing from it in one continuous sequence. And when rarely there has been full harmony between the two, thought leading to action and finding its fulfillment in it, action leading back to thought, and a fuller understanding, then I have sensed a certain fullness of life and a vivid intensity in that moment of existence. But such moments are rare, very rare, and usually one outstrips the other, and there is a lack of harmony and vain effort to bring the two in line. There was a time, many years ago, when I lived for considerable periods in a state of emotional exaltation, wrapped up in the action which absorbed me. Those days of my youth seem far away now, not merely because of the passage of years, but far more so because of the ocean of experience and painful thought that separates them from today. The old exuberance is much less now, and almost uncontrollable impulses have toned down, and passions and feelings are more in check. The burden of thought is often a hindrance, and in the mind where there was once certainty, doubt creeps in. Perhaps it is just age or the common temper of our day. And yet, even now, the call for action stirs strange depths within me, and often a brief tussle with thought. I want to experience again that lonely impulse of delight, which turns to risk and danger and faces and mocks at death. I am not enamored of death, though I do not think it frightens me. I do not believe in the negation of or abstention from life. I have loved life, and it attracts me still and in my own way. I have loved life, and it attracts me still and in my own way. I seek to experience it, though many invisible barriers have grown up which surround me. But that very desire leads me to play with life, to peep over its edges, not to be a slave to it, so that we may value each other all the more. Perhaps I ought to have been an aviator, so that when the slowness and dullness of life overcame me, I would have rushed into the tumult of the clouds and said to myself, balanced all, brought all to mind, the years to come seemed waste of breath, a waste of breath the years behind, in balance with this life, this death. The past in its relation to the present. This urge to action, this desire to experience life through action, has influenced all my thought and activity. Even sustained thinking, apart from being itself a kind of action, becomes part of the action to come. It is not something entirely abstract, in the void, unrelated to action and life. The past becomes something that leads up to the present, and the moment of action, the future is something that flows from it. And all three are inextricably intertwined and interrelated. Even my seemingly actionless life in prison is tacked on somehow by some process of thought and feeling, and to coming or imagined actions, and so it gains for me a certain content without which it would be a vacuum in which existence would become intolerable. When actual action has been denied me, I have sought some approach to the past and to history, because my own personal experiences have often touched historic events, and sometimes I've even had something to do with influencing of such events in my own sphere. It has not been difficult for me to envisage history as a living process with which I could identify myself to some extent. I came late to history, and even then, not through the usual direct road of learning a mass of facts and dates and drawing conclusions and inferences from them, unrelated to my life's course. So long as I did this, history had little significance for me. I was still less interested in the supernatural or problems of future life. Science and the problems of today and of our present life attracted me far more. Some mixture of thought and emotion and urges of which I was only dimly conscious led me to action, and action in its turn sent me back to thought and a desire to understand the present. The root of that present lay in the past, and so I made voyages of discovery into the past, ever seeking a clue in it, if any such existed, to the understanding of the present. The domination of the present never left me, even when I lost myself in the musings of past events and of persons far away and long ago, forgetting where or what I was. If I felt occasionally that I belonged to the past, I felt also that the whole of the past belonged to me in the present. Past history merged into contemporary history. It became a living reality tied up with sensations of pain and pleasure. If the past had a tendency to become the present also sometimes receded into the distant past and assumed its immobile, statuesque appearance. In the midst of an intensity of action itself, there would suddenly come a feeling as if it was some past event, and one was looking at it as if it were in retrospect. It was this attempt to discover the past in its relation to the present that led me 12 years ago to write glimpses of world history in the form of letters to my daughter. I wrote rather superficially and as simply as I could, for I was writing for a girl in her early teens. But behind that writing lay the quest and voyage of discovery. A sense of adventure filled me, and I lived successfully different ages and periods, and had for companions men and women who had lived long ago. I had leisure in jail. There was no sense of hurry or of completing a task within an allotted period of time. So I let my mind wander or take root for a while, keeping in tune with my mood, allowing impressions to sink in and fill the dry bones of the past with flesh and blood. It was a similar quest, though limited to recent and more intimate times and persons, that led me later to write my autobiography. I suppose I have changed a good deal during these 12 years. I have grown more contemplative. There is perhaps a little more poise and equilibrium, some sense of detachment, a great calmness of spirit. I am not overcome now to the same extent as I used to be by tragedy or what I conceived to be tragedy. The turmoil and disturbance are less and are more temporary, even though the tragedies have been on a far greater scale. Is this, I have wondered, the growth of a spirit of resignation? Or is it the toughening of the texture? Is it just age and a lessening of vitality and of the passion for life? Or is it due to the long periods in prison and life slowly ebbing away and the thought that filled the mind passing through after a brief stay, leaving only ripples behind? The tortured mind seeks some mechanism of escape. The senses get dulled from repeated shocks, and a feeling comes over one that so much evil and misfortune shadow the world that a little more or little less does not make much difference. There is only one thing that remains to us that cannot be taken away: to act with courage and dignity, and to stick to those ideals that have given meaning to life. But that is not the politician's way. Someone said the other day, death is the birthright of every person born. A curious way of putting an obvious thing. It is a birthright which nobody has denied or can deny, and which all of us seek to forget and escape so long as we may. And yet there was something novel and attractive about the phrase. Those who complain so bitterly of life have always a way out of it if they so choose. That is always in our power to achieve. If we cannot master life, we can at least master death. A pleasing thought, lessening the feeling of helplessness. Life's philosophy. 6 or 7 years ago, an American publisher asked me to write an essay on my philosophy of life for a symposium he was preparing. I was attracted to the idea, but I hesitated. And the more I thought over it, the more reluctant I grew. Ultimately, I did not write that essay. What was my philosophy of life? I did not know. Some years earlier, I would not have been so hesitant. There was definiteness about my thinking, and objectiveness then, which has faded away since. The events of the past few years in India, China, Europe, and all over the world have been very confusing, upsetting, and distressing, and the future has become vague and shadowy, and has lost the clearness of outline which it once possessed in my mind. This doubt and difficulty about fundamental matters did not come in my way in regard to immediate action, except that it blunted somewhat the sharp edge of that activity. No longer could I function as I did in my younger days, as an arrow flying automatically to the target of my choice, ignoring all else but the target. Yet I functioned, for the urge to action was there, and a real or imagined coordination of that action with the ideals I held. But a growing distaste for politics as I saw them seized me, and gradually my whole attitude to life seemed to undergo a transformation. The ideals and objectives of yesterday were still the ideals of today, but they had lost some of their luster, and even as one seemed to go towards them, they lost the shining beauty which had warmed the heart and vitalized the body. Evil triumphed often enough, but what was far worse was the coarsening and distortion of what had seemed so right. Was human nature so essentially bad that it would take ages of training through suffering and misfortune before it could behave reasonably and raise man above the creature of lust and violence and deceit that he now was? And meanwhile, was every effort to change it radically in the present or the near future doomed to failure? Ends and means were they tied up inseparably, acting and reacting on each other, the wrong means distorting and sometimes even destroying the end in view? But the right means might well be beyond the capacity of infirm and selfish human nature. What then was one to do? Not to act was a complete confession of failure and a submission to evil. To act meant often enough a compromise with some form of that evil, with all the untoward consequence that such compromises result in. My early approach to life's problems had been more or less scientific, with something of the easy optimism of the science of the 19th and early 20th century, a secure and comfortable existence, and the energy and self-confidence I possessed increased that feeling of optimism. A kind of vague humanism appealed to me. Religion, as I saw it practiced and accepted even by thinking minds, whether it was Hinduism or Islam or Buddhism or Christianity, did not attract me. It seemed to be closely associated with superstitious practices and dogmatic beliefs, and behind it lay a method of approach to life's problems which was certainly not that of science. There was an element of magic about it, an uncritical credulousness, a reliance on the supernatural. Yet it was obvious that religion had supplied some deeply felt inner need of human nature, and that vast majority of people all over the world could not do without some form of religious belief. It had produced many fine types of men and women, as well as bigoted and narrow-minded cruel tyrants. It had given a set of values to human life, and though some of those values had no application today or even harmful, others were still the foundation of morality and ethics. In the wider sense of the word, religion dealt with the uncharted regions of human experience. Uncharted, that is, by the unscientific positive knowledge of the day. In a sense, it might be considered an extension of the known and charted region, though the methods of science and religion were utterly unlike each other, and to a large extent they had to deal with different kinds of media. It was obvious that there was a vast unknown region all around us, and science, with its magnificent achievements, knew little enough about it, though it was making tentative approaches in that direction. Probably also the normal methods of science in its dealing with the visible world and the processes of life were not wholly adapted to the physical, the artistic, the spiritual, and the other elements of the invisible world. Life does not consist entirely of what we see and hear and feel. The visible world which is undergoing change in time and space. It is continually touching an invisible world of other and possibly more stable or equally changeable elements, and no thinking person can ignore this invisible world. Science does not tell us much, or for that matter, of that anything about the purpose of life. It is now widening its boundaries, and it may invade the so-called invisible world before long and help us understand this purpose of life in its widest sense, or at least give us some glimpses which illumine the problem of human existence. The old controversy between science and religion takes a new form, the application of scientific method to emotional and religious expression and experiences. Religion merges into mysticism and metaphysics and philosophy, there have been great mystics, attractive figures who cannot easily be disposed of as self-deluded fools. Yet mysticism, in the narrow sense of the word, irritates me. It appears to be vague and soft and flabby, not a rigorous discipline of the mind, but a surrender of mental faculties, and a living in a sea of emotional experience. The experience may lead occasionally to some insight into inner and less obvious processes, but it is also likely to lead to self-delusion. Metaphysics and philosophy, or a metaphysical philosophy, have a greater appeal to the mind. They require hard thinking and the application of logic and reasoning. Through all this, necessarily based on some premises which are presumed to be self-evident, and yet which may or may not be true. All thinking persons, to a greater or lesser degree, dabble in metaphysics and philosophy. For not to do so is to ignore many of the aspects of the universe of ours. Some may feel more attracted to them than others, and the emphasis on them may vary in different ages. In the ancient world, both in Asia and Europe, all the emphasis was laid on the supremacy of the inward life over things external, and this inevitably led to metaphysics and philosophy. The modern man is wrapped up much more in these things external, and yet even be in moments of crises and mental trouble often turn to philosophy and metaphysical speculations. Some vague or more precise philosophy of life we all have, though most of us accept unthinkably the general attitude which is characteristic of our generation and environment. Most of us accept also certain metaphysical conception as a part of the faith in which we have grown up. I have not been attracted towards metaphysics. In fact, I've had a certain distaste for vague speculation. And yet, I have sometimes found a certain intellectual fascination in trying to follow the rigid lines of metaphysical and philosophical thought of the ancient or the moderns. But I have never felt at case there, and have escaped from their spell with a feeling of relief. Essentially, I am interested in this world, in this life, not in some other world or a future life. Whether there is such a thing as a soul, or whether there is survival after death or not, I do not know. And important as these questions are, They do not trouble me in the least. The environment in which I have grown up takes the soul, or rather the alma, and a future life, the karma theory of cause and effect, and the reincarnation for granted. I have been affected by this, and so, in a sense, I am favorably disposed towards these assumptions. There might be a soul which survives the physical death of the body, and a theory of cause and effect governing life's action seems reasonable, though it leads to obvious difficulties when one thinks of the ultimate cause. Presuming a soul, there appears to be some logic also in the theory of reincarnation. But I do not believe in any of these or other theories and assumptions as a matter of religious faith. They are just intellectual speculations in an unknown region about which we know next to nothing. They do not affect my life, whether they were proved right or wrong subsequently. They would make little difference to me. Spiritualism, with its sciences and its so-called manifestation of spirits and the like, has always seemed to me a rather absurd and impertinent way of investigating psychic phenomena and the mysteries of the afterlife. Usually it is something worse, and it is the exploitation of the emotions of some overcredulous people who seek relief or escape from mental trouble. I do not deny the possibility of some of these psychic phenomena having a basis of truth, but the approach appears to me to be all wrong and conclusions drawn from scraps and odd bits of evidence to be unjustified. Often, as I look at this world, I have a sense of mysteries, of unknown depths. The urge to understand it, insofar as I can, comes to me, to be in tune with it and to experience it in its fullness. But the way to understanding seems to me essentially the way of science, the way of objective approach. Though I realize that there can be no such thing as true objectiveness. If the subjective element is unavoidable and inevitable, it should be conditioned as far as possible by the scientific method. What the mysterious is, I do not know. I do not call it God, because God has come to mean much that I do not believe in. I find myself incapable of thinking of a deity or any unknown supreme power in anthropomorphic terms, and the fact that many people think so is continually a source of surprise to me. Any idea of a personal God seems very odd to me. Intellectually, I can appreciate to some extent the conception of monism, and I have been attracted towards Advaita, non-dualist philosophy of the Vedanta, though I do not presume to understand it in all its depth and intricacy. And I realize that merely an intellectual appreciation of such matters does not carry one far. At the same time, the Vedanta, as well as other similar approaches, rather frightens me with their vague, formless incursions into infinity. The diversity and the fullness of nature stir me and produce a harmony of the spirit, and I can imagine myself feeling at home in the old Indian or Greek pagan and pantheistic atmosphere, but minus the conception of God or gods that was attached to it. Some kind of ethical approach to life has a strong appeal for me, though it would be difficult for me to justify it logically. I've been attracted by Gandhiji's stress on the right means And I think one of the greatest contributions to our public life has been this emphasis. The idea is by no means new, but this application of an ethical doctrine to large-scale public activity was certainly novel. It is full of difficulty, and perhaps ends and means are not really separable, but form together one organic whole. In a world which thinks almost exclusively of the ends and ignores means, this emphasis on means seems odd and remarkable. How far it has succeeded in India, I cannot say, but there is no doubt it has created a deep and abiding impression on the minds of large numbers of people. A study of Marx and Lenin produced a powerful effect on my mind and helped me to see history and current affairs in a new light. The long chain of history and of social development appeared to have some meaning, some sequence, and the future lost some of its obscurity. The practical achievements of the Soviet Union were also tremendously impressive. Often I disliked or did not understand some development there, and it seemed to me too closely concerned with opportunism of the present or the power politics of the day. But despite all these developments and possible distortions of the original passion for human betterment, I had no doubt that the Soviet Revolution had advanced human society by a great leap and had lit a bright flame which could not be smothered, and that it had laid the foundations for the new civilization towards which the world could advance. I am too much of an individualist and believer in personal freedom to like overmuch regimentation. Yet, it has seemed to me obvious that in a complex social structure, individual freedom had to be limited. And perhaps the only way to read personal freedom was through some such limitation in the social sphere. The less liberties may often need limitation in the interest of the larger freedom. Much in the Marxist philosophy outlook I could accept without difficulty. Its monism and non-duality of mind and matter, the dynamics of matter and the dialectic of continuous change by evolution as well as leap through action and interaction, cause and effect, thesis and antithesis, synthesis. It did not satisfy me completely, nor did it answer all the questions in my mind, and almost unawares, a vague idealist approach would creep into my mind, something rather akin to the Vedanta approach. It was not a difference between mind and matter, but rather something that lay beyond the mind. Also, there was a background of ethics. I realized that the moral approach is a changing one and depends upon the growing mind and an advancing civilization. It is conditioned by the mental climate of the age. Yet there was something more to it than the certain basic urges which had greater permanence. I did not like the frequent divorce in communist, as in any other practice, between action and these basic urges or principles. So there was an odd mixture in my mind which I could not rationally explain or resolve. There was a general tendency not to think too much of the fundamental questions which appear to be beyond reach. but rather to concentrate on the problems of life, to understand in the narrower and more immediate sense what should be done and how. Whatever ultimate reality may be, and whether we can ever grasp it in whole or in part, there certainly appear to be vast possibilities of increasing human knowledge, even though this may be partly or largely subjective, and of applying this to the advancement and betterment of human living and social organization. There has been in the past, and there is to a lesser extent even today among some people, an absorption in finding an answer to the riddle of the universe. This leads them away from the individual and social problems of the day, and when they are unable to solve that riddle, they despair and they turn to inaction and triviality, or find comfort in some dogmatic creed. Social evils, most of which are certainly capable of removal, are attributed to the original sin, to the unalterable human nature or the social structure, or in India, to the inevitable legacy of previous births. Thus, one drifts away from even the attempt to think rationally and scientifically and takes refuge in irrationalism, superstition, unreasonableness, and inequitable social prejudices and practices. It is true that even rational and scientific thought does not always take as far as we would like to go. There is an infinite number of factors and relations, all of which influence and determine events in varying degrees. It is impossible to grasp all of them, but we can try to pick out the dominating forces at work, and by observing external material reality, and by experiment and practice, trial and error, grope our way to ever-widening knowledge and truth. For this purpose, and within these limitations, the general Marxist approach, fitting in, as it were, more or less, does with the present state of scientific knowledge, seemed to me to offer considerable help. But even accepting that approach, the consequences that flow from it, and the interpretation on the past and the present happenings were by no means always clear. Marx's general analysis of social development seems to have been remarkably correct, and yet many developments took place later which did not fit in with his outlook for the immediate future. Lenin successfully adapted the Marxian thesis to some of these subsequent developments, and again since then further remarkable changes have taken place. The rise of fascism and Nazism and all that lay behind them. The very rapid growth of technology and the practical application of vast developments in scientific knowledge are now changing the world picture with an amazing rapidity, leading to new problems. And so, while I accepted the fundamentals of the socialist theory, I did not trouble myself about its numerous controversies. I had little patience with the leftist groups in India, spending much of their energy in mutual conflict and recrimination over fine points of doctrine which did not interest me at all. Life is too complicated, and as far as we understand it in our present state of knowledge, too illogical for it is to be confined within the four corners of a fixed doctrine. The real problems for me remains problems of individual and social life, of harmonious living, of a proper balancing of individuals' inner and outer life, and of an adjustment of the relations between individuals and between groups, of a continuous becoming something better and a higher, of social development, of the ceaseless adventure of man. In the solution of these problems, the way of observation and precise knowledge and deliberate reasoning, according to the method of science, must be followed. This method may not always be applicable in our quest of truth, for art and poetry and certain psychic experiences seem to belong to a different order of things and to elude the objective method of science. Let us therefore not rule out intuition and other methods of sensing truth and reality. They are necessary even for the purposes of science. But always we must hold to our anchor of precise, objective knowledge, tested by reason, and even more so by experiment and practice. And always we must beware of losing ourselves in a sea of speculation unconnected with the day-to-day problems of life and the needs of men and women. A living philosophy must answer the problems of the day. It may be that we of this modern age, who so pride ourselves on the achievements of our times, are prisoners of our age, just as the ancients and the men and the women of the medieval times were prisoners of their respective ages. We may delude ourselves, as others have done before us, that our way of looking at things is the only right way leading to truth. We cannot escape from that prison or get rid entirely of that illusion, if illusion it is. Yet, I am convinced that the methods and approach of science have revolutionized human life more than anything else in the long course of history, and have opened doors and avenues of further and even more radical change, leading up to the very portals of what has long been considered the unknown. The technical achievements of science are obvious enough. Its capacity to transform an economy of scarcity into one of abundance is evident. Its invasion of many problems which have so far been the monopoly of philosophy is becoming more pronounced. Space-time and quantum theory utterly changed the picture of the physical world. More recent researches into the nature of matter, the structure of the atom, the transmutation of elements, the transformation of electricity and light, and either into the other, have carried human knowledge much further. Man no longer sees nature as something apart and distinct from himself. Human destiny appears to have become a part of nature's rhythmic energy. All this upheaval of thought, due to the advance of science, has led scientists into a new region, verging on the metaphysical. They draw different and often contradictory conclusions. Some see in it new unity and the antithesis of chance. Others like Bertrand Russell, say academic philosophers ever since the time of Parmenides have believed that the world is unity, that the most fundamental of my beliefs is that this is rubbish. Or again, man is the product of causes which has no previsions of the end they were achieving. His origin, his growth, his hopes and fears, his loves and beliefs are but the outcome of accidental collocations of atoms. And yet, the latest development in physics have gone a long way to demonstrate a fundamental unity in nature. The belief that all things are made of a single substance is as old as thought itself. But ours is a generation which, first of all, in history is able to achieve the unity of nature, not as a baseless dogma or a hopeless aspiration, but a principle of science based on proof as sharp and clear as anything which is known. Old as this belief is in Europe and in Asia, it is interesting to compare some of the latest conclusions of science with the fundamental ideas underlying the Advaita Vedantic theory. These ideas were that the universe is made of one substance whose form is perpetually changing, and further that the sum total of energies remain always the same. Also, that the explanations of things are to be found within their own nature, and that no external beings or existences are required to explain what is going on in the universe, with its corollary of a self-evolving universe. It does not very much matter to science that what these vague speculations lead to, for meanwhile, it forges ahead in 100 different directions in its own precise experimental way of observation, widening the bounds of the charted region of knowledge and changing human life in the process. Science may be on the verge of discovering vital mysteries which yet may elude it. Still, it will go on along its appointed path, for there is no end to its journeying. Ignoring for the moment the why of philosophy, science will go on asking how, and as it finds this out, it gives greater content and meaning to life, and perhaps takes us some way to answering the why. Or perhaps we cannot cross that barrier, and the mysterious will continue to remain the mysterious, and the life with all its changes will still remain a bundle of good and evil, a succession of conflicts, a curious combination of incompatible and mutually hostile urges. Or again, perhaps the very progress of science, unconnected with and isolated from moral discipline and ethical consideration, will lead to the concentration of power and the terrible instruments of destruction which it has made in the hands of evil and selfish men, seeking the domination of others, and thus to the destruction of its own great achievements. Something of this kind we see happening now, and behind this war there lies the internal conflict of the spirit of man. How amazing is the spirit of man! In spite of innumerable failings, man throughout the ages has sacrificed his life and all he held dear for an ideal, for truth, for faith, for country and honor. That ideal may change, but the capacity for self-sacrifice continues. And because of that, Much may be forgiven to man, and it is impossible to lose hope for him. In the midst of disaster, he has not lost his dignity or his faith in the values he cherished. Plaything of nature's mighty forces, less than a speck of dust in this vast universe, he has hurled defiance at the elemental powers, and with his mind, cradle of revolution, sought to master them. Whatever gods there be, there is something godlike in man, as there is also something of the devil in him. The future is dark, uncertain, but we can see part of the way leading to it and can tread it from with firm steps, remembering that nothing that can happen is likely to overcome the spirit of man, which has survived so many perils, remembering also that life, for all its ills, has joys and beauty, and that we can always wander, if we know how to, in the enchanted woods of nature. What else is wisdom? What of man's endeavor, or of God's high grace, so lovely and so great? To stand from fear, set free, to breathe and wait, to hold a hand uplifted over hate, and shall not loveliness be loved forever? The burden of the past. The 21st month of my imprisonment is well on its way. The moon waxes and wanes, and soon 2 years will have been completed. Another birthday will come around to remind me that I'm getting older. My last 4 birthdays I've spent in prison, here and in Dehradun jail, and many others in the course of my previous terms of imprisonment. I've lost count of their number. But all these months I have often thought of writing, felt the urge to it, and at the same time a reluctance. My friends took it for granted that I would write and produce another book, as I have done during previous terms of imprisonment. It had almost become a habit. Yet I did not write. There was a certain distaste for just throwing out a book which has no particular significance. It was easy enough to write, but to write something that was worth while it was another matter, something that would not grow stale while I sat in prison with my manuscript and the world went on changing. I would not be writing for today or tomorrow, but for an unknown, possibly distant future. But for whom would I write? And for when? Perhaps what I wrote would never be published, for the years I would spend in prison were likely to witness even greater convulsions and conflicts than the years of war that are already over. India herself might be a battleground, or there might be civil commotion. And even if we escaped all these possible developments, it was a risky adventure to write now for a future date, when the problems of today might be dead and buried and new problems arisen in their place. I could not think of this world war as just another war, only bigger and greater. From the day it broke out and even earlier, I was full of premonition of vast and cataclysmic changes, of a new world arising for better or for worse. What would my poor writing of a past and vanished age be worth then? All these thoughts troubled and restrained me, and behind them lay deeper questions in the recesses of my mind to which I could find no easy answer. Similar thoughts and difficulties came to me during my last term of imprisonment from October 1940 to December 1941, mostly spent in my old cell of Dehradun jail, where 6 years earlier I had begun writing my autobiography. For 10 months there I could not develop the mood for writing, and I spent my time in reading or in digging and playing about with soil and flowers. Ultimately, I did write. It was meant to be a continuation of my autobiography. For a few weeks, I wrote rapidly and continuously, but before my task was finished, I was suddenly discharged, long before the end of my 4 year term of imprisonment. It was fortunate that I had not finished what I had undertaken, for if I had done so, I might have been induced to send it to a publisher. Looking at it now, I realize it's little worth. How stale and uninteresting much of it seems. The incident deals with I have lost all importance, and have become the debris of a forgotten past, covered by the lava of subsequent volcanic eruptions. I have lost interest in them. What stand out in my mind are personal experiences which had left their impresses upon me. Contacts with certain individuals and certain events, and contacts with the crowd, the mass of the Indian people, in their infinite diversity and yet their amazing unity. Some adventures of the mind, waves of unhappiness, and the relief and joy that came from overcoming them. The exhilaration of that moment of action. About much of this one may not write. There is an intimacy about one's inner life, one's feelings and thoughts, which may not and cannot be conveyed to the others. Yet those contacts, personal and impersonal, mean much. They affect the individual and mold him and change his reactions to life, to his own country, to other nations. As in other prisons, here also in Ahmednagar Fort, I took to gardening and spent many hours daily, even when the sun was hot, in digging and preparing beds for flowers. The soil was very bad, stony, full of debris and remains of previous building operations, and even the ruins of ancient monuments. For this is a place of history, of many a battle and palace intrigue in the past. That history is not very old as Indian history goes, nor is it very important in the larger scheme of things, but one incident stands out and is still remembered: the courage of a beautiful woman, Chand Bibi, who defended this fort and led her forces, sword in hand, against the imperial armies of Akbar. She was murdered by one of her own men. Digging in this unfortunate soil, we have come across parts of ancient walls and tops of domes and buildings buried far underneath the surface of the ground. We could not go far, as deep digging and archaeological explorations were not approved by authority, nor did we have the wherewithal to carry on. Once we came across a lovely lotus carved in stone on the side of a wall, probably over a doorway. I remember another and a less happy discovery in Dehradun jail. In the course of digging in my little yard 3 years ago, I came across a curious relic of the past. Deep under the surface of the ground, the remains of two ancient piles were uncovered, and we viewed them with some excitement. They were part of the old gallows that had functioned there 30 or 40 years earlier. The jail had long ceased to be a place of execution, and all the visible signs of the old gallows tree had been removed. We had discovered and uprooted its foundation, and all my fellow prisoners who had helped in this process rejoiced that we had put away at last this thing of ill omen. Now I have put away my spade and taken up to the pen instead. Possibly what I write now will meet the same fate as my unfinished manuscript of the Dehradun jail. I cannot write about it. I cannot write about the present so long as I am not free to experience it through action. It is the need for action in the present that brings it vividly to me, and then I can write about it with ease and a certain facility. In prison, it is something vague and shadowy, something I cannot come to grips with or experience as the sensation of the moment. It ceases to be the present for me in any real sense of the word, and yet it is not the past either, with the past's immobility and statuesque calm. Nor can I assume the role of a prophet and write about the future. My mind often thinks of it and tries to pierce its veil and clothe it in the garments of my choice, but these are vain imaginings, and the future remains uncertain and unknown, and there is no assurance that it will not betray again our hopes and prove false to humanity's dreams. The past remains, but I cannot write academically of past events in the manner of a historian or a scholar. I have not that knowledge or equipment or training, nor do I possess the mood for that kind of work. The past oppresses me or fills me sometimes with its warmth when it touches on the present and becomes, as it were, an aspect of the living present. If it does not do so, then it is a cold, barren, lifeless, uninteresting. I can only write about it as I have previously done, by bringing it in some relation to my present-day thoughts and activities, and then this writings of history, as Goethe once said, brings some relief from the weight and the burden of the past. It is, I suppose, a process similar to that of psychoanalysis, but applied to a race or to humanity itself instead of an individual. The burden of the past, the burden of both good and ill, is overpowering and sometimes suffocating, and more especially for those of us who belong to a very ancient civilization like those of India and China. As Nietzsche says, not only the wisdom of centuries, also their madness breaketh out in us. Dangerous is it to be an heir. What is my inheritance? To what am I an heir? To all that humanity has achieved during tens of thousands of years, to all that it has thought and felt and suffered and taken pleasure in, to its cries of triumph and its bitter agony of defeat, to that astonishing adventure of man which began so long ago and yet continues and beckons to us. To all this and more in common with all men, but there is a special heritage for those of us of India, not an exclusive one, for none is exclusive, all are common to the races of man. One more especially applicable to us, something that is in our flesh and blood and bones, that has gone to make us what we are and what we are likely to be. It is the thought of this particular heritage and its application to the present that has long filled my mind. It is about this that I should like to write. Though the difficulty and complexity of the subject appeal to me, I can only touch the surface of it. I cannot do justice to it, but in attempting it, I might be able to do some justice to myself by clearing my own mind and preparing it for the next stages of thought and action. Inevitably, my approach will often be a personal one. How the idea grew in my mind, what shapes it took, how it influenced me and affected my action. There will also be some entirely personal experiences which have nothing to do with the subject in its wider aspects, but which colored my mind and influenced my approach to the whole problem. Our judgments of countries and people are based on many factors. Among them, our personal contacts, if there have been any, have a marked influence. If we do not personally know the people of a country, we're apt to misjudge them even more than otherwise, and to consider them entirely alien and different. In the case of our own country, our personal contacts are innumerable, and through such contacts, many pictures or some kind of composite picture of our countrymen form in our mind. So, I have filled the picture gallery of my mind. I've filled the picture gallery of my mind. There are some portraits, vivid, lifelike, looking down upon me, reminding me of some of life's high points, and yet it all seems so long ago and like some story I have read. There are many other pictures round which are wrapped memories of old comradeship and the friendship that sweetens life, and there are innumerable pictures of the mass, the Indian men and women and children all crowded together looking up at me. I was trying to fathom what lay behind those thousands of eyes of theirs. I shall begin this story with an entirely personal chapter, for this gives the clue to my mood in the month immediately following the period I have written about towards the end of my autobiography. But this is not going to be another autobiography, though I'm afraid the personal element will often be present. The World War goes on, sitting here in Ahmednagar Fort, a prisoner perforce inactive when a fierce activity consumes the world. I fret a little sometimes and I think of the big things and brave ventures which have filled my mind these many years. I try to view the war impersonally as one would look at some elemental phenomenon, some catastrophe of nature, a great earthquake or a flood. I do not succeed, of course, but there seems no other way if I am to protect myself from too much hurt and hatred and excitement. And in this mighty manifestation of savage and destructive nature, my own troubles and self sink into insignificance. I remember the words that Gandhiji said on that fateful evening of August 8, 1942. We must look the world in the face with calm and clear eyes, even though the eyes of the world are bloodshot today. End of chapter 1. Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. The Discovery of India. Chapter 3. The Quest. The Panorama of India's Past. During these years of thought and activity, my mind has been full of India, trying to understand her and to analyze my own reactions towards her. I went back to my childhood days and tried to remember what I felt like then, what vague shape this conception took in my growing mind, and how it was molded by fresh experience. Sometimes it receded into the background, but it was always there, slowly changing, a queer mixture derived from old story and legend and modern fact. It produced a sensation of pride in me, as well as that of shame. For I was ashamed of much that I saw around me, of superstitions, practices, of outworn ideas, and above all, our subject and poverty-stricken state. As I grew up and became engaged in activities which promised to lead to India's freedom, I became obsessed with the thought of India. What was this India that had possessed me and beckoned to me continually, urging me to action so that we might realize some vague but deeply felt desire of our hearts? The initial urge came to me, I suppose, through pride, both individual and national, and the desire common to all men to resist another's domination and have freedom to live the life of our choice. It seemed monstrous to me that a great country like India, with a rich and immemorial past, should be bound hand and foot to a faraway island which imposed its will upon her. It was still more monstrous that this forcible union had resulted in poverty and degradation beyond measure. That was reason enough for me and others to act. But it was not enough to justify the questioning that arose within me. What is this India? Apart from her physical and geographical aspects, what did she represent in the past? What gave strength to her then? How did she lose that old strength? And has she lost it completely? Does she represent anything vital now, apart from the home of a vast number of human beings? How does she fit into the modern world? This wider international aspect of the problem grew upon me as I realized more and more how isolation was both undesirable and impossible. The future that took shape in my mind was one of intimate cooperation, politically, economically, and culturally, between India and the other countries of the world. But before the future came, there was the present, and behind the present lay the long and tangled past, out of which the present had grown. So to the past I looked for understanding. India was in my blood, and there was much in her that instinctively thrilled me. And yet I approached her almost as an alien critic, full of dislike for the present as well as for many of the relics of the past that I saw. To some extent, I came to her via the West and looked at her as a friendly Westerner might have done. I was eager and anxious to change her outlook and appearance and give her the garb of modernity. And yet, doubts arose within me. Did I know India, who presumed to scrap much of her past heritage? There was a great deal that had to be scrapped, and that must be scrapped, but surely India could not have been what she undoubtedly was, and could not have continued a cultured existence for thousands of years if she had not possessed something very vital and enduring, something that was worthwhile. What was this something? I stood on a mound of Mohenjo-daro in the Indus Valley in the northwest of India, and all around me lay the houses and streets of this ancient city that is said to have existed over 5,000 years ago. And even then, it was an old and well-developed civilization. The Indus civilization, writes Professor Childe, represents a very perfect adjustment of human life to a specific environment that can only have resulted from years of patient effort. And it has endured. It is already specifically Indian and forms the basis of modern Indian culture. Astonishing thought that any culture or civilization should have this continuity for 5,000 or 6,000 years or more, and not in a static, unchanging sense, for India was changing and progressing all the time. She was coming into intimate contact with the Persians, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Chinese, the Arabs, the Central Asians, and the people of the Mediterranean. But though she influenced them and was influenced by them, her cultural basis was strong enough to endure. What was the secret of this strength? Where did it come from? I read her history and read also a part of her abundant ancient literature and was powerfully impressed by the vigor of the thought, the clarity of the language, and the richness of the mind that lay behind it. I journeyed through India in the company of mighty travelers from China and Western and Central Asia, who came here in the remote past and left records of their travels. I thought of what India had accomplished in Eastern Asia. In Angkor, Borobudur, and many other places, I wandered over the Himalayas, which are closely connected with old myth and legend, and which have influenced so much of our thought and literature. My love of the mountains and my kinship with Kashmir especially drew me to them, and I saw there not only the life and vigor and beauty of the present, but also the memoried loveliness of ages past. The mighty rivers of India that flow from this great mountain barrier into the plains of India attracted and reminded me of the innumerable phases of our history. The Indus or the Sindhu, from which our country came to be called India and Hindustan, and across which races and tribes and caravans and armies have come for thousands of years, the Brahmaputra rather cut off from the main current of history, but living in old story, forcing its way into India through deep chasms cut in the heart of the northeastern mountains, and then flowing calmly in a gracious sweep between mountain and wooded plain. The Jamuna, round which cluster so many legends of dance and fun and play, and the Ganges, above all the river of India, which has held India's heart captive and drawn uncounted millions to her banks since the dawn of history. The story of the Ganges, from her source to the sea, from old times to new, is the story of India's civilization and culture, of the rise and fall of empires, of great and proud cities, of the adventure of man and the quest of the mind, which has so occupied India's thinkers, of the richness and fulfillment of life, as well as its denial and renunciation, of ups and downs, of growth and decay, of life and death. I visited old monuments and ruins and ancient sculptures and frescoes, Ajanta, Ellora, the Elephanta caves, and other places, and I also saw the lovely buildings of a later age in Agra and Delhi, where every stone told its story of India's past. In my own city of Allahabad or in Haridwar, I would go to the great bathing festivals, the Kumbh Mela, and see hundreds of thousands of people come, as their forebears had come, for thousands of years from all over India to bathe in the Ganges. I would remember descriptions of these festivals written 1300 years ago by Chinese pilgrims and others. And even then, these melas were ancient and lost in unknown antiquity. What was the tremendous faith, I wondered, that had drawn our people for untold generations to this famous river of India? These journeys and visits of mine, with the background of my reading, gave me an insight into the past. To a somewhat bare intellectual understanding was added an emotional appreciation, and gradually a sense of reality began to creep into my mental picture of India. And the land of my forefathers became peopled with living beings who laughed and wept and loved and suffered, and among them were men who seemed to know life and understand it. And out of their wisdom, they had built a structure which gave India a cultural stability which lasted for thousands of years. Hundreds of vivid pictures of this past filled my mind, and they would stand out as soon as I visited particular places associated with them. At Sarnath, near Benares, I would almost see the Buddha preaching his first sermon, and some of his recorded words would come like a distant echo to me through 2,500 years. Ashoka's pillars of stone with their inscriptions would speak to me in their magnificent language and tell me of a man who, though as an emperor, was greater than any king or emperor. At Fatehpur Sikri, Akbar, forgetful of his empire, was seated holding converse and debate with the learned of all faiths curious to learn something new and seeking an answer to the eternal problem of man. Thus, slowly, the long panorama of India's history unfolded itself before me with its ups and downs, its triumphs and defeats. There seemed to me something unique about the continuity of a cultural tradition through 5,000 years of history, of invasion and upheaval, a tradition which was widespread among the masses and powerfully influenced them. Only China has had such a continuity of tradition and cultural life, and this panorama of the past gradually merged into the unhappy present, which India, for all her past greatness and stability, was a slave country, an appendage of Britain. And all over the world, terrible and devastating war was raging and brutalizing humanity. But that vision of 5,000 years gave me a new perspective, and the burden of the present seemed to grow lighter. The 180 years of British rule in India were just one of the unhappy interludes in her long story. She would find herself again. Already the last page of this chapter was being written. The world also will survive the horror of today and build itself anew on fresh foundations. Nationalism and internationalism. My reaction to India was thus often an emotional one, conditioned and limited in many ways. It took the form of nationalism. In the case of many people, the conditioning and limiting factors are absent. But nationalism was and is inevitable in the India of my day. It is a natural and healthy growth. For any subject country, national freedom must be the first and dominant urge. For India, with her intense sense of individuality and a vast heritage, it was doubly so. Recent events all over the world have demonstrated that the notion that nationalism is fading away before the impact of internationalism and proletarian movements has little truth. It is still one of the most powerful urges that move a people, and round it cluster sentiments and traditions, and a sense of common living and common purpose. While the intellectual strata of the middle classes are gradually moving away from nationalism, or so they thought, labor and proletarian movements deliberately based on internationalism were drifting towards nationalism. The coming of war swept everybody everywhere into the net of nationalism. This remarkable resurgence of nationalism, or rather a rediscovery of it, and a new realization of its vital significance, has raised new problems and altered the form and shape of old problems. Old established traditions cannot be easily scrapped or dispensed with. In the movement of crises, they rise and dominate the minds of men, and often, as we have seen, a deliberate attempt is made to use traditions to rouse people to a high pitch of effort and sacrifice. Traditions have to be accepted to a large extent and adapted and transformed to meet the new conditions and ways of thought. And at the same time, new traditions have to be built up. The nationalist ideal is deep and strong. It is not a thing of the past with no future significance. But other ideals, more based on the ineluctable facts of today, have arisen. The international ideal and the proletarian ideal, and there must be some kind of fusion between these various ideals if we are to have a world equilibrium and a lessening of conflict. The abiding appeal of nationalism to the spirit of man has to be recognized and provided for, but its sway limited to a narrower sphere. If nationalism is still so universal in its influence, and even in countries powerfully attracted by new ideas and international forces, how much more must it dominate the mind of India? Sometimes we are told that our nationalism is a sign of our backwardness, and even our demand for independence indicates our narrow-mindedness. Those who tell us so seem to imagine that true internationalism would triumph if we agree to remain a junior partner in the British Empire or Commonwealth of Nations. They do not appear to realize that this particular type of so-called internationalism is only an extension of a narrow British nationalism, which would not have appealed to us even if the logical consequences of Anglo-Indian history had not utterly rooted out its possibility from our minds. Nevertheless, India, for all her intense nationalistic fervor, has gone further than many nations in her acceptance of real internationalism and the coordination and even to some extent the subordination of the independent nation state to a world organization. India's strength and weakness. The search for the sources of India's strength and for her deterioration and decay is long and intricate. Yet the recent causes of that decay are obvious enough. She fell behind in the march of technique, and Europe, which had long been backward in many matters, took the lead in technical progress. Behind this technical progress was the spirit of science and a bubbling life and spirit which displayed itself in many activities and in the adventurous voyages of discovery. New techniques gave military strength to the countries of Western Europe, and it was easy for them to spread out and dominate the East. That is the story not only of India, but of almost the whole of Asia. Why this should have happened so is more difficult to unravel. For India was not lacking in mental alertness and technical skill in earlier times. One senses a progressive deterioration during centuries. The urge to life and endeavor becomes less. The creative spirit fades away and gives place to the imitative, where triumphant and rebellious thought had tried to pierce the mysteries of nature and the universe. The wordy commentator comes with his glosses and long explanations. Magnificent art and sculpture give way to meticulous carving of intricate detail without nobility of conception or design. The vigor and richness of language, powerful yet simple, are followed by highly ornate and complex literary forms. The urge to adventure and the overflowing life which led to vast schemes of distant colonization and the transplantation of Indian culture in far lands, all these fade away, and a narrow orthodoxy taboos even the crossing of the high seas. A rational spirit of inquiry so evident in earlier times, which might well have led to the further growth of science, is replaced by irrationalism and a blind idolatry of the past. Indian life becomes a sluggish stream, living in the past, moving slowly through the accumulation of dead centuries. The heavy burden of the past crushes it, and a kind of coma seizes it. It is not surprising that in this condition of mental stupor and physical weariness, India should have deteriorated and remained rigid and immobile, while other parts of the world marched on ahead. Yet, this is not a complete or wholly correct survey. If there had only been a long and unrelieved period of rigidity and stagnation, this might well have resulted in a complete break with the past and the death of an era and the erection of something new on its ruins. There has been no such a break, and there is a definite continuity. Also, from time to time, the vivid periods of Renaissance have occurred, and some of them have been long and brilliant. Always there is visible an attempt to understand and adapt the new and harmonize it with the old, or at any rate with the parts of the old which were considered worth preserving. Often the old retains an external form only as a kind of symbol and changes in its inner content. But something vital and living continues. Some urge driving the people in a direction not wholly realized, and always a desire for synthesis between the old and the new. It was this urge and desire that kept them going and enabled them to absorb new ideas while retaining much of the old. Whether there was such a thing as an Indian dream through the ages, vivid and full of life, or sometimes reduced to the murmurings of troubled sleep, I do not know. Every people and every nation has some such belief or myth of national destiny, and perhaps it is partly true in each case. Being an Indian, I myself am influenced by this reality or myth about India. And I feel that anything that had the power to mold hundreds of generations without a break must have drawn its enduring vitality from some deep well of strength and have had the capacity to renew that vitality from age to age. Was there some such well of strength? And if so, did it dry up? Or did it have hidden springs to replenish it? What of today? Are there any springs still functioning from which we can refresh and strengthen ourselves? We are an old race, or rather an odd mixture of many races, and our racial memories go back to the dawn of history. Have we had our day and arc, we now living in the late afternoon or evening of our existence, just carrying on after the manner of the aged, quiescent, devitalized, uncreative, desiring peace and sleep above all else? No people, no races remain unchanged. Continually, they are mixing with others and slowly changing. They may appear to die almost and then rise again as a new people, or just a variation of the old. There may be a definite break between the old people and the new, or vital links of thought and ideas may join them. History has numerous instances of old and well-established civilizations fading away and being ended suddenly, and vigorous new cultures taking their place. Is it some vital energy, sonic inner source of strength that gives life to a civilization or a people, without which all effort is ineffective, like the vain attempt of an aged person to play the part of a youth? Among the people of the world today, I have sensed this vital energy chiefly in three: Americans, Russians, and the Chinese. A queer combination. Americans, in spite of having their roots in the old world, are a new people, uninhibited and without the burdens and complexes of old races, and is easy to understand their abounding vitality. So also are the Canadians, Australians, and New Zealanders, all of them largely cut off from the old world and facing life in all its newness. The Russians are not a new people, and yet there has been a complete break from the old, like that of death, and they have been reincarnated anew in a manner for which there is no example in history. They have become youthful again, with an energy and vitality that are amazing. They are searching for some of their old roots again, but for all practical purposes, they are a new people, a new race, and a new civilization. The Russian example shows how a people can revitalize itself, become youthful again, if it is prepared to pay the price for it and tap the springs of suppressed strength and energy among its masses. Perhaps this war, with all its horrors and frightfulness, might result in the rejuvenation of other peoples also, such as those who survived from the Holocaust. The Chinese stand apart from all these. They are not a new race, nor have they gone through the shock of change from top to bottom which came to Russia. Undoubtedly, 7 years of cruel war has changed them, as it must. How far this change is due to the war, or to the abiding causes, or whether it is a mixture of the two, I do not know. But the vitality of the Chinese people astonishes me. I cannot imagine a people endowed with such bedrock strength ever going under. Something of that vitality which I saw in China, I have sensed at times in the Indian people also. Not always, and anyway, it is difficult for me to take an objective view. Perhaps my wishes distort my thinking. But always I was in search for this in my wanderings among the Indian people. If they had this vitality, then it was well with them and they would make good. If they lacked it completely, then our political efforts and shouting were all make-believe and would not carry us far. I was not interested in making some political arrangement which would enable our people to carry on more or less as before, only a little better. I felt they had vast stores of suppressed energy and ability, and I wanted to release these and make them feel young again and vital again. India, constituted as she is, cannot play a secondary part in the world. She will either count for a great deal or not count at all. No middle position attracted me, nor did I think any intermediate position feasible. Behind the past quarter of a century struggle for India's independence and all our conflicts with the British authority lay, in my mind and that of many others, the desire to revitalize India. We felt that through action and self-imposed suffering and sacrifice, through voluntary facing risk and danger, through refusal to submit to what we considered evil and wrong, would recharge the battery of India's spirit and waken her from her long slumber. Though we came into conflict continually with the British government in India, our eyes were always turned towards our own people. Political advantage had value only insofar as it helped in that fundamental purpose of ours. Because of this governing motive, frequently we acted as no politician, moving in the narrow sphere of politics only, would have done, and foreign and Indian critics expressed surprise at the folly and intransigence of our ways. Whether we were foolish or not, the historians of the future will judge. We aimed high and looked far. Probably we were often foolish from the point of view of opportunist politics. But at no time did we forget that our main purpose was to raise the whole level of the Indian people, psychologically and spiritually, and also, of course, politically and economically. It was the building of that real inner strength of the people that we were after, knowing that the rest would inevitably follow. We had to wipe out some generations of shameful subservience and timid submission to an arrogant alien authority. The search for India. Through books and old monuments and past cultural achievements, though helped to produce some understanding of India, they did not satisfy me or give me the answer I was looking for. Nor could they, for they dealt with a past age, and I wanted to know if there was any real connection between that past and the present. The present for me, and many others like me, was an odd mixture of medievalism, appalling poverty, misery, and somewhat superficial modernism of the middle classes. I was not an admirer of my own class or kind, yet inevitably I looked to it for leadership in the struggle for India's salvation. That middle class felt caged and circumscribed and wanted to grow and develop itself. Unable to do so within the framework of British rule, a spirit of revolt grew against this rule, and yet this spirit was not directed against the structure that crushed us. It sought to retain it and control it by displacing the British. These middle classes were too much the product of that structure to challenge it and seek to uproot it. New forces arose that drove us to the masses in the villages, and for the first time, a new and different India rose up before the young intellectuals who had almost forgotten its existence or attached little importance to it. It was a disturbing sight, not only because of its stark misery and the magnitude of its problems, but because of it began to upset some of our values and conclusions. So began for us the discovery of India as it was. and it produced both understanding and conflict within us. Our reactions varied and depended on our previous environment and experience. Some were already sufficiently acquainted with these village masses not to experience any new sensation. They took them for granted. But for me, it was a real voyage of discovery. And while I was painfully conscious of the failings and weaknesses of my people, I found in India's country folk something difficult to define, which attracted me. That's something I had missed in our middle classes. I do not idealize the conception of the masses, and as far as possible, I try to avoid thinking of them as a theoretical abstraction. The people of India are very real to me in this great variety, and in spite of their vast numbers, I try to think of them as individuals rather than as a vague group. Perhaps it was because I did not expect much from them that I was not disappointed. I found more than I had expected. It struck me that perhaps the reason for this, and for a certain stability and potential strength that they possessed, was the old Indian cultural tradition which was still retained by them in a small measure. Much had gone in the battering they had received during the past 200 years, yet something remained that was worthwhile, and with it, so much that was worthless and evil. During the 20s, my work was largely confined to my own province, and I traveled extensively and intensively through the towns and villages of the 48 districts of the United Provinces of Agra and Oudh. That heart of Hindustan, as it has so long been considered the seat and center of both ancient and medieval civilization, the melting pot of so many races and cultures, the area where the Great Revolt of 1857 blazed up and was later ruthlessly crushed. I grew to know the sturdy Jat of the northern and western districts, that typical son of the soil, brave and independent looking, relatively more prosperous. The Rajput, peasant and petty landholder, still proud of his race and ancestry, and even though he might have changed his faith and adopted Islam, the deft and skillful artisans and cottage workers, both Hindu and Muslim, the poorer peasantry and tenants in their vast numbers, especially in Oudh and the eastern districts, crushed and ground down by generations of oppression and poverty, hardly daring to hope that a change would come to better their lot, and yet hoping and full of faith. During the 30s, in the intervals of my life out of prison, and especially during the election campaign of 1936-37, I traveled more extensively throughout India, in towns and cities and villages alike. Except for rural Bengal, which unhappily I have only rarely visited, I toured in every province and went deep into villages. I spoke of political and economic issues and judging from my speech, I was full of politics and elections. But all this while, in a corner of my mind lay something deeper and more vivid, and the elections or the other excitements of the passing day meant little to it. Another and a major excitement had seized me, and I was again on a great voyage of discovery, and the land of India and the people of India lay spread out before me. India, with all her infinite charm and variety, began to grow upon me more and more, and yet the more I saw of her, the more I realized how very difficult it was for me or for anyone else to grasp the idea she had embodied. It was not her wide spaces that eluded me, or even her diversity, but some depth of soul which I could not fathom, though I had occasionally and tantalizingly had glimpses of it. She was like some ancient palimpsest of which layer upon layer of thought and reverie had been inscribed, and yet no succeeding layer had completely hidden or erased what had been written previously. All of these existed in our conscious or subconscious selves, though we may not have been aware of them, and they had gone on to build up the complex and mysterious personality of India. That sphinx-like face with its elusive and sometimes mocking smile was to be seen throughout the length and breadth of the land. Though outwardly there was diversity and infinite variety among our people, everywhere there was that tremendous impress of oneness which had held all of us together for ages past, whatever political fate or misfortune had befallen us. The unity of India was no longer merely an intellectual conception for me. It was an emotional experience which overpowered me. That essential unity had been so powerful that no political division, no disaster or catastrophe had been able to overcome it. It was absurd, of course, to think of India or any other country as a kind of anthropomorphic entity. I did not do so. I was fully aware of the diversities and the divisions of Indian life, of classes, castes, religions, races, different degrees of cultural development. Yet, I think that a country with a long cultural background and a common outlook on life develops a spirit that is peculiar to it and that is impressed on all its children, however much they may differ from themselves. Can anyone fail to see this in China, whether he meets an old-fashioned Mandarin or a communist who has apparently broken with the past? It was this spirit of India that I was after, not through idle curiosity, though I was curious enough, but because I felt that it might give me some key to the understanding of my country and people, some guidance to thought and action. Politics and elections were day-to-day affairs when we grew excited over trumpery matters. But if we were going to build the house of India's future, strong and secure and beautiful, we would have to dig deep for the foundations. Bharat Mata. Often, as I wandered from meeting to meeting, I spoke to my audience of this India of ours, of Hindustan, and of Bharata, the old Sanskrit name, from the mythical founder of the race. I seldom did so in the cities, for there the audiences were more sophisticated and wanted stronger fare. But to the peasant, with his limited outlook, I spoke of this great country for whose freedom we were struggling, of how each part differed from the other and yet was India, of common problems of the peasants from north to south and east to west, of the Swaraj that could only be for all and every part and not for some. I told them of my journeying from Khyber Pass in the northwest to Kanyakumari or Cape Comorin in the distant south, and how everywhere peasants put me identical questions, for their troubles were the same: poverty, debt, vested interests, landlords, moneylenders, heavy rents and taxes, police harassment, and all these wrapped up in the structure that the foreign government had imposed upon us. And relief must also come for all. I tried to make them think of India as a whole, and even to some little extent of this quiet world of which we were a part. I brought in the struggle in China, in Spain, in Abyssinia, in Central Europe, in Egypt, in the countries of Western Asia. I told them of the wonderful changes in the Soviet Union and of the great progress made in America. The task was not easy, yet it was not difficult as I had imagined, for our ancient epics and myths and legends, which they knew so well and had made familiar with the conception of their country, and some there were always who had travelled far and wide to the great places of pilgrimage situated at the four corners of India, or there were old soldiers who had served in foreign parts in World War I or other expeditions. Even my references to foreign countries were brought home to them by the consequences of the Great Depression of the 30s. Sometimes, as I reached a gathering, a great roar of welcome would greet me. Bharat Mata ki Jai, victory to Mother India. I would ask them unexpectedly what they meant by that cry. Who was this Bharat Mata? Mother India, whose victory they wanted. My question would amuse them and surprise them, and then, not knowing exactly what to answer, they would look at each other and at me. I persisted in my questioning. At last, a vigorous Jat, wedded to the soil from immemorial generations, would say that it was the Dharti, the good earth of India, that they meant. What earth? Their particular village patch, or all the patches in the district, or province, or in the whole of India? And so question and answer went on till they would ask me impatiently to tell them all about it. And I would endeavor to do so and explain that India was all this that they had thought, but it was much more. The mountains and the rivers of India, and the forests and the broad fields which gave us food were all dear to us. But what counted ultimately were the people of India, people like them and me, who were spread out all over this vast land. Bharat Mata, Mother India, was essentially these millions of people. And victory to her meant victory to these people. You are parts of this Bharat Mata, I told them. You are in a manner yourselves Bharat Mata. And as this idea slowly soaked into their brains, their eyes would light up as if they had made a great discovery. The variety and unity of India. The diversity of India is tremendous. It is obvious. It lies on the surface and anybody can see it. It concerns itself with physical appearance as well as with certain mental habits and traits. There is little in common to the outward seeing between the Pathan of the northwest and the Tamil in the far south. Their racial stocks are not the same, though there may be the common strands running through them. They differ in face and figure, food and clothing, and of course language. In the northwestern frontier province, there is already the breadth of Central Asia and many accustomed there. As in Kashmir remains one of the countries on the other side of Himalayas. Pathan popular dances are singularly like Russian Cossack dancing. Yet, with all these differences, there is no mistaking the impress of India on the Pathan, as this is obvious on the Tamil. This is not surprising, for these border lands, and indeed Afghanistan, also were united with India for thousands of years. The old Turkish and other races who inhabited Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia before the advent of Islam were largely Buddhists, and earlier still during the periods of the epics, Hindus. The frontier area was one of the principal centers of old Indian culture, and it abounds still with ruins of monuments and monasteries, and especially of the great university of Takshila, which was at the height of its fame 2000 years ago, attracting residents, students from all over India as well as different parts of Asia. Changes of religion made a difference but could not change entirely the mental backgrounds which the people of those areas had developed. The Pathan and the Tamil are two extreme examples. The others lie somewhere in between. All of them have their distinctive features. All of them have still more the distinguishing mark of India. It is fascinating to find how the Bengalis, the Marathas, the Gujaratis, the Tamils, the Andhras, the Oriyas, the Assamese, the Canaries, the Malayalis, the Sindhis, the Punjabis, the Pathans, the Kashmiris, the Rajputs, and the great central bloc comprising the Hindustani-speaking people have retained their peculiar characteristics for hundreds of years, have still more or less the same virtues and failings of which old tradition or record tells us, and yet have been throughout these ages distinctively Indian, with the same national heritage and the same set of moral and mental qualities. There was something living and dynamic about this heritage which showed itself in ways of living and a philosophical attitude to life and its problems. Ancient India, like ancient China, was a world in itself and a culture and civilization which gave shape to all things. Foreign influences poured in and often influenced that culture and were absorbed. Disruptive tendencies gave rise immediately to an attempt to find a synthesis. Some kind of a dream of unity had occupied the mind of India since the dawn of civilization. That unity was not conceived as something imposed from outside, a standardization of externals or even of beliefs. It was something deeper, and within its fold, the widest tolerance of belief and customs was practiced, and every variety acknowledged and even encouraged. Differences, big or small, can always be noticed even within a national group, however closely bound together it may be. The essential unity of that group becomes apparent when it is compared to another national group, though often the differences between two adjoining groups fade out or intermingle near the frontiers, and modern developments are tending to produce a certain uniformity everywhere. In ancient and medieval times, the idea of a modern nation was non-existent, and feudal, religious, racial or cultural bonds that had more importance. Yet I think that at almost any time in recorded history, an Indian would have felt more or less at home in any part of India, and would have felt as a stranger and alien in any other country. He would certainly have felt less of a stranger in countries which partly adopted his culture or religion. Those who professed a religion of non-Indian origin or coming to India, settled down there, became distinctively Indian in the course of a few generations, such as Christians, Jews, Parsis, Muslims. Indian converts to some of these religions never cease to be Indians on account of a change of their faith. They were looked upon in other countries as Indians and foreigners, even though there might have been a community of faith between them. Today, when the conception of nationalism has developed much more, Indians in a foreign country inevitably form a national group and hang together for various purposes, in spite of their internal differences. An Indian Christian is looked upon as an Indian wherever he may go. An Indian Muslim is considered an Indian in Turkey or Arabia or Iran or any other country where Islam is the dominant religion. All of us, I suppose, have varying pictures of our native land, and no two persons will think exactly alike. When I think of India, I think of many things. Of broad fields dotted with innumerable small villages, of towns and cities I have visited, of the magic of the rainy season, which pours life into the dry, parched up land and converts it suddenly into a glimpsing expanse of beauty and greenery, of great rivers and flowing water, of the Khyber Pass in all its bleak surroundings, of the southern tip of India, of people individually and in the mass, and above all, of the Himalayas, snow-capped, or some mountain valley in Kashmir in the spring, covered with new flowers and with the brook bubbling and gurgling through it. We make and preserve the pictures of our choice, and so I have chosen this mountain background rather than the more normal picture of a hot subtropical country. Both pictures would be correct, for India stretches from the tropics right up to the temperate regions, from near the equator to the cold heart of Asia. Traveling through India towards the end of 1936 and in the early months of 1937, my touring progressively gathered speed and became frantic. I passed through this vast country like some hurricane, traveling night and day, always on the move, hardly staying anywhere, hardly resting. There were urgent demands for me from all parts, and time was limited, for the general elections were approaching and I was supposed to be an election winner for others. I traveled mostly by automobile, partly by airplane and railway. Occasionally, I had to use for short distances an elephant, a camel, or a horse, or travel by a steamer, a paddleboat, or a canoe, or use a bicycle, or go on foot. These odd and varied methods of transport sometimes became necessary in the interior far from the beaten track. I carried a double set of microphones and loudspeakers with me, for it was not possible to deal with the vast gatherings in any other way, nor indeed could I otherwise retain my voice. Those microphones went with me to all manner of strange places, from the frontiers of Tibet to the border of Baluchistan, where no such thing had ever been seen or heard of previously. From early morning till late at night, I traveled from place to place where great gatherings awaited me, and in between there were numerous stops where patient villagers stood to greet me. These were impromptu affairs which upset my heavy program and delayed all subsequent engagements, and yet how was it possible for me to rush by unheeding and careless of these humble folk? Delay was added to delay, and at the big open-air gatherings, it took many minutes for me to pass through the crowds to the platform and later to come away. Every minute counted, and the minutes piled up on top of each other and became hours, so that by the time evening came, I was several hours late. But the crowd was waiting patiently. Though it was winter, they sat and shivered in the open, insufficiently clad as they were. My day's program would thus prolong itself to 18 hours, and we would reach our journey's end for the day at midnight or after. Once in Karnataka, in mid-February, we passed all bounds and broke our own records. The day's program was a terribly heavy one, and we had to pass through a very beautiful mountain forest with winding and none too good roads which could only be tackled slowly. There were half a dozen monster meetings and many smaller ones. We began the day by a function at 8 in the morning. Our last engagement was at 4 a.m. It should have been 7 hours earlier. And then we had to cover another 70 miles before we reached our resting place for the night. We arrived at 7 a.m., having covered 415 miles that day and night, apart from the numerous meetings. It had been a 23-hour day, and an hour later, I had to begin my next day's program. Someone took the trouble to estimate that during these months, some 10 million persons actually attended the meetings I addressed, while some additional millions were brought into some kind of touch with me during my journeys by the road. The biggest gatherings would consist of about 100,000 persons, while audiences of 20,000 were fairly common. Occasionally, in passing through a small town, I would be surprised to notice that it was almost deserted and the shops were closed. The explanation came to me when I saw that almost the entire population of town, men, women, and even children, had gathered at the meeting place on the other side of town and were waiting patiently for my arrival. How I managed to carry on this way without physical collapse, I cannot understand now, for it was a prodigious feat of physical endurance. Gradually, I suppose my system adapted itself to this vagrant life. I would sleep heavily in automobiles for half an hour between two meetings and find it hard to wake up. Yet I had to get up, and the sight of a great cheering crowd would finally wake me up. I reduced my meals to a minimum and often dropped a meal, especially in the evenings, feeling the better for it. But what kept me up and filled me with vitality was the vast enthusiasm and affection that surrounded me and met me everywhere I went. I was used to it, and yet I could never get quite used to it, and every new day brought its surprises. General elections. My tour was especially concerned with the general elections all over India that were approaching. But I did not take kindly to the usual methods and devices that accompany electioneering. Elections were an essential, inseparable part of the democracy and the democratic process, and there was no way of doing away with them. Yet often enough, elections brought out the evil side of man, and it was obvious that they did not always lead to the success of the better man. Sensitive persons and those who were not prepared to adopt the rough and ready methods to push themselves forward were at a disadvantage and preferred to avoid these contests. Was democracy then to be a close preserve of those possessing thick skins and loud voices and accommodating consciences? Especially were these election evils most prevalent where the electorate was small. Many of them vanished, or at any rate were not so obvious, when the electorate was a big one. It was possible for the biggest electorate to be swept off its feet on a false issue or in the name of religion, as we saw later, but there were usually some balancing factors which helped to prevent the grosser evils. My experience in this matter confirmed my faith in the widest possible franchise. I was prepared to trust that wide electorate far more than a restricted one based on property qualifications or even an educational test. The property qualification was anyhow bad, and as for education, it was obviously desirable and necessary, but I have not discovered any special qualities in a literate or a slightly educated person which would entitle his opinion to a greater respect than that of a sturdy peasant, illiterate but full of limited kind of common sense. In any event, where the chief problem is that of the peasant, his opinion is far more important. Where the chief problem is that of the peasant, his opinion is far more important. I'm convinced believer in adult franchise for men and women, and though I realize the difficulties in the way, I am sure that the objections raised to its adoption in India have no great force and are based on the fears of privileged classes and their interests. The general elections in 1937 for the provincial assemblies were based on the restricted franchise affecting about 12% of the population. But even this was a great improvement on the previous franchise, and nearly 30 millions all over India, apart from Indian states, were now entitled to vote. The scope of these elections was vast and comprised the whole of India minus the states. Every province had to elect its provincial assembly, and in most provinces there were 2 houses and there were 2 sets of elections. The number of candidates ran into many thousands. My approach to these elections, and to some extent the approach of most congressmen, was different from the usual ones. I did not trouble myself with the individual candidates, but wanted rather to create a country-wide atmosphere in favor of our national movement for freedom as represented by the Congress and for the program contained in our election manifesto. I felt that if we succeeded in this, all would be well. If not, then it did not matter that much if an odd candidate won or lost. My appeal was an ideological one, and I hardly referred to the candidates except as standard bearers of our cause. I knew many of them, but there were many I did not know at all, and I saw no reason why I should burden my mind with hundreds of names. I asked for votes for the Congress, for the independence of India, and for the struggle for independence. I made no promises, except to promise unceasing struggle till freedom was attained. I told people to vote for us only if they understood and accepted our objective and our program and were prepared to live up to them, not otherwise. I charged them not to vote for Congress if they disagreed with his objective or program. We wanted no false votes, no votes for particular persons because they liked them. Votes and elections would not take us far. They were just small steps in a long journey, and to delude us with votes without intelligent acceptance of what they signified or willingness for subsequent action was to play us false and be untrue to our country. Individuals did not count. Though we wanted good and true individuals to represent us, it was the cause that counted, the organization that represented it, and the nation to whose freedom we were pledged. I analyzed that freedom and what it should mean to the hundreds of millions of our people. We wanted no change of masters from white to brown, but a real people's rule by the people and for the people, and an ending of our poverty and misery. That was the burden of my speeches, and only in that impersonal way could I fit myself into the election campaign. I was not greatly concerned with the prospects of particular candidates. My concern was with a much bigger issue. As a matter of fact, that approach was the right one even from a narrower point of view of a particular candidate's success. For thus he and his election were lifted up to a higher and more elemental level of a great nation's fight for freedom and millions of poverty-stricken people striving to put an end to their ancient curse of poverty. These ideas, expressed by scores of leading congressmen, came and spread like a mighty wind fresh from the sea, sweeping away all petty ideas and electioneering stunts. I knew my people and liked them, and their million eyes had taught me much of mass psychology. I was talking about the elections front day to day, and yet the elections seldom occupied my mind. They floated about superficially on the surface. Nor was I particularly concerned with the voters only. I was getting into touch with something much bigger, the people of India in their millions, and such message as I had meant for them all, whether they were voters or not, for every Indian man, woman and child. The excitement of this adventure held me, this physical and emotional communion with vast number of people. It was not the feeling of being in a crowd, one among many, and being swayed by the impulses of the crowd. My eyes held those thousands of eyes. We looked at each other, not as strangers meeting for the first time, but with recognition. Though what it was, this was none could say. As I saluted them with a namaskar, the palms of my hands joined together in front of me, a forest of hands went up in salutation, and a friendly, personal smile appeared on their faces, and a murmur of greeting rose from that assembled multitude and enveloped me in its warm embrace. I spoke to them, and my voice carried the message I had brought, and I wondered how far they understood my words or the ideas that lay behind them. Whether they understood all I said or not, I could not say, but there was a light of a deeper understanding in their eyes, which seemed to go beyond spoken words. Culture of the masses. Thus I saw the moving drama of the Indian people. In the present, I would often trace the threads which bound their lives to the past, even while their eyes were turned towards the future. Everywhere I found a cultural background which had exerted a powerful influence on their lives. This background was a mixture of popular philosophy, tradition, history, myth, and legend, and it was not possible to draw a line between any of these. Even the entire uneducated and illiterate shared this background. The old epics of India, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, and other books in popular translations and paraphrases were widely known among the masses, and every incident and story and moral in them was engraved on the popular mind and gave a richness and content to it. Illiterate villagers would know hundreds of verses by heart, and their conversations would be full of references to them, or to some story with a moral and enshrined in some old classic. Often I was surprised by some such literary turn given by a group of villagers to a simple talk about present-day affairs. If my mind was full of praises, full of pictures from recorded history and more or less a certain fact, I realized that even the illiterate peasant had a picture gallery in his mind, though this was largely drawn from myth and tradition and epic heroes and heroines, and only very little from history. Nevertheless, it was vivid enough. I looked at their faces and their figures and watched their movements. There were many a sensitive face and many a sturdy body, straight and clean-limbed, and among the women there was grace and suppleness and dignity and poise, and very often a look that was full of melancholy. Usually the finer physical types were among the upper caste, who were just a little better off in the economic sense. Sometimes, as I was passing along a country road or through a village, I would start with surprise on seeing a fine type of man or a beautiful woman who reminded me of some fresco of ancient times, and I wondered how the type endured and continued through the ages, in spite of all the horror and misery that India had gone through. What could we not do with these people under better conditions and with greater opportunities opening out to them? There was poverty and the innumerable progeny of poverty everywhere, and the mark of this beast was on every forehead. Life had been crushed and distorted and made into a thing of evil, and many vices had flowed from this distortion and continuous lack and every present insecurity. All this was not pleasant to see, yet that was the basic reality in India. There was far too much of the spirit of resignation and acceptance of things as they were. But there was also a mellowness and a gentleness, the cultural heritage of thousands of years which no moment of misfortune had been able to rub off. 2 lives. In this and other ways, I tried to discover India, the India of the past and of present, and I made my mood receptive to the impressions and the waves of thought and feeling that came to me from living beings as well as those who had long ceased to be. I tried to identify myself for a while with this unending procession, at the tail end of which I too was struggling along. And then I would separate myself as from a hilltop apart and look down at the valley below. To what purpose was all this long journey? To what this unending processions? A feeling of tiredness and disillusionment would sometimes invade my being, and then I would seek to escape from it in cultivating a certain detachment. Slowly my mind had prepared itself for this, and I had ceased to attach much value to myself or to what had happened to me. Or so I thought, and to some extent I succeeded, though not much. I fear as there is too much of a volcano within me for real detachment. Unexpectedly all my defenses are hurled away and all my detachment goes. But even the partial success I achieved was very helpful, and in the midst of activity I could separate myself from it and look at it as a thing apart. Sometimes I would steal an hour or two and, forgetting my usual preoccupations, retire into that cloistered chamber of my mind and live for a while in another life. And so in a way, these 2 lives march together, inseparably, tied up with one another, and yet apart. End of Chapter 3. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. The Discovery of India. The book by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 4. The Indus Valley Civilization. The Indus Valley Civilization, of which remains have been discovered at Mohenjo-daro in Sindh and at Harappa in the western Punjab, is the earliest picture that we have of India's past. These excavations have revolutionized the conception of ancient history. Unfortunately, a few years after this work of excavations began in these areas, it has stopped. And for the last 13 years or so, nothing significant has been done. The stoppage was initially due to the Great Depression of the early 30s. Lack of funds was pleaded, although there was never any lack for the display of imperial pomp and splendor. The coming of World War II effectively stopped all activity, and even the preservation of all that has been dug out has been rather neglected. Twice I have visited Mohenjo-daro in 1931 and 1936. During my second visit, I found that the rain and the dry sandy air had already injured many of the buildings that had been dug out. After being preserved for over 5,000 years under a covering of sand and soil, they were rapidly disintegrating owing to the exposure, and very little was being done to preserve these priceless relics of ancient times. The officer of the archaeological department in charge of the place complained that he was allowed practically no funds or other help or material to enable him to keep the excavated buildings as they were. What has happened during these last 8 years, I do not know, but I imagine that the wearing away has continued, and within another few years, many of the characteristic features of Mohenjo-daro will have disappeared. That is the tragedy for which there is no excuse, and something that can never be replaced will have gone, leaving only pictures and written descriptions to remind us of what it was. Mohenjo-daro and Harappa are far apart. It was a sheer chance that led to the discovery of these ruins in these two places. There can be little doubt that there lie many such buried cities and other remains of the handiwork of ancient man in between these two areas. That, in fact, this civilization was widespread over large parts of India, certainly of North India. A time may come when this work of uncovering the distant past of India is again taken in hand and far-reaching discoveries are made. Already remains of this civilization have been found as far apart as Kathiawar in the west and the Ambala district of the Punjab, and there is reason for believing that it spread to the Gangetic Valley. Thus, it was something much more than Indus Valley civilization. The inscriptions found at Mohenjo-daro have so far not been fully deciphered. But what we know, even thus far, is of the utmost significance. The Indus Valley civilization, as we find it, was highly developed and must have taken thousands of years to reach that stage. It was, surprisingly enough, a predominantly secular civilization, and the religious element, though present, did not dominate the scene. It was clearly also the precursor of the later cultural periods in India. Sir John Marshall tells us one thing that stands out clear and unmistakable both at Mohenjo-daro and Harappa is that the civilization hitherto revealed at these two places is not an incipient civilization, but one already age-old and stereotyped behind it. Thus, India must henceforth be recognized, along with Persia, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, as one of the most important areas where civilizational processes were initiated and developed. And again, he says that the Punjab and the Sindh, if not other parts of India as well, were enjoying an advanced and singularly uniform civilization of their own, closely akin, but in some respects even superior to that of contemporary Mesopotamia and Egypt. These people of the Indus Valley civilization had many contacts with the Sumerian civilization of that period, and there is even some evidence of an Indian colony, probably of merchants at Akkad. Manufacturers from the Indus cities reached even the markets of the Tigris and Euphrates. Conversely, a few Sumerian devices in art, Mesopotamia toilet seats, and a cylinder seal were copied on the Indus. Trade was not confined to raw materials and luxury articles. Fish, regularly imported from the Arabian Sea coast, augmented the food supplies of Mohenjo-daro. Cotton was used for textiles even at the remote period in India. Marshall compares and contrasts the Indus Valley civilization with those of contemporary Egypt and Mesopotamia. Thus, to mention only a few salient points, the use of cotton for textiles was exclusively restricted at this period to India and was not extended to the Western world until 2000 or 3000 years later. Again, there is nothing that we know of in prehistoric Egypt or Mesopotamia or anywhere else in Western Asia to compare with the well-built baths and commodious houses of the citizens of Mohenjo-daro. In these countries, much money and thought were lavished on the building of magnificent temples for the gods and on the palaces and tombs of kings. But the rest of the people seemingly had to content themselves with insignificant dwellings of mud. In the Indus Valley, the picture is reversed, and the finest structures are those erected for the convenience of the citizens. These public and private baths, as well as the excellent drainage system we find at Mohenjo-daro, are the first of their kind yet discovered anywhere. There are also two-story private houses made of baked bricks with bathrooms and a porter's lodge, as well as tenements. Yet another quotation from Marshall, the acknowledged authority on the Indus Valley civilization, who was himself responsible for the excavations. He says that equally peculiar to the Indus Valley and stamped with an individual character of their own are its art and its religion. Nothing that we know of in other countries at this period bears any resemblance in point of style to the faience models of rams, dogs, and other animals, or to the intaglio engravings on the seals, the best of which, notably the humped and short-horned bulls, are distinguished by a breadth of treatment and a feeling for a line and plastic form that have rarely been surpassed in glyptic art. Nor would it be possible, until the classic age of Greece, to match the exquisitely supple modeling of the two human statuettes from Harappa. In the religion of the Indus people, there is much, of course, that might be paralleled in other countries. This is true of every prehistoric and most historic religions as well. But taken as a whole, their religion is so characteristically Indian as hardly to be distinguished from the still living Hinduism. We find thus this Indus Valley civilization connected and trading with its sister civilizations of Persia, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, and superior to them in some ways. It was an urban civilization where the merchant class was wealthy and evidently played an important role. The streets lined with stalls and what were probably small shops gave the impression of an Indian bazaar of today. Professor Childe says, "It would seem to follow that the craftsmen of the Indus cities were to a large extent producing for the market. What, if any, form of currency and standard of value had been accepted by society to facilitate the exchange of commodities is, however, uncertain. Magazines attached to many spacious and commodious private houses mark their owners as merchants. Their number and size indicate a strong and prosperous merchant community. A surprising wealth of ornaments of gold, silver, precious stones, and faience, of vessels, of beaten copper, and of metal implements and weapons have been collected from the ruins." Childe adds that well-planned streets and a magnificent system of drains regularly cleared out reflect the vigilance of some regular municipal government. Its authority was strong enough to secure the observance of town planning bylaws and the maintenance of approved lines for streets and lanes over several reconstructions rendered necessary by floods. Between this Indus Valley civilization and today in India, there are many gaps and periods about which we know little. The links joining one period to another are not always evident, and a very great deal has of course happened and innumerable changes have taken place. But there is always an underlying sense of continuity, of an unbroken chain which joins modern India to the far distant period of 6,000 or 7,000 years ago, when the Indus Valley civilization probably began. It is surprising how much there is in Mohenjo-daro and Harappa which reminds one of the persisting traditions and habits, popular ritual, craftsmanship, even some fashions in dress. Much of this influenced Western Asia. It is interesting to note that at this dawn of India's story, She does not appear as a puling infant, but already grown up in many ways. She is not oblivious of life's ways, lost in dreams of a vague and unrealizable supernatural world, but has made considerable technical progress in the arts and amenities of life, creating not only things of beauty, but also the utilitarian and more typical emblems of modern civilizations, good baths and drainage systems. The coming of the Aryans. Who were these people of the Indus Valley civilization and whence had they come? We do not yet know. It is quite possible and even probable that their culture was an indigenous culture and its roots and offshoots may be found even in southern India. Some scholars find an essential similarity between these people and the Dravidian races and culture of South India. Even if there was some ancient migration to India, this could only have taken place some thousands of years before the date assigned to Mohenjo-daro. For all practical purposes, we can treat them as the indigenous inhabitants of India. What happened to the Indus Valley civilization and how did it end? Some people, among them Gordon Childe, says that there was a sudden end to it due to an unexplained catastrophe. The river Indus is well known for its mighty floods, which overwhelm and wash away cities and villages. Or a changing climate might lead to a progressive desiccation of the land and encroachment of the desert over cultivated areas. The ruins of Mohenjo-daro are themselves evidence of layer upon layer of sand being deposited, raising the ground level of the city and compelling the inhabitants to build higher on the old foundations. Some excavated houses have the appearance of a 2 or 3-storied structures, and yet they represent a periodic raising of the walls to keep pace with the rising level. The province of Sindh, we know, was rich and fertile in ancient times. But from medieval times onwards, it has been largely a desert. It is probable, and therefore, that these climatic changes had a marked effect on the people of the areas and their ways of living. And in any event, climatic change must have only affected a relatively small part of the area of this widespread urban civilization, which, as we have now reason to believe, spread right up to the Gangetic Valley and possibly even beyond. We have really not sufficient data to judge. Sand, which probably overwhelmed and covered some of the ancient cities, also preserved them, while other cities and evidences of the old civilization gradually decayed and went to pieces in the courses of ages. Perhaps future archaeological discoveries might disclose more links with later ages. While there is a definite sense of continuity between the Indus Valley civilization and the later periods, there is also a kind of a break or a gap, not only in point of time, but also in the kind of civilization that came next. This latter was probably more agricultural to begin with, though towns existed and there was some kind of a city life also. This emphasis on the agricultural aspects may have been given to it by the newcomers, the Aryans, who poured into India in successive waves from the northwest. The Aryan migration are supposed to have taken place about 1,000 years after the Indus Valley period. And yet, it is possible that there was no considerable gap in tribes and people came to India from the northwest from time to time, as they did in latter ages, and became absorbed in India. We might say that the first great cultural synthesis and fusion took place between the incoming Aryans and the Dravidians, who were probably the representatives of the Indus Valley civilization. Out of this synthesis and fusion grew the Indian races and the basic Indian culture, which had distinctive elements of both. In the ages that followed, there came many other races: Iranians, Greeks, Parthians, Bactrians, Scythians, Huns, Turks before Islam, early Christians, Jews, Zoroastrians. They came and made a difference and were absorbed. India was, according to Dodwell, infinitely absorbent like the ocean. It is odd to think of India, with her caste system and exclusiveness, having this astonishing inclusive capacity to absorb foreign races and cultures. Perhaps it was due to this that she retained her vitality and rejuvenated herself from time to time. The Muslims, when they came, were also powerfully affected by her. The foreigners, Muslim Turks, says Vincent Smith, like their forerunners, the Shakas and the Yuchi, universally yielded to the wonderful assimilative power of Hinduism and rapidly became Hinduized. What is Hinduism? In this quotation, Vincent Smith has used the words Hinduism and Hinduized. I do not think it is correct to use them in this way unless they're used in the widest sense of Indian culture. They're apt to mislead today when they're associated with a much narrower and specifically religious concept. The word Hindu does not occur at all in our ancient literature. The first reference to it in an Indian book, I am told, in a tantric work of the 8th century AD, where Hindu means a people and not the followers of a particular religion. But it is clear that the word is a very old one, as it occurs in the Avesta and in the Old Persian. It was used then and for 1,000 years or more later by the people of Western and Central Asia for India, or rather for the people living on the other side of the Indus River. The word is clearly derived from Sindhu, the old as well as the present Indian name for the Indus. From the Sindhu came the words Hindu and Hindustan, as well as Indus and India. The famous Chinese pilgrim I Sing, who came to India in the 7th century AC, writes in his records of travels that the northern tribes, that is, the people of Central Asia, called India Hindu or Sindhu, but he adds that this is not at all a common name. And the most suitable name for India is the noble land, Arya Desha. The use of the word Hindu in connection with a particular religion is of very late occurrence. The old inclusive term for religion in India was Arya Dharma. Dharma really means something more than religion. It is from a root word which means to hold together. It is the inmost constitution of a thing, the law of its inner being. It is an ethical concept which includes the moral code, righteousness, and a whole range of man's duties and responsibilities. Arya Dharma would include all the faiths, Vedic and non-Vedic, that originated in India. It was used by Buddhists and Jains as well, as by those who accepted the Vedas. Buddha always called his way to salvation the Aryan path. The expression Vedic Dharma was also used in ancient times to signify more particularly and exclusively all those philosophies, moral teachings, ritual and practices which were supposed to derive from the Vedas. Thus, all those who acknowledged the general authority of the Vedas could be said to belong to the Vedic Dharma. Sanatana Dharma, meaning the ancient religion, could be applied to any of the ancient Indian faiths, including Buddhism and Jainism, but the expression has been more or less monopolized today by some orthodox sections among the Hindus who claim to follow the ancient faith. Buddhism and Jainism were certainly not Hinduism or even the Vedic Dharma, yet they arose in India and were integral parts of Indian culture, life, and philosophy. A Buddhist or a Jain in India is 100% product of Indian thought and culture, yet neither is a Hindu by faith. It is, therefore, entirely misleading to refer to Indian culture as Hindu culture. In later ages, this culture was greatly influenced by the impact of Islam, and yet it remained basically and distinctively Indian. Today, it is experiencing in 100 ways the powerful effect of the industrial civilization which rose in the West, and it is difficult to say with any precision what the outcome will be. Hinduism as a faith is vague, amorphous, many-sided, all things to all men. It is hardly possible to define it, or indeed to say definitely whether it is a religion or not, in the usual sense of the word. In its present form, and even in the past, it embraces many beliefs and practices, from the highest to the lowest, often opposed to or contradicting each other. Its essential spirit seems to be to live and let live. Mahatma Gandhi has attempted to define it. If I were to ask to define the Hindu creed, I should simply say, search after truth through non-violent means. A man may not believe in God and still call himself a Hindu. Hinduism is a relentless pursuit after truth. Hinduism is the religion of truth. Truth is God. Denial of God we have known. Denial of truth we have not known. Truth and non-violence, so says Gandhi. But many eminent and undoubted Hindus say that non-violence, as Gandhi understands it, is not essential part of Hindu creed. We have, we have truth left by itself as the distinguishing mark of Hinduism. That, of course, is no definition at all. It is therefore incorrect and undesirable to use Hindu or Hinduism for Indian culture, even with reference to the distant past. Although the various aspects of thought, as embodied in ancient writings, were the dominant expression of that culture. Much more is it incorrect to use those terms in that sense today. So long as the old faith and philosophy were chiefly a way of life and an outlook on the world, they were largely synonymous with the Indian culture. But when a more rigid religion developed with all manner of ritual and ceremonial, it became something more, and at that same time something much less than that composite culture. A Christian or a Muslim could and often did adapt himself to the Indian way of life and culture, and yet remained in faith an Orthodox Christian or Muslim. He had Indianized himself and become an Indian without changing his religion. The correct word for Indian, as applied to country or culture or the historical continuity of various traditions, is Hindi, from Hind, a shortened form of Hindustan. Hind is still commonly used for India. In the countries of Western Asia, in Iran and Turkey, in Iraq, Afghanistan, Egypt, and elsewhere, India has always been referred to and is still called Hind. And everything Indian is called Hindi. Hindi has nothing to do with religion, and a Muslim or Christian Indian is as much a Hindi as a person who follows Hinduism as a religion. Americans who call all Indians Hindus are not far wrong. They would be perfectly correct if they used the word Hindi. Unfortunately, the word Hindi has become associated in India with a particular script, the Devanagari script of Sanskrit, and so it has become difficult to use it in the larger and more natural significance. Perhaps, when present-day controversies subside, we may revert to its original and more satisfying use. Today, the word Hindustani is used for Indian. It is, of course, derived from Hindustan, but this is too much of a mouthful and has no such historical or cultural association as Hindi has. It would certainly appear odd to refer to ancient periods of Indian culture as Hindustani. Whatever the word we may use, Indian or Hindi or Hindustani, for our cultural tradition, we see in the past that some inner urge towards synthesis, derived essentially from the Indian philosophic outlook, was the dominant feature of Indian cultural and even racial development. Each incursion of foreign elements was a challenge to this culture, but it was met successfully by a new synthesis and a process of absorption. This was also a process of rejuvenation, and new blooms of culture arose out of it. The background and essential basis, however, remaining much the same. The earliest records, scripture, and mythology. Before the discovery of the Indus Valley civilization, the Vedas were supposed to be the earliest records we possess of Indian culture. There was much dispute about the chronology of the Vedic period. European scholars usually giving later dates and Indian scholars much earlier ones. It was curious, this desire on the part of Indians to go as far back as possible and thus enhance the importance of our ancient culture. Professor Wintonitz thinks that the beginnings of Vedic culture go back to 2000 BC or even 2500 BC. This brings us very near the Mohenjo-daro period. The usual date accepted by most scholars today for the hymns of the Rig Veda is 1500 BC. But there is a tendency ever since the Mohenjo-daro excavations to date further back these earlier Indian scriptures. Whatever the exact date may be, it is probable that this literature is earlier than that of either Greece or Israel. That in fact, it represents some of the earliest documents of the human mind that we possess. Max Muller has called it the first spoken word by the Aryan man. The first word spoken by the Aryan man. The Vedas. The Vedas were the outpouring of the Aryans as they streamed into the rich land of India. They brought their ideas with them from that common stock out of which grew Avesta in Iran and elaborated them in the soil of India. Even the language of the Vedas bears a striking resemblance to that of Avesta, and it has been remarked that Avesta is nearer the Veda than the Veda is to its own epic Sanskrit. How are we to consider the scripture of various religions, much of it believed by its votaries to be revealed scripture? To analyze it and criticize it and look upon it as a human document is often to offend the true believers. Yet there is no other way to consider it. I've always hesitated to read books of religion. The totalitarian claims made on their behalf did not appeal to me. The outward evidences of the practice of religion that I saw did not encourage me to go to the original sources. Yet I had to drift to these books, for ignorance of them was not a virtue and was often a severe drawback. I knew that some of them had powerfully influenced humanity, and anything that could have done so must have some inherent power and virtue in it, some vital source of energy in it. I found great difficulty in reading through many parts of them, for try as I would, I could not arouse sufficient interest. But the sheer beauty of some of the passages would hold me. And then a phrase or a sentence would suddenly leap up and electrify me and make me feel the presence of the really great. Some of the words of the Buddha or of the Christ would shine out with deep meaning and seem to me applicable as much today as when they were uttered 2000 or more years ago. There was a compelling reality about them, a permanence which time and space could not touch. So I felt sometimes when I read about Socrates or the Chinese philosophers, and also when I read the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. I was not interested in the metaphysics or the description of ritual or the many other things which apparently had no relation to the problems that faced me. Perhaps I did not understand the inner significance of much that I read, and sometimes indeed a second reading threw more light. I made no real effort to understand the mysterious passages, and I passed by those which had no particular significance for me. Nor was I interested in long commentaries and glossaries. I could not approach these books or any book as Holy Writ, which must be accepted in their totality without challenge or demur. Indeed, this approach of Holy Writ visually resulted in my mind being close to what they contained. I was much more friendly and open to them when I could consider them as having been written by human beings, very wise and far-seeing, but nevertheless ordinary mortals, and not incarnations or mouthpieces of divinity, about whom I had no knowledge or surety whatever. It has always seemed to me a much more magnificent and impressive thing that a human being should rise to great heights, mentally and spiritually, and should then seek to raise others up, rather than that he should be the mouthpiece of a divine or superior power. Some of the founders of religions were astonishing individuals, but all their glory vanishes in my eyes when I cease to think of them as human beings. What impresses me and gives me hope is the growth of the mind and spirit of man, and not his being used as an agent to convey a message. Mythology affected me in much the same way. If people believed in the factual content of these stories, the whole thing was absurd and ridiculous. But as soon as one ceased believing in them, they appeared in new light, a new beauty, a wonderful flowering of richly endowed imagination, full of human lessons. No one believes now in the stories of Greek gods and goddesses, and so, without any difficulty, we can admire them and they become part of our mental heritage. But if we had to believe in them, what a burden it would be, and how oppressed by this weight of belief we would often miss their beauty. Indian mythology is richer, vaster, very beautiful, and full of meaning. I have often wondered what manner of men and women they were who gave shape to these bright dreams and lovely fancies, and out of what gold mine of thought and imagination they dug them. Looking at Scripture, then, as a product of the human mind, we have to remember the age in which it was written, the environment, and the mental climate in which it grew, the vast distance in time and thought and experience that separates it from us. We have to forget the trappings of ritual and religious usage in which it is wrapped, and remember the social background in which it expanded. Many of the problems of human life have a permanence and a touch of eternity about them, and hence the abiding interest in these ancient books. But they dealt with other problems also, limited to their particular age, which have no living interest for us now. The Vedas. Many Hindus look upon the Vedas as revealed scripture. This seems to me to be peculiarly unfortunate, for thus we miss their real significance, the unfolding of the human mind in the earliest stages of thought. And what a wonderful mind it was! The Vedas, from the root vid, to know, were simply meant to be a collection of the existing knowledge of the day. They were a jumble of many things: hymns, prayers, rituals for sacrifice, magic, magnificent nature poetry. There is no idolatry in them, no temples for the gods. The vitality and affirmation of life pervading them are extraordinary. The early Vedic Aryans were so full of the zest for life that they paid little attention to the soul. In a vague way, they believed in some kind of existence after death. Gradually, the conception of God grows. There are the Olympian type of gods, and then monotheism, and later, rather mixed with it, the conception of monism. Thought carries them to strange realms, and brooding on nature's mystery comes, and the spirit of inquiry. These developments take place in the course of hundreds of years, and by the time we reach the end of the Veda, the Vedanta, Anta, meaning end, we have the philosophy of the Upanishads. The Rig Veda, the first of the Vedas, is probably the earliest book that humanity possesses. In it, we can find the first outpourings of the human mind, the glow of poetry, the rapture at nature's loveliness and mystery. And in these early hymns there are, as Dr. MacNicol says, the beginnings of the brave adventures made so long ago and recorded here of those who seek to discover the significance of our world and of man's life within it. India here set out on a quest which she has never ceased to follow. Yet, behind the Rig Veda itself lay ages of civilized existence and thought, during which the Indus Valley and the Mesopotamian and other civilizations had grown. It is appropriate, therefore, that there should be this dedication in the Rig Veda to the seers, our ancestors, the first pathfinders. These Vedic hymns have been described by Rabindranath Tagore as a poetic testament of a people's collective reaction to the wonder and awe of existence. A people of vigorous and unsophisticated imagination awakened at the very dawn of civilization to a sense of that inexhaustible mystery that is implicit in life. It was a simple faith of theirs that attributed divinity to every element and force of nature, but it was a brave and joyous one, in which the sense of mystery only gave enchantment to life without weighing it down with bafflement. The faith of a race unburdened with intellectual brooding on the conflicting diversity of the objective universe, though now and again illumined by intuitive experience as truth is one, though the wise call it by various names. But that the brooding spirit crept in gradually till the author of the Veda cried out, O faith, endow us with belief, and raised deeper questions in a hymn called The Song of Creation, to which Max Muller gave the title To the Unknown God. One. Then there was, not non-existent nor existent, there was no realm of air, no sky beyond it. What covered in and where, and what gave shelter? Was water there, unfathomed depth of water? 2. Death was not then, nor was there aught immortal. No sign was there, the days and nights divider. That one thing, breathless, breathed by its own nature, apart from it was nothing whatsoever. 3. Darkness there was, at first concealed in darkness. This all was undiscriminated chaos. All that existed then was void and formless. By the great power of warmth was born that unit. 4. Thereafter rose desire in the beginning, desire, the primal seed and germ of spirit. Sages who searched with their heart's thought discovered existence kinship in the non-existent. 5. Transversely was their severing line extended. What was above it then, and what below it? There were begetters, there were mighty forces, free action here, and energy of yonder. 6. Who verily knows, and who can here declare it, whence it was born, and whence came this creation? The gods are later than this world's production. Who knows, then, whence it came into being? 7. He, the first origin of this creation, whether he formed it all or did not form it, whose eye controls this world in highest heavens, he verily knows it, or perhaps he knows it not. The Song of Creation from the Veda. The acceptance and the negation of life. From these dim beginnings of long ago flow out of the rivers of Indian thought and philosophy, of Indian life and culture, and literature, ever widening and increasing in volume, and sometimes flooding the land with their rich deposits. During this enormous span of years, they changed their courses sometimes, and even appeared to shrivel up. Yet they preserved their essential identity. They could not have done so if they had not possessed a sound instinct for life. That staying power need not necessarily be a virtue. It may well mean, as I think it has meant in India for a long time past, stagnation and decay. But it is a major fact to be reckoned with, especially in these days when we seem to be witnessing an undermining in repeated wars and crises of a proud and advanced civilization. Out of this crucible of war, wherein so much is melting, We hope that something finer will emerge for the West as well as the East, something that will retain all the great achievements of humanity and add to them what they lacked. But this repeated, widespread destruction not only of material resources and human lives, but of essential values that have given meaning to life is significant. Was it that, in spite of astonishing progress in numerous directions and the higher standards undreamed of in previous ages that came in its train, our modern, highly industrialized civilization did not possess some essential ingredient, and that the seeds of self destruction lay within it? A country under foreign domination seeks escape from the present in dreams of a vanished age and finds consolation in visions of past greatness. That is a foolish and dangerous pastime in which many of us indulge. An equally questionable practice for us in India is to imagine that we are still spiritually great, though we have come down in the world in other respects. Spiritual or any other greatness cannot be founded on a lack of freedom and opportunity or on starvation and misery. Many Western writers have encouraged the notion that Indians are otherworldly. I suppose the poor and unfortunate in every country become to some extent otherworldly, unless they become revolutionaries, for this world is evidently not meant for them. So also subject peoples. As a man grows to maturity, he is not entirely engrossed in or satisfied with the external objective world. He seeks also some inner meaning, some psychological and physical satisfactions. So also with peoples and civilizations. As they mature and grow adult, every civilization and every people exhibit these parallel streams of an external life and an internal life. Where they meet or keep close to each other, there is equilibrium and stability. When they diverge, conflict arises, and the crises that torture the mind and spirit. We see from the period of the Rig Veda, hymns onwards, the development of both these streams of life and thought. The early ones are full of external world, of the beauty and mystery of nature, of joy in life and an overflowing vitality. The gods and goddesses, like those of Olympus, are very human. They're supposed to have come down and mixed with men and women. There is no hard and fast line dividing the two. Then thought comes in the spirit of inquiry, and the mystery of a transcendental world deepens. Life still continues in abundant measure, but there is no turning away from its outward manifestation, and a spirit of detachment grows as the eyes are turned to things invisible, which cannot be seen or heard or felt in the ordinary way. What is the object of it all? Is there a purpose in the universe? And if so, how can man's life be put in harmony with it? Can we bring about a harmonious relation between the visible and invisible worlds, and thus find out the right conduct of life? So we find in India, as elsewhere, these two streams of thought and action, the acceptance of life and abstention from it, developing side by side with the emphasis on the one or the other varying in different periods. Yet, the basic background of that culture was not one of otherworldliness or world worthlessness, even when in philosophical language it discussed the world as Maya, or what is popularly believed to be illusion. That very conception was not an absolute one, but relative to what was thought of as ultimate reality, something like Plato's shadow of reality. And it took the world as it is and tried to live its life and enjoy its manifold beauty. Probably Semitic culture, as exemplified in many religions that emerged from it, and certainly early Christianity, was far more otherworldly. T. E. Lawrence says that the common base of all Semitic creeds, winners or losers, was the ever present idea of world worthlessness, and this often led to an alternation of self indulgence and self denial. In India, we find during every period when her civilization bloomed an intense joy in life and nature, a pleasure in the act of living, the development of art and music and literature and song and dancing and painting and theater, and even a highly sophisticated inquiry into sex relations. It is inconceivable that a culture or view of life based on otherworldliness or world worthlessness could have produced all these manifestations of vigorous and varied life. Indeed, it should be obvious that any culture that was basically otherworldly could not have carried on for thousands of years. Yet, some people have thought that the Indian thought and culture represents essentially the principle of life, negation, and of life affirmation, and not life affirmation. Both principles are, I suppose, present in varying degrees in all the old religions and cultures, but I should have thought that the Indian culture taken as a whole never emphasized the negation of life, though some of its philosophies did so. It seems to have done so much less than Christianity. Buddhism and Jainism rather emphasize the abstention from life, and in certain periods of Indian history, there was a running away from life on a big scale, as for instance when a large number of people joined Buddhist viharas or monasteries. What the reason for this was, I do not know. Equally or more significant instances can be found through the Middle Ages in Europe, when a widespread belief existed that the world was coming to an end. Perhaps the idea of renunciation and life negation are caused or emphasized by a feeling of frustration due to political and economic factors. Buddhism, in spite of its theoretical approach, or rather approaches, for there are several, as a matter of fact, avoids extremes. It is the doctrine of the golden mean, the middle path. Even the idea of nirvana was very far from being a kind of nothingness, as it's sometimes supposed to be. It was a positive condition, but because it was beyond the range of human thought, negative terms were used to describe it. If Buddhism, a typical product of Indian thought and culture, had merely been a doctrine of life negation or denial, it would surely have had some effect on the hundreds of millions who profess it. Yet, as a matter of fact, the Buddhist countries are full of evidence to the contrary, and the Chinese people are an outstanding example of what affirmation of life can be. The confusion seems to have arisen from the fact that Indian thought was always laying stress on the ultimate purpose of life. It could never forget the transcendental element in its makeup. And so, while affirming life to the full, it refused to become a victim and a slave of life. Indulge in right action with all your strength and energy, it is said, but keep above it, and do not worry much about the results of such action. Thus it taught a detachment in life and action, not abstention from them. This idea of detachment runs through Indian thought and philosophy as it does through most other philosophies. It is another way of saying that a right balance and equilibrium should be kept between the visible and invisible worlds. For if there is too much attachment to an action in the visible world, the other world is forgotten and fades away, and action itself becomes without ultimate purpose. There is an emphasis on truth, a dependence on it, a passion for it, in these early adventures of the Indian mind. Dogma or revelation are passed by as something for lesser minds which cannot rise above them. The approach was one of experiment based on personal experience. That experience, when it dealt with the invisible world, was like all emotional and psychic experiences, different from the experience of the visible and external world. It seemed to go out of the three-dimensional world we know into some different and vaster realms, and was thus difficult to describe in terms of three dimensions. With that, what that experience was, and whether it was a vision or realization of some aspects of truth and reality, or was merely a phantasm of the imagination, I do not know. Probably it was often self-delusion. What interests me more is the approach, which was not authoritarian nor dogmatic, but was an attempt to discover for oneself what lay behind the external aspect of life. It must be remembered that the business of philosophy in India was not confined to a few philosophers or highbrows. Philosophy was an essential part of the religion of the masses. It percolated to them in some attenuated form and created that philosophic outlook which became nearly as common in India as it is in China. That philosophy was, for some deep and intricate attempt to know the cause and laws of all phenomena, the search for the ultimate purpose of life, and the attempt to find an organic unity in life's many contradictions. But for the many, it was a much simpler affair, which yet gave them a sense of purpose, of cause and effect, and endowed them with courage to face trial and misfortune and not lose their gaiety and composure. The ancient wisdom of China and India, the Tao, or the true path, wrote Tagore to Tai Chi Tao, was the pursuit of completeness, the blending of life's diverse work with the joy of living. Something of that wisdom impressed itself even upon the illiterate and ignorant masses, and we have seen how the Chinese people, after 7 years of horrible war, have not lost the anchor of their faith or the gaiety of their minds. In India, our trial has been more drawn out, and poverty and utmost misery have long been the inseparable companions of our people. And yet they still laugh and sing and dance and do not lose hope. Synthesis and adjustment, the beginnings of the caste system. The coming of the Aryans into India raised new problems, racial and political. The conquered race, the Dravidians, had a long background of civilization behind them, but there is little doubt that the Aryans considered themselves vastly superior, and a wide gulf separated the two races. Then there were also the backward aboriginal tribes, nomads or forest dwellers. Out of this conflict and interaction of races gradually arose the caste system, which, in course of succeeding centuries, was to affect Indian life so profoundly. Probably caste was neither Aryan nor Dravidian. It was an attempt at the social organization of different races, a rationalization of the facts as they existed at that time. It brought degradation in its train afterwards, and it is still a burden and a curse. But we can hardly judge it from the subsequent standards or later developments. It was in keeping with the spirit of the times, and some much grading took place in most of the ancient civilization, though apparently China was free from it. There was fourfold division in other branches of the Aryans, the Iranians during the Sasanian period, but it did not petrify into caste. Many of these old civilizations, including that of Greece, were entirely dependent on mass slavery. There was no such mass or large scale labor slavery in India, although there were a relatively small number of domestic slaves. Plato, in his Republic, refers to a division similar to that of the four principal castes. Medieval Catholicism knew this division also. The caste system began with a hard and fast division between Aryans and non-Aryans, the latter being divided into the Dravidian races and the aboriginal tribes. The Aryans, to begin with, formed one class, and there was hardly any specialization. The word Arya comes from the root word meaning to till, and the Aryans as a whole were agriculturalists, and agriculture was considered a noble occupation. The tiller of the soil functioned also as a priest, soldier, or trader, and there was no privileged order of priests. The caste divisions originally intended to separate the Aryans from the non-Aryans reacted on the Aryans themselves, and as a division of functions and specializations increased, the new classes took the form of castes. Thus, at a time when it was customary for the conquerors to exterminate or enslave the conquered races, caste enabled a more peaceful solution which fitted in with the growing specialization of functions. Life was graded, and out of the masses of agriculturalists evolved the Vaishyas, the agriculturalists, artisans, and merchants, the Kshatriyas, or rulers and warriors, and the Brahmanas, or the Brahmins, priests and thinkers, who were supposed to guide policy and preserve and maintain the ideals of the nation. Below these three were the Shudras, or laborers and unskilled workers, other than agriculturalists. Among the indigenous tribes, many were gradually assimilated and given a place at the bottom of the social scale, that is, among the Shudras. This process of assimilation was a continuous one. These castes must have been in a fluid condition. Rigidity came in much later. Probably the ruling class had always greater latitude, and any person who by conquest or otherwise assumed power could, if he so willed, join the hierarchy as a Kshatriya and get the priests to manufacture an appropriate genealogy connecting him with some ancient Aryan hero. The word Arya ceased to have any racial significance and came to mean noble, just as Anarya meant ignoble and was usually applied to nomadic tribes and forest dwellers, etc. The Indian mind was extraordinarily analytical and had a passion for putting ideas and concepts and even life's activities into compartments. The Aryans not only divided society into four main groups, but also divided the individual's life into four parts. The first part consisted of growth and adolescence, the student period of life, acquiring knowledge, developing self-discipline and self-control, continence. The second was that of the householder and man of the world. The third was that of the elder statesman who had attained a certain poise and objectivity and could devote himself to public work without the selfish desire to profit by it. And the last stage was that of the recluse, who lived a life largely cut off from the world's activities. In this way, also, they adjusted the two opposing tendencies which often exist side by side in man: the acceptance of life in its fullness and the rejection of it. In India, as in China, learning and erudition have always stood high in public esteem. For learning was supposed to imply both superior knowledge and virtue. Before the learned man, the ruler and the warrior have always bowed. The old Indian theory was that those who were concerned with the exercise of power could not be completely objective. Their personal interest and inclination would come into conflict with their public duties. Hence, the task of determining values and the preservation of ethical standards was allotted to a class or a group of thinkers who were freed from material cares and were as far as possible without obligation, so that they could consider life's problems in a spirit of detachment. This class of thinkers or philosophers was thus supposed to be at the top of the social structure, honored and respected by all. The men of action, the rulers and warriors, came after them, and however powerful they might be, did not command the same respect. The possession of wealth was still less entitled to honor and respect. The warrior class, though not at the top, held a high position, and not as in China, where it was looked upon with contempt. This was the theory, and to some extent it may be found elsewhere, as in Christendom in medieval Europe, when the Roman Church assumed the function of leadership in all spiritual, ethical, and moral matters, and even in the general principles underlying the conduct of the state. In practice, Rome became intensely interested in temporal power, and the princes of the church were rulers in their own right. In India, the Brahmin class, in addition to supplying the thinkers and the philosophers, became a powerful and entrenched priesthood, intent on preserving its vested interests. Yet, this theory in varying degrees has influenced Indian life profoundly, and the ideal has continued to be of a man full of learning and charity, essentially good, self-disciplined, and capable of sacrificing himself for the sake of others. The Brahmin class has shown all the vices of a privileged and entrenched class in the past, and a large number of them have possessed neither learning nor virtue. Yet they have largely retained the esteem of the public, not because of temporal power or possession of money, but because they have produced a remarkable succession of men of intelligence, and their record of public service and personal sacrifice for the public good has been a notable one. The whole class profited by the example of its leading personalities in every age, and yet the public esteem went to qualities rather than to any official status. The tradition was one of respecting learning and goodness in any individual who possessed them. There are innumerable examples of non Brahmins and even persons belonging to the depressed classes being so respected and sometimes considered as saints. Officially, status and military power never commanded the same measure of respect, though it may have been feared. Even to this day, in this money age, the influence of this tradition is marked, and because of it, Gandhiji, who is not a Brahmin, can become the supreme leader of India and move the hearts of millions without force or compulsion or official position or possession of money. Perhaps this is as good a test as any of nation's cultural background and its conscious or subconscious objective. To what kind of a leader does it give its allegiance? The central idea of old Indian civilization or Indo-Aryan culture was that of dharma, which was something much more than religion or creed. It was a conception of obligations, of discharge of one's duties to oneself and to others. This dharma itself was a part of Rita, the fundamental moral law governing the function of the universe and all it contained. If there was such an order, that then man was supposed to fit into it, and he should function in such a way as to remain in harmony with it. If man did his duty and was ethically right in his action, the right consequences would inevitably follow. Rights as such were not emphasized. That, to some extent, was the old outlook everywhere. It stands out in marked contrast with the modern assertion of rights, rights of individuals, of groups, of nations. The continuity of Indian culture. There is thus, in these very early days, we find the beginnings of the civilization and culture which were to flower so abundantly and richly in its subsequent ages, which have continued in spite of many changes to our own day. The basic ideals, the governing concepts are taking shape, and literature and philosophy and art and drama and all other activities of life were conditioned by these ideals and worldview. Also, we see that exclusiveness and touch-me-notism, which were to grow and grow till they become unalterable, octopus-like, with their grip on everything, the caste system of modern times, fashioned for a particular day, intended to stabilize the then organization of society, give it strength and equilibrium, it developed into a prison for that social order and for the mind of man. Security was purchased in the long run at the cost of ultimate progress. Yet, it was a very long run, and even the framework, the vital original impetus for advancement in all directions was so great that it spread out all over India and over the eastern seas, and its stability was such that it survived repeated shock and invasion. Professor MacDonald, in his History of Sanskrit Literature, tells us that the importance of Indian literature as a whole consists in its originality. When the Greeks, towards the end of 4th century BC, invaded the Northwest, the Indians had already worked out a national culture of their own, unaffected by foreign influences. And in spite of successive waves of invasions and conquest by Persians, Greeks, Scythians, Mohammedans, the national development of the life and literature of the Indo-Aryan race remained practically unchecked and unmodified from without down to the era of British occupation. No other branch of the Indo-European stock has experienced an isolated evolution like this. No other country except China can trace back its language and literature, its religious beliefs and rites, its dramatic and social custom through an uninterrupted development of more than 3,000 years. Still, India was not isolated, and throughout this long period of history, she had continuous and living contacts with Iranians and Greeks, Chinese and Central Asians and others. If her basic culture survived these contacts, there must have been something in that culture itself which gave it the dynamic strength to do so, some inner vitality and understanding of life. For this 3 or 4,000 years of cultural growth and continuity is remarkable. Max Muller, the famous scholar and Orientalist, emphasizes this. There is, in fact, an unbroken continuity between the most modern and the most ancient phases of Hindu thought, extending over more than 3,000 years. Carried away by his enthusiasm, he said in his lectures delivered before the University of Cambridge, England in 1882, if we were to look over the whole world to find out the country most richly endowed with all the wealth, power, and beauty that nature can bestow, in some parts a very paradise on earth, I should point to India. If I were asked under what sky the human mind has most fully developed some of its choicest gifts, has most deeply pondered over the greatest problems of life, and has found solutions of some of them which well deserve the attention even of those who studied Plato and Kant, I should point to India. And if I were to ask myself from what literature we have here in Europe, we who have been nurtured almost exclusively on the thoughts of Greeks and Romans and of one Semitic race, the Jewish, may draw the corrective which is most wanted in order to make our inner life more perfect, more comprehensive, more universal, in fact, more truly a human life, not for this life only, but a transfigured and eternal life. Again, I should point to India. Nearly half a century later, Romain Rolland wrote in the same strain, if there is one place on the face of earth where all the dreams of living men have found a home from the very earliest days when man began the dream of existence, it is India. The Upanishads. The Upanishads, dating from about 800 BC, take us a step further in the development of Indo-Aryan thought. And it is a big step. The Aryans have long been settled down and a stable, prosperous civilization has grown up. A mixture of the old and the new, dominated by Aryan thought and ideals, but with the background of a more primitive forms of worship. The Vedas are referred to with respect, but also in a spirit of gentle irony. The Vedic gods no longer satisfy, and the ritual of the priests is made fun of. But there is no attempt to break with the past. The past is taken as a starting point for further progress. The Upanishads are instinct with a spirit of inquiry, of mental adventure, of a passion for finding out the truth about things. The search for this truth is, of course, not by the objective methods of modern science, yet there is an element of the scientific method in the approach. No dogma is allowed to come in the way. There is much that is trivial and without any meaning or relevance for us today. The emphasis is essentially on self-realization, on knowledge of the individual self and the absolute self, both of which are said to be the same in essence. The objective external world is not considered unreal, but real in a relative sense, an aspect of the inner reality. There are many ambiguities in the Upanishads, and different interpretations have been made. But that is a matter for the philosopher or scholar. The general tendency is towards monism, and the whole approach is evidently intended to lessen the differences that must have existed then, leading to fierce debate. It is the way of synthesis. Interest in magic and such like supernatural knowledge is sternly discouraged, and ritual and ceremonies without enlightenment are said to be in vain. Those engaged in them, considering themselves men of understanding and learned, stagger along aimlessly like blind men led by the blind, and fail to reach the goal. Even the Vedas are treated as the lower knowledge, the higher one being that of the inner mind. There is a warning given against philosophical learning without discipline of conduct, and there is a continuous attempt to harmonize social activity with spiritual adventure. The duties and obligations imposed by life were to be carried out, but in a spirit of detachment. Probably the ethic of individual perfection was overemphasized, and hence the social outlook suffered. There is nothing higher than the person, says the Upanishads. Society must have been considered as stabilized, and hence the mind of man was continually thinking of individual perfection. And in quest of this, it wandered about in the heavens and in the innermost recesses of the heart. This old Indian approach was not a narrow nationalistic one, though there must have been a feeling that India was the hub of the world, just as China and Greece and Rome have felt at various times, and the whole world of mortals in an independent organism, says the Mahabharata. The whole world of mortals is an interdependent organism, says the Mahabharata. The metaphysical aspects of the question considered in the Upanishads are difficult for me to grasp, but I am impressed by this approach to a problem which has so often been shrouded by dogma and blind belief. It was the philosophical approach and not the religious one. I like the vigor of the thought and the questioning, the rationalistic background. The form is terse and often of question and answer between pupil and teacher, and it has been suggested that the Upanishads were some kind of a lecture notes made by the teacher or taken down by his disciples. Professor F. W. Thomas in The Legacy of India says, "What gives to the Upanishads their unique quality and unfailing human appeal is an earnest sincerity of tone, as of friends conferring upon matters of deep concern." And C. Rajagopalachari thus eloquently speaks of them: "The spacious imagination, the majestic sweep of thought, the almost reckless spirit of exploration with which, urged by the compelling thirst for truth, the Upanishad teachers and pupils dig into the open secret of the universe and make this most ancient of the world's holy books still the most modern and most satisfying." The dominating characteristics of the Upanishad is the dependence on truth. Truth wins ever, not falsehood. With truth is paved the road to the divine, and the famous invocation is light and understanding. Lead me from unreal to real, lead me from darkness to light, lead me from death to immortality. Asatoma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityoma amritam gamaya. Paraphrased by the reader. Again and again, the restless mind peeps out, ever seeking, ever questioning. At whose behest doth mind light on its perch? At whose command doth life the first proceed? At whose behest do men send forth this speech? What God indeed directed eye and ear? And again, why cannot the wind remain still? Why has the human mind no rest? Why, and in search of what, does the water run out and cannot stop its flow even for a moment? It is the adventure of man that is continually calling, and there is no resting on the way and no end of the journey. In the Aitareya Brahmana, there is a hymn about this long, endless journey which we must undertake, and every verse ends with the refrain, Charai Veti, Charai Veti, Charai Veti. Hence, O traveller, march along, march along. There is no humility about all this quest. The humility before an all-powerful deity so often associated with religion. It is the triumph of mind over the environment. My body will be reduced to ashes, and my breath will join the restless and deathless air. But not I and my deeds. O mind, remember this always, remember this. In the morning prayer, the sun is addressed thus, O sun of refulgent glory, I am the same person as makes thee what thou art. What superb confidence! O sun of refulgent glory, I am the same person as makes thee what thou art. What is the soul? It cannot be described or defined except negatively. It's not this, or in a way positively, that thou art. The individual soul is like a spark thrown out and reabsorbed by the blazing fire of the Absolute Soul. As fire, though one entering the world, takes a separate form according to whatever it burns, so does the inner self within all things becoming different according to whatever it enters, yet itself is without form. This realization that all things have the same essence removes the barriers which separate us from them, and produces a sense of unity with humanity and nature, a unity which underlies the diversity and manifoldness of the external world. Who knoweth all things ourself? For him what grief existeth, what delusion, when once he gazeth on the oneness? Aye, whosoever seeth all things in that self, and self in everything, from that he'll no more hide. It is interesting to compare and contrast the intense individualism and exclusiveness of the Indo-Aryans with this all-embracing approach which overrides all barriers of caste and class and every other external and internal difference. This latter is a kind of metaphysical democracy. He who sees the one spirit in all, and all in the one spirit, henceforth cannot look with contempt on no creature. Though this was theory only, there can be no doubt that it must have affected life and produced the atmosphere of tolerance and reasonableness, the acceptance of free thought in matters of faith, that desire and capacity to live and let live, which are dominant features of Indian culture, as they are of the Chinese. There was no totalitarianism in religion or culture. They indicate an old and wise civilization with inexhaustible mental reserves. There is a question in the Upanishads to which a very curious and yet significant answer is given. The question is, what is this universe? From what does it arise? Into what does it go? And the answer is, in freedom it rises, in freedom it rests, and into freedom it melts away. What exactly this means, I am unable to understand, except that the authors of the Upanishads were passionately attached to the idea of freedom and wanted to see everything in terms of it. Swami Vivekananda was always emphasizing this aspect. It is not easy for us, even imaginatively, to transplant ourselves to this distant period and enter the mental climate of that day. The form of writing itself is something that we are unused to, odd looking, difficult to translate, and the background of life is utterly different. We take for granted so many things today because we are used to them, although they are curious and unreasonable enough. But what we are not used to at all is much more difficult to appreciate or understand. In spite of all these difficulties and almost insuperable barriers, the message of Upanishads has found willing and eager listeners throughout Indian history and has powerfully molded the national mind and character. There is no important form of Hindu thought, heterodox Buddhism included, which is not rooted in the Upanishads, says Bloomfield. Early Indian thought penetrated to Greece through Iran and influenced some thinkers and philosophers there. Much later, Plotinus came to the East to study Iranian and Indian philosophy and was especially influenced by the mystic element in the Upanishad. From Plotinus, many of these ideas are said to have gone to Saint Augustine and through him influenced the Christianity of the day. The rediscovery by Europe during the past century and a half of Indian philosophy created a powerful impression on European philosophers and thinkers. The rediscovery by Europe during the past century and a half of Indian philosophy created a powerful impression in the European philosophers and thinkers. Schopenhauer, the pessimist, is often quoted in this connection. From every sentence of the Upanishads, deep, original, and sublime thoughts arise, and the whole is pervaded by a high and holy and earnest spirit. In the whole world, there is no study so beneficial and so elevating as that of the Upanishads. They are products of the highest wisdom. It is destined sooner or later to become the faith of the people. And again, the study of the Upanishads has been the solace of my life, and it will be the solace of my death. Writing on this, Max Muller says, Schopenhauer was the last man to write at random or to allow himself to go into the ecstasies of so-called mystic and inarticulate thought, and I am neither afraid nor ashamed to say that I share his enthusiasm for the Vedanta and feel indebted to it for much that has been helpful to me in my passage through life. In another place, Max Muller says, the Upanishads are sources of the Vedanta philosophy, a system in which human speculation seems to me to have reached its very acme. I spend my happiest hours in reading Vedantic books. They are to me like the light of the morning, like the pure air of the mountains, so simple, so true, if once understood. But perhaps the most eloquent tribute to the Upanishads and to the later book, the Bhagavad Gita, was paid by A.E. G.W. Russell, the Irish poet. Goethe, Wordsworth, Emerson, and Thoreau, among moderns, have something of this vitality and wisdom, but we can find all they have said and much more in the grand sacred books of the East. The Bhagavad Gita and the Upanishads contain such godlike fullness of wisdom on all things that I feel the authors must have looked with calm remembrance back through 1,000 passionate lives full of feverish strife for and with shadows ere they could have written with such certainty of things which the soul feels to be sure. The advantage and disadvantage of an individualistic philosophy. There is in the Upanishads a continual emphasis on the fitness of the body and clarity of the mind, and on the discipline of both body and mind before effective progress can be made. The acquisition of knowledge or any achievement requires restraint, self-suffering, self-sacrifice. This idea of some kind of penance, tapasya, is inherent in Indian thought. But among the thinkers at the top and the unread masses below, it is present today as it was present some 1,000 years ago, and it is necessary to appreciate it in order to understand the psychology underlying the mass movements which have convulsed India under Gandhiji's leadership. It is obvious that the ideas of the authors of the Upanishads, the rarefied mental atmosphere in which they moved, were confined to a small body of the elect who were capable of understanding them. They were entirely beyond the comprehension of the vast mass of the people. A creative minority is always small in number, but if it is in tune with the majority and is always trying to pull the ladder up and make it advance so that the gap between the two is lessened, a stable and progressive culture results. Without that creative minority, a civilization must inevitably decay. But it may also decay if the bond between a creative minority and the majority is broken and there is a loss of social unity in society as a whole. And ultimately, that minority itself loses its creativeness and becomes barren and sterile. Or else it gives place to another creative or vital force which society throws away. It is difficult for me, as for most others, to visualize the period of the Upanishads and to analyze the various forces that were at play. I imagine, however, that in spite of the vast mental and cultural difference between the small thinking minority and the unthinking masses, there was a bond between them, or at any rate, there was no obvious gulf. The graded society in which they lived had its mental gradations also, and they were accepted and provided for. This led to some kind of social harmony, and conflicts were avoided. Even the new thought of the Upanishads was interpreted for popular purposes so as to fit in with the popular prejudices and superstitions, thereby losing much of its essential meaning. The graded social structures were not touched, it was preserved. The conception of monism became transformed into one of monotheism for religious purposes. And even lower forms of belief and worship were not only tolerated but encouraged as suited to a particular stage of development. Thus, the ideology of the Upanishads did not permeate to any marked extent to the masses, and the intellectual separation between the creative minority and the majority became more marked. In course of time, this led to new movements, a powerful wave of materialistic philosophy, agnosticism, atheism. Out of this again grew Buddhism and Jainism, and the famous Sanskrit epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, wherein yet another attempt was made to bring about a synthesis between rival creeds and ways of thought. The creative energy of the people, of the creative minority, is very evident during these periods, and again there appears to be a bond between the minority and the majority. On the whole, they pull together. In this way, period succeeds period with bursts of creative effort in the fields of thought and action, in literature and drama, in sculpture and architecture, in cultural, missionary, and colonial enterprises far from India's borders. In between, there are periods of disharmony and conflict due to both inner causes and intrusions from outside, yet they are ultimately overcome and a fresh period of creative energy supervenes. The last great period of such activity in a variety of directions was the classical epoch, which began in the 4th century after Christ. By about 1000 AC or earlier, signs of decay in India are very evident. Although the old artistic impulse continued to function and produce fine work, the coming of new races with a different background brought a new driving force to India's tired mind and spirit, and out of that impact arose new problems and new attempts at the solution. It seems that the intense individualism of the Indo-Aryans led in the long run to both the good and the evil that their culture produced. It led to the production of very superior types, not in one particular limited period of history, but again and again, age after age. It gave a certain idealist and ethical background to the whole cultural life, which persisted and still persists, though it may not influence practice much. With the help of this background and by sheer force of example at the top, they helped to gather the social fabric and repeatedly rehabilitated it when threatened to go to pieces. They produced an astonishing flowering of civilization and culture, which, though largely confined to the upper circles, inevitably spread to some extent to the masses. By their extreme tolerance of other beliefs and other ways than their own, they avoided the conflicts that have so often torn society asunder and managed to maintain, as a rule, some kind of equilibrium. By allowing, within the large framework, considerable freedom to people to live the life of their choice, they showed the wisdom of an old and experienced race. All these were very remarkable achievements. But that very individualism led to attach little importance to the social aspect of man, of man's duty to society. For each person's life was divided and fixed up, a bundle of duties and responsibilities within his narrow sphere in the graded hierarchy. He had no doubt to or conception of society as a whole. He had no duty to or conception of society as a whole, and no attempt was made to make him feel his solidarity with it. This idea is perhaps largely a modern development and cannot be found in any ancient society. It is unreasonable, therefore, to expect it in ancient India. Still, the emphasis on individualism, on exclusiveness, on graded castes is much more evident in India. In latter ages, it was to grow into in later ages, it was to grow into a very prison for the mind of our people, not only for the lower castes who suffered most from it, but for the higher ones also. Throughout our history, it was a weakening factor, and one might perhaps say that along with the growth of rigidity in the caste system grew the rigidity of mind, and the creative energy of the race faded away. Another curious fact seems to stand out. The extreme tolerance of every kind of belief and practice, every superstition and folly, had its injurious side also. For this perpetuated many an evil custom and prevented people from getting rid of the traditional burdens that prevented growth. The growing priesthood exploited this situation to their own advantage and built up their powerful vested interests on the foundation of the superstition of the masses. That priesthood was probably never quite so powerful as in some branches of the Christian Church, for there were always spiritual leaders who condemned its practices, and there was a variety of beliefs to choose from, but it was strong enough to hold and exploit the masses. So this mixture of free thought and orthodoxy lived side by side, and out of them scholasticism grew and a puritanical ritualism. The appeal was always made to the ancient authorities, but little attempt was made to interpret their truths in terms of changing conditions. The creative and spiritual forces weakened, and only a shell of what used to be so full of life and meaning remained. Aurobindo Ghosh has written, if an ancient Indian of the time of Upanishad, of the Buddha, or the later classical age were to be set down in modern India, he would see his race clinging to forms and shells and rags of the past and missing 9/10 of the nobler meaning. He would be amazed by the extent of the mental poverty, the immobility, the static repetition, the secession of science, the long sterility of art, the comparative feebleness of creative intuition. Materialism. One of our major misfortunes is that we have lost so much of the world's literature, ancient literature, in Greece, in India, and elsewhere. Probably this was inevitable as these books were originally written on palm leaves or on burjapatra, the thin layers of the bark of the birch tree which peel off so easily, and later on paper. There were only a few copies of a work in existence, and if they were lost or destroyed, that work disappeared, and it can only be traced by references to it or quotations from it in other books. Even so, about 50 or 60,000 manuscripts in Sanskrit or its variations have already been traced and listed and fresh discoveries are being constantly made. Many old Indian books have so far not been found in India at all, but their translation in Chinese or Tibetan have been discovered. Probably an organized search for old manuscripts in the libraries of religious institutions, monasteries, and private persons would yield rich results. That and the critical examination of these manuscripts were considered desirable, their publication and translation are among the many things we have to do in India when we succeed in breaking through our shackles and can function for ourselves. Such study is bound to throw light on many phases of Indian history, and especially on the social background behind historic events and changing ideas. The fact that in spite of repeated losses and destruction, and without any organized attempt to discover them, over 50,000 manuscripts have been brought out, shows how extraordinarily abundant must have been the literary, dramatic, philosophical, and other productions of old times. Many of the manuscripts discovered still await thorough examination. Among the books that have been lost is the entire literature on materialism, which followed the period of the early Upanishads. The only reference to this is now found are in the criticism of it in the elaborate attempts to disprove the materialist theories. There can be no doubt, however, that the materialist philosophy was professed in India for centuries and had at the time a powerful influence on the people. In the famous Arthashastra, Kautilya's book on political and economic organization, written in the 4th century BC, it is mentioned as one of the major philosophies of India. We have then to rely on the critics and persons interested in disparaging this philosophy, and they try to pour ridicule on it and show how absurd it all is. That is an unfortunate way for us to find out what it was. Yet, their very eagerness to discredit it shows how important it was in their eyes. Possibly, much of the literature of materialism in India was destroyed by priests and other believers in the orthodox religion during subsequent periods. The materialists attacked authority and all vested interests in thought, religion, and theology. They denounced the Vedas and priestcraft and traditional beliefs and proclaimed that belief must be free and must not depend on presupposition or merely on the authority of the past. They inveighed against all forms of magic and superstition. Their general spirit was comparable in many ways to the modern materialistic approach. It wanted to rid itself of the chains and burden of the past, of speculation about matters which could not be perceived, of worship of imaginary gods. Only that could be presumed to exist which could be directly perceived. Every other interference or presumption was equally likely to be true or false. Hence, matter in its various forms and this world could only be considered as a reality, as really existing. There was no other world, no heaven or hell, no soul separate from the body. Mind and intelligence and everything else have developed from the basic elements. Natural phenomena did not concern themselves with human values and were indifferent to what we consider good or bad. Moral rules were mere conventions made by men. We recognize all this. It seems curiously of our days and not of more than 2000 years ago. How did these thoughts arise, these doubts and conflicts, this rebellion of the mind of man against traditional authority? We do not know enough of social and political conditions then, but it seems clear that it was an age of political conflict and social turmoil leading to a disintegration of faith and to keen intellectual inquiry and a search for some way out satisfying to the mind. It was out of this mental turmoil and social maladjustment that new paths grew and new systems of philosophy took shape. Systematic philosophy, not the intuitional approach of the Upanishads, but based on close reasoning and arguments, begins to appear in many garbs: Jain, Buddhist, and what might be called Hindu, for want of a better word. The epics also belong to this period, and the Bhagavad Gita. It is difficult to build up an accurate chronology of this age, as thought and theory overlapped and acted and reacted on each other. The Buddha came in the 6th century BC. Some of these developments preceded him, others followed, or often there was a parallel growth. About the time of the rise of Buddhism, the Persian Empire reached the Indus. This approach of a great power right to the borders of India proper must have influenced people's thoughts. In the 4th century BC, Alexander's brief raid into northwest India took place. It was unimportant in itself, but it was the precursor of far-reaching changes in India. Almost immediately after Alexander's death, Chandragupta Maurya built up the great Mauryan Empire. That was, historically speaking, the first strong, widespread and centralized state in India. Tradition mentions many such rulers and overlords of India, and one of the epics deals with the struggle for the suzerainty of India, meaning thereby probably northern India. But in all probability, ancient India, like ancient Greece, was a collection of small states. There were many tribal republics, some of them covering large areas. There were also petty kingdoms. They were, as in Greece, city-states with powerful guilds of merchants. In Buddhist time, there were a number of these tribal republics and 4 principal kingdoms in central and northern India, including Gandhara, or part of Afghanistan. Whatever the form of organization, the tradition of city or village autonomy was very strong, and even when an overlordship was acknowledged, there was no interference with the internal working of the state. And even when an overlordship was acknowledged, there was no interference with the internal working of the state. There was a kind of primitive democracy, though, as in Greece, it was probably confined to the upper classes. Ancient India and Greece, so different in many ways, have so much in common that I am led to believe that their background of life was very similar. The Peloponnesian War, ending in the breakdown of Athenian democracy, might in some ways be compared to the Mahabharata War, the great war of ancient India, The failure of Hellenism and of free city-state led to the feeling of doubt and despair, to a pursuit of mysteries and revelations, a lowering of earlier ideals of the race. The emphasis shifted from this world to the next. Later, new schools of philosophy, the Stoic and the Epicurean, developed. It is dangerous and misleading to make historical comparisons on slender and sometimes contradictory data. Yet one is tempted, with its seemingly chaotic mental atmosphere, reminds one of the post-Hellenic period of Greece. There was a vulgarization of ideals and then a groping for new philosophies. Politically and economically, similar internal changes might have been taking place, such as the weakening of the tribal republic and city-state and the tendency to centralize the state power. But this comparison does not take us very far. Greece never really recovered from these shocks. Although Greek civilization flourished for some additional centuries in the Mediterranean and influenced Rome and Europe, in India there was a remarkable recovery, and the 1,000 years from the epic period and the Buddha onwards were full of creative energy. Innumerable great names in philosophy, literature, drama, mathematics, and the arts stand out. In the early centuries of Christian era, a remarkable burst of energy resulted in the organization of colonial enterprises which took the Indian people and their culture to distant lands in eastern seas. The epics, history, tradition, and myth. The two great epics of ancient India, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, probably took shape in the course of several hundred years, and even subsequently additions were made to them. They deal with the early days of the Indo-Aryans, their conquests and civil wars when they were expanding and consolidating themselves, but they were composed and compiled later. I do not know of any books anywhere which have exercised such a continuous and pervasive influence on the mass mind as these two. Dating back to a remote antiquity, they are still a living force in the life of the Indian people. Not in original Sanskrit, except for a few intellectuals, but in translations and adaptations, and in those innumerable ways in which tradition and legend spread and become part of the texture of people's lives. They represent the typical Indian method of catering all together for various degrees of cultural development, from the highest intellectual to the simple, unread, and untaught villager. They make us understand somewhat the secret of the old Indians in holding together a variegated society divided up in many ways and graded in castes, in harmonizing their discord and giving them a common background of heroic tradition and ethical living. Deliberately, they tried to build up a unity of outlook among the people, which was to survive and overshadow all diversity. Among the earliest memories of my childhood are the stories from these epics told to me by my mother or the older ladies of the house, just as a child in Europe or America might listen to fairy tales or stories of adventures. There was for me both adventure and the fairy element in them, and then I used to be taken every year to the popular open air performances where the Ramayana story was enacted and vast crowds came to see it and join in the processions. It was all very crude, but that did not matter, for everyone knew the story by heart, and it was carnival time. In this way, Indian mythology, an old tradition, crept into my mind and got mixed up with all manner of other creatures of imagination. I do not think I ever attached very much importance to these stories as factually true, and I even criticized the magical and supernatural element in them. But they were just as imaginatively true for me as were the stories from the Arabian Nights or the Panchatantra, that storehouse of animal tales from which Western Asia, and Europe have drawn so much. As I grew up with other pictures crowded into my mind, fairy stories, both Indian and European, tales from Greek mythology, the story of Joan of Arc, Alice in Wonderland, and many stories of Akbar and Birbal, Sherlock Holmes, King Arthur and his knights, the Rani of Jhansi, the young heroine of the Indian Mutiny, the tales of Rajput chivalry, heroism. These and many others filled my mind in strange confusion, but always there was the background of Indian mythology which I imbibed in my early years. If it was so with me, in spite of the diverse influences that worked on my mind, I realized how much more must old mythology and tradition work on the minds of others, and especially the unread masses of our people. That influence is a good influence both culturally and ethically, and I would hate to destroy or throw away all the beauty and imaginative symbolism that these stories and allegories contain. Indian mythology is not confined to the epics. It goes back to the Vedic period and appears in many forms and garbs in Sanskrit literature. The poets and the dramatists take full advantage of it and build their stories and lovely fancies around it. The Ashoka tree is said to burst into flower when touched by the foot of a beautiful woman. We read of the adventures of Kama, the god of love, and his wife Rati, or Rapture, with their friend Vasanta, the god of spring. Greatly daring, Kama shoots his flowery arrow at Shiva himself and is reduced to ashes by the fire that flashed out of Shiva's third eye. But he survives as Ananga, the bodiless one. Most of the myths and stories are heroic in conception and teach adherence to truth and the pledged word, whatever the consequences, faithfulness unto death and even beyond, courage, good works, and sacrifice for the common good. Sometimes the story is pure myth, or else it is a mixture of fact and myth. An exaggerated account of some incident that tradition preserved. Fact and fiction are so interwoven together as to be inseparable, and this amalgam becomes an imagined history, which may not tell us exactly what happened, but does tell us something that is equally important: what people believed had taken place, what they thought their heroic ancestors were capable of, and what ideals inspired them. So, whether fact or fiction, it became a living element in their lives, ever pulling them up from the drudgery and ugliness of their everyday existence to a higher realm, ever pointing towards the path of endeavor and right living, even though the ideal might be far off and difficult to reach. Goethe is reported to have condemned those who said that the old Roman stories of heroism, of Lucretia and others, were spurious and false. Anything he said that was essentially false and spurious could only be observed and not fruitful and never beautiful and inspiring, and that if Romans were great enough to invent things like that, we at least should be great enough to believe them. Thus, this imagined history, mixture of fact and fiction, or sometimes only fiction, becomes symbolically true and tells us of the minds and hearts and purposes of the people of that particular epoch. It is also true in the sense that it becomes the basis for thought and action for future history. The whole conception of history in ancient India was influenced by the speculative and ethical trends of philosophy and religion. Little importance was attached to the writing of a chronicle or the compilation of a bare record of events. What those people were more concerned with was the effect and influence of human events and the action on human conduct. Like the Greeks, he was strongly imaginative and artistic, and they gave rein to this artistry and imagination in dealing with past events, intent as they were on drawing some moral and lesson from them for future behavior. Unlike the Greeks, and not unlike the Chinese and the Arabs, Indians in the past were not historians. Unlike the Greeks and unlike the Chinese and the Arabs, Indians in the past were not historians. This was very unfortunate, and it has made it difficult for us now to fix dates or make up an accurate chronology. Events run into each other, overlap, and produce an enormous confusion. Only very gradually are patient scholars today discovering the clues to the maze of Indian history. There is really only one old book, Kalhana's Rajata Rangini, a history of Kashmir, written in 12th century AC, which might be considered as history. For the rest, we have to go to the imagined history of the epics and other books, to some contemporary records, to inscriptions, to artistic and architectural remains, to coins, to the large body of Sanskrit literature, for occasional hints, but also, of course, to the main accords of foreign travelers who came to India, notably Greeks and Chinese, and during a later period, Arabs. This lack of historical sense did not affect the masses, for As elsewhere, and more so than elsewhere, they built up their view of the past from the traditional accounts and myth and story that were handed to them from generation to generation. This imagined story and a mixture of fact and legend became widely known and gave to the people a strong and abiding cultural background. But the ignoring of history had evil consequences which we pursue still. It produces a vagueness of outlook, divorced from life as it is, a credulity, a woolliness of the mind where fact was concerned. That mind was not at all woolly in the far more difficult but inevitably vaguer and more indefinite realms of philosophy. It was both analytic and synthetic and often very critical, sometimes skeptical. But where fact was concerned, it was uncritical because perhaps it did not attach much importance to facts as such. The impact of science and the modern world have brought a greater appreciation of facts, a more critical faculty, a weighing of evidence, a refusal to accept tradition merely because it is tradition. Many competent historians are at work now, but they often err on the other side, and their work is a more meticulous chronicle of facts than living history. But even today, it is strange how we suddenly become overwhelmed by tradition, and the critical faculties of even intelligent men cease to function. This may be partly due to nationalism that consumes us in our present subject state. Only when we are politically and economically free will the mind function normally and critically. Very recently, there has been a significant and revealing instance of this conflict between the critical outlook and nationalist tradition. In the greater part of India, the Vikram Samvat calendar is observed. This is based on a solar reckoning, but the months are lunar. The last month, in April 1944, according to this calendar, 2000 years were completed and a new millennium began. This has been the occasion for celebration throughout India, and the celebrations were justified both because it was a big turning point in the reckoning of time and because Vikram or Vikramaditya, with whose name the calendar is associated, has long been a great hero in popular tradition. Innumerable stories cling to his name, and many of them have found their way in medieval times in different garbs to various parts of Asia and later to Europe. Vikram has long been considered a national hero, a beau ideal of a prince. He is remembered as a ruler who pushed out foreign invaders, but his fame rests on the literary and cultural brilliance of his court, where he collected some of the most famous writers, artists, and musicians, the nine gems of his court, as they are called. Most of the stories deal with his desire to do good for his people and to sacrifice himself or his personal interest at the slightest provocation in order to benefit someone else. He is famous for his generosity, service for others, courage, and lack of conceit. Essentially, he's been popular because he was considered a good man and a patron of the arts. The fact that he was a successful soldier or a conqueror hardly comes out in the stories. That emphasis on the goodness and self-sacrificing nature of the man is characteristic of the Indian mind and of Indian ideals. Vikramaditya's name, like that of Caesar, became a kind of symbol and title, and numerous subsequent rulers added it to their names. This is added to the confusion as there are many Vikramaदिtyas mentioned in history. But who was this Vikram and when did he exist? Historically speaking, everything is vague. There is no trace of any such ruler around about 57 BC when Vikram Samavati era should begin. There was, however, Vikramaditya in North India in the 4th century AC, and he fought against Hun invaders and pushed them out. It is he who is supposed to have kept the 9 gems in his court, and around whom all these stories gather. The problem then is this: how is this Vikramaditya, who existed in the 4th century AC, to be connected with an era which began in the 57 BC? The probable explanation appears to be that an era dating from 57 BC existed in the Malava state in central India, and long after Vikram, this era and calendar were connected with him and renamed after him. But all this is vague and uncertain. What has been most surprising is the way in which quite intelligent Indians have played about with history in order somehow to connect the traditional hero Vikram with the beginning of the era 2000 years ago. It has also been interesting to find how emphasis is laid on his fight against the foreigner and his desire to establish the unity of India under one national state. Vikram's realm was in fact confined to north and central India. It is not Indians only who are affected by nationalist urges and supposed national interest in the writing or consideration of history. Every nation and people seem to be affected by this desire to gild and better the past and distort it to their advantage. The histories of India that most of us have had to read and the panegyrics of the British rule and barely veiled contemptuous account of what happened here in the millenniums preceding it. Indeed, real history for them began with the advent of the Englishmen into India, and all that went before is some mystic kind of way, a preparation for this divine consummation. Even the British period is distorted with the object of glorifying British rule and British virtues. Very slowly, a more correct perspective is developing, but we need not go to the past to find instances of manipulation of history to suit particular ends and support one's fancies and prejudices. The present is full of life, and if the present, which we have ourselves seen and experienced, can be so distorted, what of the past? Nevertheless, it is true that Indians are peculiarly liable to accept tradition and report as history uncritically and without sufficient examination. They will have to rid themselves of this loose thinking and easy way of arriving at conclusions. But I have digressed and wandered away from the gods and goddesses and the days when myth and legend began. Those were the days when life was full and in harmony with nature, when man's mind gazed with wonder and delight at the mystery of the universe, when heaven and earth seemed very near to each other, and the gods and goddesses came down from Kailasa or other Himalayan haunts, even as gods of Olympus used to come down to play with and sometimes punish men and women. Out of this abundant life and rich imagination grew myth and legends, strong and beautiful gods and goddesses for the ancient Indians, like the Greeks, were lovers of beauty and of life. Professor Gilbert Murray tells us of the sheer beauty of the Olympian system. That description might well apply to the early creation of the Indian mind also. They are artists, dreams, ideological allegories. They are symbols of something beyond themselves. They're gods of half-rejected tradition, of unconscious make-believe, of aspiration. They're gods to whom doubtful philosophers can pray, and with all philosophers' due caution as to many radiant and heart-searching hypotheses. They're not gods in whom anyone believes is a hard fact. Equally applicable to India is what Professor Murray adds, as the most beautiful image carved by man was not the god, but only a symbol to help towards achieving the god, and so the god himself, when conceived, was not the reality, but only a symbol to help towards conceiving the reality. Meanwhile, they issued no creeds that the contradicted knowledge, no commands that made man sin against his own inner light. Gradually, the days of the Vedic and other gods and goddesses receded into the background, and hard and abstruse philosophy took their place. But in the minds of the people, these images still floated, companions in joy and friends in distress, symbols of their own vaguely felt ideals and aspirations, and round them poets wrapped their fancies and built houses of their dreams full of rich embroidery and lovely fantasy. Many of these legends and poets' fancies have been delightfully adapted by F. W. Bain in his series of little books containing stories from Indian mythology. In one of these, The Digit of the Moon, we're told of the creation of the woman. In the beginning, when Twasilitri, the divine artificer, came to the creation of woman, he found that he had exhausted his materials in making of man, and that no solid elements were left. And this dilemma, after profound meditation, he did as follows. He took the rotundity of the moon, and the curves of the creepers, and the clinging of tendrils, and the trembling of grass, and the slenderness of reed, and the bloom of flowers, and the lightness of leaves, and the tapering of the elephant's trunk, and the glances of deer, and the clustering of rows of bees, and the joyous gaiety of sunbeams, and the weeping of clouds, and the fickleness of the winds, and the timidity of the hare, the vanity of the peacock, and the softness of the parrot's bosom, the hardness of adamant and sweetness of honey, and the cruelty of the tiger, and the warm glow of fire and the coldness of snow, and the chattering of jays, and the cooing of the kokila, and the hypocrisy of the crane, and the fidelity of the chakravaka. And compounding all this together, he made woman and gave her to man. The Mahabharata. It is difficult to date the epics. They deal with remote periods when the Aryans were still in the process of settling down and consolidating themselves in India. Evidently, many authors have written them or added to them in successive periods. The Ramayana is an epic poem with a certain unity of treatment. The Mahabharata is a vast and miscellaneous collection of ancient lore. Both must have taken shape in the pre-Buddhist period, though additions were no doubt made later. Michelet, the French historian, writing in 1864 with special reference to the Ramayana, says, "Whoever has done or willed too much, let him drink from this deep cup a long draught of life and youth. Everything is narrow in the west. Greece is small and I stifle. Judea is dry and I pant. Let me look towards lofty Asia and the profound East for a little while. There lies my great poem, as vast as the Indian Ocean, blessed, gilded with the sun, the book of divine harmony, wherein is no dissonance. A serene peace reigns there, and in the midst of conflict, an infinite sweetness, a boundless fraternity which spreads over all things, an ocean without bottom or bound, of love, of pity, of clemency. Great as the Ramayana is an epic poem and loved by the people, it is really the Mahabharata that is one of the outstanding books of the world. It is a colossal work, an encyclopedia of tradition and legend and political and social institutions of ancient India. For a decade or more, a host of competent Indian scholars have been engaged in critically examining and collating the various available texts with a view to publish an authoritative edition. Some parts have been issued by them, but the work is still incomplete and is proceeding. It is interesting to note that even in these days of total and horrible war, Russian Oriental scholars have produced a Russian translation of the Mahabharata. Probably this was the period when foreign elements were coming into India and bringing their customs with them. Many of these customs were unlike those of Aryans, and so a curious mixture of opposing ideas and customs is observable. There was no polyandry among the Aryans, and yet one of the leading heroines of the Mahabharata story is the common wife of 5 brothers. Gradually, the absorption of the earlier indigenous elements as well as newcomers was taking place, and the Vedic religion was being modified accordingly. It was beginning to take that all-inclusive form which led to modern Hinduism. This was possible as the basic approach seems to have been that there could be no monopoly in truth, and there were many ways of seeing it and approaching it. So all kinds of different and even contradictory beliefs were tolerated. In the Mahabharata, a very definite attempt has been made to emphasize the fundamental unity of India, or Bharatvarsha as it was called, from Bharat, the legendary founder of the race. An earlier name was Aryavrata, the land of the Aryas, but this was confined to northern India up to the Vindhya mountains in central India. The Aryans had probably not spread beyond that mountain range at that period. The Ramayana story is one of Aryan expansion to the south. The great civil war, which occurred later described in the Mahabharata, is vaguely supposed to have taken place about 14th century BC. That war was for the overlordship of India, or possibly of northern India, and it marks the beginning of the conception of India as a whole, of Bharatvarsha. In this conception, a large part of modern Afghanistan, then called Gandhara, from which the name of the present city of Kandahar, which was considered an integral part of the country, was included. Indeed, the queen of the principal ruler was Gandhari, the lady from Gandhara. Delhi, not the modern city, but the ancient city situated near the modern site named Hastinapur and Indraprastha, became the metropolis of India. Sister Nivedita, Margaret Noble, writing about the Mahabharata, has pointed out, the foreign reader is at once struck by two features. In the first place, its unity in complexity, and in the second, its constant efforts to impress on its hearers the idea of a single, centralized India with a heroic tradition of her own as formative and uniting impulse. The Mahabharata contains the Krishna legends and the famous poem, the Bhagavad Gita. Even apart from the philosophy of the Gita, it lays stress on ethical and moral principles in statecraft and in life generally. Without this foundation of Dharma, there is no true happiness and society cannot hold together. The aim is social welfare, not the welfare of a particular group only, but of the whole world. The entire world of mortals is a self-dependent organism. Yet, Dharma itself is relative and depends on the times and conditions prevailing. Apart from some basic principles such as adherence to truth, non-violence, etc., these principles endure and do not change. But otherwise, Dharma, that amalgam of duties and responsibilities, changes with the changing age. The emphasis on non-violence here and elsewhere is interesting, for no obvious contradiction appears to be noticed between this and fighting for a righteous cause. The whole epic centers around a great war. Evidently, the conception of ahimsa, non-violence, had a great deal to do with that motive, the absence of the violent mental approach, self-discipline, and control of anger and hatred, rather than the physical abstention from violent action when this became necessary and inevitable. The Mahabharata is a rich storehouse in which we can discover all manner of precious things. It is full of a varied, abundant, and bubbling life, something far removed from that other aspect of Indian thought which emphasized asceticism and negation. It is not merely a book of moral precepts, though there is plenty of ethics and morality in it. The teaching of Mahabharata has been summed up in the phrase, "Thou shalt not do to others what is disagreeable to thyself." There is an emphasis on social welfare, and this is noteworthy, for the tendency of the Indian mind is supposed to be in favor of individual perfection rather than social welfare. It says, "Whatever is not conducive to social welfare, or what ye are likely to be ashamed of, never do." Again, truth, self-control, asceticism, generosity, non-violence, constancy in virtue, these are the means of success, not caste or family. Virtue is better than immortality and life. True joy entails suffering. There is a dig at the seeker after wealth. The silkworm dies of its wealth. And finally, the injunction so typical of a living and advancing people, discontent is the spur of progress. There is, in the Mahabharata, the polytheism of the Vedas, the monism of the Upanishads, and the deism and the dualism and the monotheism. The outlook is still creative and more or less rationalistic, and the feeling of exclusiveness is yet limited Caste is not rigid. There was still a feeling of confidence. But as external forces invaded and challenged the security of the old order, that confidence lessened somewhat and a demand for greater uniformity arose in order to produce internal unity and strength. New taboos grew up. The eating of beef, previously countenanced, is, is later absolutely prohibited. In the Mahabharata, there are references to beef or veal being offered to honored guests. The Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita is part of the Mahabharata, an episode in the vast drama, but it stands apart and is completely in itself. It is a relatively small poem of 700 verses, the most beautiful, perhaps the only true philosophical song existing in any known tongue. So William von Humboldt described it. Its popularity and influence have not waned ever since it was composed and written in the pre-Buddhistic age, and today its appeal is as strong as ever in India. Every school of thought and philosophy looks up to it and interprets it in its own way. In time of crises, when the mind of man is tortured by doubt and is torn by conflict of duties, it has turned all the more to the Gita for light and guidance. For it is a poem of crises, of political and social crises, and even more so of crises in the spirit of man. Innumerable commentaries on the Gita have appeared in the past, and they continue to come out with unfailing regularity. Even the leaders of thought and action of the present day, Tilak, Aurobindo Ghosh, Gandhi, have written on it, each giving its own interpretation. Gandhiji bases his firm belief in non-violence on it. Others justify violence and warfare for a righteous cause. The poem begins with a conversation between Arjuna and Krishna on the very battlefield before the great war begins. Arjuna is troubled. His conscience revolts at the thought of the war and the mass murder that it involves, the killing of friends and relatives. For what purpose? What conceivable gain can outweigh this loss, this sin? All his old standards fail him. His values collapse. Arjuna becomes the symbol of the tortured spirit of man, which from age to age has been torn by conflicting obligations and moralities. From this personal conversation, we are taken step by step to higher and more impersonal regions of individual duty and social behavior, of the application of ethics to human life, of the spiritual outlook that should govern all. There is much that is metaphysical in it, and an attempt to reconcile and harmonize the three ways for human advancement: the path of the intellect or knowledge, the path of action, and the path of faith. Probably more emphasis is laid on faith than on the others, and even a personal God emerges, though he is considered as a manifestation of the Absolute. The Gita deals essentially with the spiritual background of human existence, and it is in this context that the practical problems of everyday life appear. It is a call to action to meet the obligations and duties of life, but always keeping in view that spiritual background and the larger purpose of the universe. Inaction is condemned, and action and life have to be in accordance with the highest ideals of the age, for these ideals themselves may vary from age to age. The Yuga Dharma, the ideal for the particular age, has always to be kept in view. Because modern India is full of frustration and has suffered from too much quietism, this call to action makes a special appeal. It is also possible to interpret that action in modern terms as action for social betterment and social service, practical, altruistic, patriotic, and humanitarian. Such action is desirable according to the Gita, but behind it must lie the spiritual ideal, and action must be in the spirit of detachment, not much concerned with its results. The law of cause and effect holds good under all circumstances. Right action must therefore necessarily yield right results, though these might not be immediately apparent. The message of the Gita is not sectarian or addressed to any particular school of thought. It is universal in its approach for everyone, Brahmin or outcast. All paths lead to me, it says. It is because of this universality that it has found favor with all classes and schools. There is something in it which seems to be capable of being constantly renewed, which does not become out of date with the passing of time. An inner quality of earnest inquiry and search, of contemplation and action, of balance and equilibrium, in spite of conflict and contradiction. There is a poise in it, and a unity in the midst of disparity, and its temper is one of supremacy over the changing environment, not by seeking escape from it, but fitting in with it. During the 2,500 years since it was written, Indian humanity has gone repeatedly through the process of change and development and decay, and experience has succeeded experience. Thought has followed thought. But it has always found something living in the Gita, something that fitted into the developing thought and had a freshness and applicability to the spiritual problems that afflict the mind. Life and work in ancient India. A great deal has been done by scholars and philosophers to trace the development of philosophic and metaphysical thought in the India of the past. Much has also been done to fix the chronology of historic events and draw in broad outline political maps of those periods. But not much has so far been done to investigate the social and economic conditions of those days, how people lived, carried on their work, what they produced, and how, and the way trade functioned. Greater attention is being paid to these vital questions, how, and some works by Indian scholars and one by an American have appeared. But a great deal remains to be done. The Mahabharata itself is a storehouse of sociological and other data and many more books will no doubt yield useful information, but they have to be critically examined from this point of view. One book of inestimable value, one book of inestimable value is Kautilya's Arthashastra of the 4th century BC, which gives details of the political, social, economic, and military organization of the Mauryan Empire. An earlier account, which definitely takes us back to the pre-Buddhist period in India, is contained in the collection of the Jataka tales. These Jatakas were given their present shape sometime after the Buddha. They are supposed to deal with previous incarnations of the Buddha and have become an important part of Buddhist literature. But the stories are evidently much older and they deal with pre-Buddhistic period and give us much valuable information about life in India in those days. Professor Rhys Davids has described them as the oldest, most complete, and most important collection of folklore extant. Many of the subsequent collection of animal and other stories which were written in India and found their way to Western Asia and Europe can be traced to the Jatakas. The Jatakas deal with the period when the final amalgamation of the two principal races of India, the Dravidians and the Aryans, was taking place. They reveal a multiform and chaotic society which resists more or less every attempt at classification and about which there can be no talk of an organization according to caste in that age. The Jatakas may be said to present the popular tradition as contrasted with the priestly or Brahminic tradition and the Kshatriyas or the ruling class tradition. There are chronologies and genealogies of various kingdoms and their rulers. Kingship, originally elective, becomes hereditary according to the rule of primogeniture. Women are excluded from this succession, but there are exceptions. As in China, the ruler is held responsible for all misfortunes. If anything goes wrong, the fault must lie with the king. There was a council of ministers, and there are also references to some kind of state assembly. Nevertheless, the king was an autocratic monarch, though he had to function within the established conventions. The high priest had an important position in court as an advisor and person in charge of religious ceremonies. There are references to popular revolts against unjust and tyrannical kings were sometimes put to death for their crimes. Village assemblies enjoyed a measure of autonomy. The chief source of revenue was the land. The land tax was supposed to represent the king's share of the produce, and it was usually but not always paid in kind. Probably this tax was about 1/6 of the produce. It was predominantly an agricultural civilization, and the basic unit was the self-governing village. The political and economic structures were built up from these village communities, which were grouped in tens and hundreds. Horticulture, rearing of livestock, dairy farming were practiced on an extensive scale. Gardens and parks were common, and fruits and flowers were valued. The list of flowers mentioned is a long one. Among the favorite fruits were the mango, the fig, grape, plantain, and the date. There were evidently many shops of vegetable and fruit sellers in the cities, as well as of florists. The flower garland was then, as now, a favorite of the Indian people. Hunting was a regular occupation chiefly for food it provided. Flesh eating was common and included poultry and fish. Venison was highly esteemed. There were fisheries and slaughterhouses. The principal articles of diet were, however, rice, wheat, millet, and corn. Sugar was extracted from sugarcane. Milk and its various products were then, as they are now, highly prized. There were liquor shops, and liquor was apparently made from rice, fruits, and sugarcane. There was mining for metals and precious stones. Among the metals mentioned are gold, silver, copper, iron, lead, tin, and brass. And among the precious stones were diamonds, rubies, corals, also pearls. Gold, silver, and copper coins are referred to. There were partnerships for trade, and loans were advanced on interest. Among the manufactured goods are silk, woolens, cotton textiles, rugs, blankets, and carpets. Spinning, weaving, and dyeing are flourishing and widespread industries. The metallurgical industry produces weapons of war. The building industry uses stone, wood, and bricks. Carpenters make a variety of furniture, etc., including carts, chariots, ships, bedsteads, chairs, benches, chests, toys, etc. Cane workers make mattresses, baskets, fans, and sunshades. Potters function in every village. From flowers and sandalwood, a number of perfumes, oils, and beauty products are made, including sandalwood powder. Various medicines and drugs are manufactured, and dead bodies are sometimes embalmed. Apart from the many kinds of artisans and craftsmen who were mentioned, various other professions are referred to: teachers, physicians and surgeons, merchants and traders, musicians, astrologers, greengrocers, actors, dancers, itinerant jugglers, acrobats, puppet players, peddlers. Domestic slavery appears to have been fairly common, but agriculture and other work was done with the help of hired labor. There were even then some untouchables, the chandalas as they were called, whose chief business was the disposal of dead bodies. Trade associations and craft guilds had already assumed importance. The existence of trade associations, says Fick, which grew partly for economical reasons, better employment of capital, facilities of intercourse, partly for protecting legal interest of their class, is surely to be traced to an earlier period of Indian culture. The Jatakas say that there were 18 craft unions, but they actually mention only 4: the woodworkers and the masons, the smiths, the leather workers, and the painters. Even in the epics, there are references to trade and craft organizations. The Mahabharata says, "The safeguard of corporations, guilds, is union." It is said that the merchant guilds were of such authority that the king was not allowed to establish any laws repugnant to these trade unions. The heads of guilds are mentioned next after priests as objects of a king's anxious concern. The chief of the merchants, the Shreshti, the modern Seth, was a man of very considerable importance. One rather extraordinary development emerges from the Jataka accounts. There is the establishment of special settlements or villages of people belonging to particular crafts. Thus, there was a carpenter's village consisting, it is said, of 1,000 families, a smith's village, and so on. These specialized villages were usually situated near a city which absorbed their special products and which provided them with the other necessities of life. The whole village apparently worked on cooperative lines and undertook large orders. Probably out of this separate living and organization, the caste system developed and spread out. The example set by the Brahmins and the nobility was gradually followed by the manufacturer corporations and trade guilds. Great roads with travelers' rest houses and occasional hospitals covered North India and connected distant parts of the country. Trade flourished not only in the country itself, but between India and foreign countries. There was a colony of Indian merchants living at Memphis in Egypt about 5th century BC. As the discovery of modeled heads of Indians there has shown. Probably there was trade also between India and islands of Southeast Asia. Overseas trade involved shipping, and it is clear that ships were built in India both for inland waterways and for ocean traffic. There are references in the epics to shipping duties being paid by merchants coming from afar. The Jatakas are full of references to merchant voyages. There were overland caravans across deserts going westwards to the seaport of Broach and north towards Gandhara and Central Asia. From Broach, ships went to the Persian Gulf for Babylon, Baveru. There was a great deal of river traffic, and according to the Jatakas, ship traveled from Benares, Patna, Champa, Bhagalpur, and other places to the sea and thence to southern ports and Ceylon and Malaya. Old Tamil poems tell us of the flourishing port of Kaveri Pattinam on the Kaveri River in the south, which was a center for international trade. These ships must have been large, as it is said in the Jatakas that hundreds of merchants and emigrants embarked on a ship. In the Milinda, this is of the 1st century AC, Milinda is the Greek Bactrian king of North India who has become an ardent Buddhist, it is said. As a ship owner who has become wealthy by constantly levying freight in some seaport town, will be able to traverse the high seas and go to Banga, Bengal, or Takola, or China, or Sovira, or Surat, or Alexandria, or the Coromandel coast, or further India, or any other place where ships do congregate. Among the exports from India were silk, muslins, the finer sorts of cloth, cutlery and armory, brocades, embroideries and rugs, perfumes and drugs, ivory and ivory work, jewelry and gold, seldom silver. These were the main articles in which the merchant dealt. India, or rather North India, was famous for her weapons of war, especially for the quality of her steel, her swords and daggers. In the 5th century BC, A large number of Indian troops, cavalry, and infantry accompanied by the Persian army to Greece when Alexander invaded Persia. It is stated in the famous Persian epic poem Firdousi's Shahnameh that swords and other weapons were hurriedly sent for by the Persians from India. The old pre-Islamic Arabic word for sword is muhannad, which means from Hind or Indian. This word is in common use still. Ancient India appears to have made considerable progress in the treatment of iron. There is an enormous iron pillar near Delhi which has baffled modern scientists who have been unable to discover by what process it was made, which has enabled it to withstand oxidation and atmospheric change. The inscription on it is in the Gupta script, which was in use from the 4th to the 7th century AC. Some scholars are, however, of the opinion that the pillar itself is much older than this inscription, which was added later. Alexander's invasion of India in the 4th century BC was, from a military point of view, a minor affair. It was more of a raid across the border and not a very successful raid for him. He met with such stout resistance from a border chieftain that the contemplated advance into the heart of India had to be reconsidered. If a small ruler on the frontier could fight thus, ward off the large and more powerful kingdoms further south, probably this was the main reason why his army refused to march further and insisted on returning. The quality of India's military strength was very soon seen after Alexander's return and death when Seleucus attempted another invasion. He was defeated by Chandragupta and driven back. Indian armies then had an advantage which others lacked. This was the possession of trained war elephants, which might be compared to the tanks of today. Seleucus Nicator obtained 500 of these war elephants from India for his campaign against Antigonus in Asia Minor in 302 BC. And military historians say that these elephants were the decisive factor in the battle which ended in the death of Antigonus and the flight of his own son Demetrius. There are books on the training of elephants, the breeding of horses, etc. Each one of these called a Shastra. This word has come to mean scripture or holy writ, but it was applied indiscriminately to every kind of knowledge and science, varying from mathematics to dancing. In fact, the line between religious and secular knowledge was not strictly drawn. They were overlapped, and everything that seemed useful to life was the object of inquiry. Writing in India goes back to the most ancient times. Old pottery belonging to the Neolithic period is inscribed with writing in the Brahmi script. Mohenjo-daro has inscriptions which have so far not been wholly deciphered. The Brahmi inscriptions found all over India are undoubtedly the basic script from which Devanagari and others have arisen in India. Some of Ashoka's inscriptions are in the Brahmi script. Others in the northwest are in Kharoshthi script. As early as 6th or 7th century BC, Panini wrote his great grammar of the Sanskrit language. He mentions previous grammars, and already in his time, Sanskrit had crystallized and become the language of an ever-growing literature. Panini's book is something more than a mere grammar. It has been described by the Soviet professor, the Shtabarsky of Leningrad, as one of the greatest productions of the human mind. Panini is still standard authority on Sanskrit grammar, though subsequent grammarians have added to it and interpreted it. It is interesting to note that Panini mentions the Greek script. This indicates that there was some kind of contact between India and the Greeks long before Alexander came to the east. The study of astronomy was especially pursued, and it is often merged into astrology. Medicine had its textbooks, and there were hospitals. Dhanavantari is the legendary founder of the Indian science of medicine. The best known old textbooks, however, date from the early centuries of the Christian era. These are by Charak on medicine and Shushruta on surgery. Charak is supposed to have been the royal court physician of Kanishka, who had his capital in the northwest. These textbooks enumerate a large number of diseases and give methods of diagnosis and treatment. They deal with surgery, obstetrics, baths, diet, hygiene, infant feeding, and medical education. The approach was experimental, and the dissection of dead bodies was being practiced in the course of surgical training. Various surgical instruments are mentioned by Shushruta, as well as operations including amputation of limbs, abdominal, caesarean sections, cataract, etc. Wounds are sterilized by fumigation. In the 3rd or 4th century BC, there were also hospitals for animals. This was probably due to the influence of Jainism and Buddhism, with the emphasis on non-violence. In mathematics, the ancient Indians made some epoch-making discoveries, notably that of the zero sign, of the decimal place value system, of the use of the minus sign, and the use in algebra of letters of the alphabet to denote unknown quantities. It is difficult to date these, as there was always a big time lag between the discovery and its practical application. But it is clear that the beginning of arithmetic, algebra, and geometry were said to be laid in the earliest period. 10 formed the basis of enumeration in India even at the time of the Rig Veda. The time and number sense of the ancient Indians was extraordinary. They had a long series of number names for very high numerals. The Greeks, Romans, Persians, and Arabs have apparently no terminology for denomination above the 1,000 or at most the myriad, that is 10 to the power 4 or 10,000. In India, there were 18 specific denominations, 10 to the power 18, and there are even longer lists. In the story of Buddha's early education, he is reported to have named denominations up to 10 to the power of 50. At the other end of the scale, there was minute divisions of time, of which the smallest unit was approximately 1/17th of a second, and the smallest lineal measure is given as something which approximates to 137 into 7 to the power of negative 10 inches. All these big and small figures were no doubt entirely theoretical and used for philosophic purposes. Nevertheless, the old Indians, unlike the other ancient nations, had vast conceptions of time and space. They thought in a big way. Even their mythology deals with ages of hundreds of millions of years. To them, the vast periods of modern geology or the astronomical distances of the stars would not come as a surprise. Because of this background, Darwin's and other similar theories could not create in India the turmoil and inner conflict which they produced in Europe in the middle of the 19th century. The popular mind in Europe was used to a timescale which did not go beyond a few thousand years. In the Arthashastra, we are given the weights and measures which were used in North India in 4th century BC. They used to be careful supervision of weights in marketplaces. In the epic period, we have frequent mention of some kind of foreign university situated not far from a town or city where students gathered around well-known scholars for training and education, which comprised a variety of subjects, including military training. These forest abodes were preferred so as to avoid the distractions of city life and enable the students to lead a disciplined and continent life. After some years of this training, they were supposed to go back and live as householders and citizens. Probably these forest schools consisted of small groups, though there are indications that a popular teacher would attract large numbers. Benares has always been a center of learning, and even in Buddha's day, it was old and known as such. It was in the deer park near Benares that Buddha preached his first sermon. But Benares does not appear to have been at any time anything like a university such as existed then and later in other parts of India. There were numerous groups there, consisting of a teacher and his disciples, and often between rival groups there were fierce debate and argument. But in the northwest, near modern Peshawar, there was an ancient and famous university at Takshashila or Takshila. This was particularly noted for science, especially medicine and arts, and people went to it from distant parts of India. The Jataka stories are full of instances of sons of nobles and Brahmins traveling unattended and unarmed to Takshila to be educated. Probably students came also from Central Asia and Afghanistan, as it was conveniently situated. It was considered an honor and distinction to be a graduate of Takshila. Physicians who had studied in the school of medicine there were highly thought of, and it is related that whenever Buddha felt unwell, his admirers brought to him a famous physician who had graduated from Takshila. Panini, the great grammarian of the 6th century BC, is said to have studied there. Takshila was thus a pre-Buddhist university and a seat of Brahminical learning. During the Buddhist period, it became also a center of Buddhist scholarship and attracted Buddhist students from all over India and across the border. It was the headquarters of the northwestern province of the Mauryan Empire. The legal position of women, according to Manu, the earliest exponent of the law, was definitely bad. They were always dependent on somebody, on the father, the husband, or the son. Almost they were treated in law as chattels. And yet, from the numerous stories in the epics, this law was not applied very rigidly, and they held an honored place in the home and in society. The old lawgiver, Manu, himself says, "Where women are honored, the gods dwell." There is no mention of women students at Takshila or any of the old universities. But some of them did function as students somewhere, for there is repeated mention of learned and scholarly women. In the later ages, also, there were a number of eminent women scholars. Bad as the legal position of women was in ancient India, judged by modern standards, it was far better than in ancient Greece and Rome, in early Christianity, in the canon law of medieval Europe, and indeed right up to the comparatively modern times at the beginning of the 19th century. The exponents of law from Manu onwards refer to forms of partnership in business. Manu refers chiefly to priests. Yagnavalkya includes trade and agriculture. A later writer, Narada, says loss, expense, profit of each partner are equal to or more than or less than those of other partners according as his share invested is equal, greater, or less. Storage, food, charges, tolls, loss, freightage, expense of keeping must be paid by each partner in accordance with the terms of agreement. Manu's conception of a state was evidently that of a small kingdom. This conception was, however, growing and changing, leading to the vast Mauryan Empire of the 4th century BC and to international contacts with the Greek world. Megasthenes, the Greek ambassador in India, in the 4th century BC, totally denies the existence of slavery in India. But in this he was wrong, as there were certainly domestic slaves, and there are references in Indian books of the period to improving the lot of the slaves. It is clear, however, that there was no large-scale slavery, no slave gangs for labor purposes, as were common in many countries then, and this may have led Megasthenes to believe that slavery was completely absent. It was laid down that never shall an Arya be subjected to slavery. Who exactly was an Arya and who was not, it is difficult to say. But the Aryan fold at the time had come to mean rather vaguely all four basic castes, including the Shudras, but not the untouchables. In China also, in the days of early Han dynasty, slaves were used primarily in domestic services. They were unimportant in agriculture or in large-scale labor works, but in India and China, these domestic slaves formed very small proportions of the population. And in this important respect, there was thus a vast difference between India and Chinese society and the contemporary Greek and Roman society. What were the Indians like in those distant days? It is difficult for us to conceive of a period so far and so different from ours, and yet some vague picture emerges from the miscellaneous data that we have. They were a light-hearted race, confident and proud of their traditions, dabbling in the search for the mysterious, full of questions, addressed to nature and human life, attaching importance to the standards and values they had created, but taking life easily and joyously and facing death without much concern. Arrian, the Greek historian of Alexander's campaign in North India, was struck by this light-heartedness of the race. No nation, he writes, is fonder of singing and dancing than the Indian. Mahavira and Buddha, caste. Some such background existed in northern India from the time of the epics onwards to the early Buddhist period. It was ever changing politically and economically, and the process of synthesis and amalgamation, as well as the specialization of labor, were taking place. In the realm of ideas, there was continuous growth and often conflict. The early Upanishads had been followed by the development of thought and activity in many directions. They were themselves a reaction against priestcraft and ritualism. Men's minds had rebelled against much that they saw, and out of that rebellion had grown these early Upanishads as well. As a little later, the strong currents of materialism and Jainism and Buddhism and the attempt to synthesize various forms of belief in the Bhagavad Gita. Out of all this again grew the six systems of Indian philosophy. Yet, behind all this mental conflict and rebellion lay a vivid and growing national life. Both Jainism and Buddhism were breakaways from the Vedic religion and its offshoots, though, in a sense, they had grown out of it. They deny the authority of the Vedas, and most fundamental of all matters, they deny or say anything about the existence of a first cause. But both lay emphasis on non-violence and build up organizations of celibate monks and priests. There is a certain realism and rationalism in their approach, though inevitably this does not carry us very far in our dealings with the invisible world. One of the fundamental doctrines of Jainism is that truth is relative to our standpoints. It is a rigorous, ethical, and non-transcendental system, laying a special emphasis on the ascetic aspect of life and thought. Mahavira, the founder of Jainism, and Buddha were contemporaries, and both came from the Kshatriya warrior class. Buddha died at the age of 80 in 544 BC, and the Buddhist era begins then. This is the traditional date. Historians give a later date around 487 BC, but are now inclined to accept the traditional date as more correct. It is an odd coincidence that I'm writing this on the Buddhist New Year's Day, 2488, the day of the full moon of the month of Vaishakha, the Vaishakhi Purnima as it is called. It is stated in the Buddhist literature that the Buddha was born on this full moon day of Vaishakha, that is May-June. He attained enlightenment and finally died also on the same day of the year. Buddha had the courage to attack popular religion, superstition, ceremonial, and priestcraft, and all the vested interests that clung to them. He condemned also the metaphysical and theological outlook, miracles, revelations, and dealings with the supernatural. His appeal was to logic, reason, and experience. His emphasis was on ethics, and his method was one of psychological analysis, a psychology without a soul. His whole approach comes like a breath of fresh wind from the mountains after a stale air of metaphysical speculation. Buddha did not attack the caste directly, yet in his own order he did not recognize it. And there is no doubt that his whole attitude and activity weakened the caste system. Probably caste was very fluid in his day, and for some centuries later, it is obvious that a caste-ridden community could not indulge in foreign trade or other foreign adventures, and yet for 1500 years or more after the Buddha, trade was developing between India and neighboring countries, and Indian colonies flourished. Foreign elements continued to stream into India from the northwest and were absorbed. It is interesting to observe this process of absorption which worked at both ends. New castes were formed at the bottom of the scale, and any successful invading element became transformed soon into Kshatriya or the ruling class. Coins of that period, just before and after the beginning of the Christian era, shows this rapid change in the course of 2 or 3 generations. The first ruler has a foreign name, his son or grandson appears with a Sanskrit name, and is crowned according to the traditional rites meant for a Kshatriya. Many of the Rajput Kshatriya clans date back to the Shaka or the Scythian invasions, which began about 2nd century BC, or from the later invasions of the White Huns. All these accepted the faith and institution of the country and then tried to affiliate themselves to the famous heroes of the epics. Thus, the Kshatriya group depended on status and occupation rather than on descent, and so it was much easier for foreigners to be incorporated into it. It is curious and significant that throughout the long span of Indian history, there have been repeated warnings given by great men against priestcraft and the rigidity of the caste system, and the powerful movements have risen against them. Yet slowly, imperceptibly, almost it seems as if it were the inevitable course of destiny, caste has grown and spread and seized every aspect of Indian life in its strangling grip. Rebels against caste have drawn many followers, and yet, in course of time, their group has itself become a caste. Jainism, a rebel against the parent religion in many ways utterly different from it, was yet tolerant to caste and adapted itself to it, and so it survives and continues in India, almost as an offshoot of Hinduism. Buddhism, not adapting itself to caste and more independent in its thought and outlook, ultimately passes away from India, though it influences India and Hinduism profoundly. Christianity comes here 1800 years ago and settles down gradually and develops its own caste. The Muslim social structure in India, in spite of its vigorous denunciation of all such barriers within a community, is also partly affected. In our own period of numerous movements to break the tyranny of caste have arisen among the middle classes, and they have made a difference, but not a vital one so far as the masses are concerned. Their method was usually one of direct attack. And then Gandhi came along and tackled the problem after the immemorial Indian fashion in an indirect way, and his eyes were on the masses. He has been direct enough, aggressive enough, persistent enough, but without challenging the original basic functional theory underlying the main four castes. He has attacked the rank, undergrowth, and overgrowth, knowing well that he was undermining the whole caste structure thereby. He has already shaken the foundations, and the masses have been powerfully affected. For them, the whole structure holds or breaks altogether. But an even greater power than he is at work, the conditions of modern life. And it seems that at last this hoary and tenacious relic of the past times must die. But while we struggle with caste in India, which in its origin was based on color, new and overbearing castes have arisen in the West with doctrines of racial exclusiveness, sometimes clothed in political and economic terms, and even speaking in the language of democracy. Before the Buddha, 700 years before Christ, a great Indian sage and lawgiver, Yajnavalkya, is reported to have said, "It is not our religion, still less the color of our skin, that produces virtue. Virtue must be practiced. Therefore, let no one do to others what he would not have done to himself." Chandragupta and Chanakya, the Mauryan Empire established. Buddhism spread gradually in India, although in origin a Kshatriya movement and representing a conflict between the ruling class and the priests, its ethical and democratic aspect, and more especially its fight against priestcraft and ritualism appealed to the people. It developed as a popular reform movement, attracting even some Brahmin thinkers. But generally, Brahmins opposed it and called Buddhists heretics and rebels against the established faith. More important than the outward progress was the interaction of Buddhism and the older faith on each other and the continuous undermining of Brahmins. 2.5 centuries later, the Emperor Ashoka became a convert to the faith and devoted all his energies to spreading it by peaceful missionary efforts in India and foreign countries. These 2 centuries saw many changes in India. Various processes had long been going on to bring about racial fusion and to amalgamate the petty states and small kingdoms and republics. The old urge to build up a united, centralized state had been working, and out of all this emerged a powerful and highly developed empire. Alexander's invasion of the northwest gave the final push to this development, and 2 remarkable men arose who would take advantage of the changing condition and would mold them according to their will. These men were Chandragupta Maurya and his friend and minister and counselor, the Brahmin Chanakya. This combination functioned well. Both had been exiled from the powerful Nanda kingdom of Magadha, which had its headquarters at Pataliputra, the modern Patna. Both went to Takshila in the northwest and came in contact with the Greeks stationed there by Alexander. Chandragupta met Alexander himself. He heard of his conquests and glory and was fired by the ambition to emulate him. Chandragupta and Chanakya watched and prepared themselves. They hatched great and ambitious schemes and waited for the opportunity to realize them. Soon, news came of Alexander's death at Babylon in 323 BC. And immediately Chandragupta and Chanakya raised the old and ever new cry of nationalism and roused the people against the foreign invader. The Greek garrison was driven away and Takshila captured. The appeal to nationalism had brought allies to Chandragupta, and he marched with them across North India to Pataliputra. Within 2 years of Alexander's death, he was in possession of that city and kingdom, and the Mauryan Empire had been established. Alexander's general, Seleucus, who had inherited after his chief's death the countries from Asia Minor to India, tried to re-establish his authority in northwest India and crossed the Indus with an army. He was defeated and had to cede a part of Afghanistan up to Kabul and Herat to Chandragupta, who also married the daughter of Seleucus. Except for South India, Chandragupta's empire covered the whole of India, from the Arabian Sea to the Bay of Bengal, and extended in the north to Kabul. For the first time in recorded history, a vast centralized state had risen in India. The city of Pataliputra was the capital of this great empire. What was this new state like? Fortunately, we have full accounts, both Indian and Greek. Megasthenes, the ambassador sent by Seleucus, had left a record, and much more important is the contemporary account, Kautilya's Arthashastra, the science of polity, to which references has already been made. Kautilya is another name for Chanakya, and thus we have a book written not only by a great scholar, but a man who played a dominating part in the establishment, growth, and preservation of the empire. Chanakya has been called the Indian Machiavelli, and to some extent that comparison is justified. But he was a much bigger person in every way, greater in intellect and action. He was no mere follower of a king, a humble advisor of an all-powerful emperor. A picture of him emerges from an old Indian play, Mudra Rakshasa, which deals with this period. Bold and scheming, proud and revengeful, never forgetting a slight, never forgetting his purpose, availing himself of every device to delude and defeat the enemy. He sat with the reins of empire in his hand and looked upon the emperor more as a loved pupil than as a master. Simple and austere in his life, uninterested in the pomp and pageantry of high position, when he had redeemed his pledge and accomplished his purpose, he wanted to retire, Brahmin-like, to a life of contemplation. There was hardly anything Chanakya would have refrained from doing to achieve his purpose. He was unscrupulous enough, yet he was also wise enough to know that this very purpose might be defeated by means unsuited to the end. Long before Clausewitz, he is reported to have said that war is only a continuance of state policy by other means. But, he adds, war must always serve the larger ends of policy and not become an end in itself. The statement's objective must always be the betterment of the state as a result of war, not the mere defeat and destruction of the enemy. If war involves both parties in a common ruin, that is the bankruptcy of statesmanship. War must be conducted by armed forces, but much more important than force of arms is the high strategy which saps the enemy's morale and disrupts his forces and brings about his collapse, or takes him to the verge of collapse before armed attack. Unscrupulous and rigid as the Chanakya was in the pursuit of his aim, he never forgot that it was better to win over an intelligent and high-minded enemy than to crush him. His final victory was obtained by sowing discord in the enemy's ranks, and in the very moment of this victory, so the story goes, he induced Chandragupta to be generous to his rival chief. Chanakya himself is said to have handed over the insignia of his own high office to the minister of that rival, whose intelligence and loyalty to his old chief had impressed him greatly. So the story ends not in the bitterness of defeat and humiliation, but in reconciliation and in laying the firm and enduring foundations of a state which had not only defeated but won over its chief enemy. The Mauryan Empire maintained diplomatic relations with the Greek world, both with Seleucus and his successors and with Ptolemy Philadelphus. These relations rested on the solid foundations of mutual commercial interest. Strabo tells us that Oxus River in Central Asia formed a link in an important chain along with Indian goods were carried to Europe by the way of the Caspian and the Black Sea. This route was popular in the 13th century BC. Central Asia then was rich and fertile. More than 1,000 years later, it began to dry up. The Arthashastra mentions that the king's studs had Arabian steeds. The organization of the state. What was this new state like that arose in 321 BC and covered the far greater part of India right up to Kabul in the north? It was an autocracy, a dictatorship at the top, as most empires were and still are. There was a great deal of local autonomy in the towns and village units, and elective elders looked after these local affairs. This local autonomy was greatly prized, and hardly any king or supreme ruler interfered with it. Nevertheless, the influence and many-sided activities of the central government were all pervasive, and in some ways this Mauryan state reminds one of modern dictatorship. There could have been then, in a purely agricultural age, nothing like the control of the individual by the state which we see today. But, in spite of limitations, an effort was made to control and regulate life. The state was very far from being just a police state, interested in keeping external and internal peace and collecting revenue. There was widespread and rigid bureaucracy, and there are frequent references to espionage. Agriculture was regulated in many ways, so were rates of interest. Regulation and periodical inspection took place of food, markets, manufacturers, slaughterhouses, cattle raising, water rights, sports, courtesans, and drinking salons. Weights and measures were standardized. The cornering and adulteration of foodstuff were rigorously punished. The trade was taxed, and also in some respects, the practice of religion. When there was a breach of regulation or some other misdemeanor, the temple monies were confiscated. If rich people were found guilty of embezzlement or of profiting from national calamity, their property was also confiscated. Sanitation and hospitals were provided, and there were medical men at the chief centers. The state gave relief to widows, orphans, the sick, and the infirm. Famine relief was a special care of the state, and half the stores in all the state warehouses were always kept in reserve for the times of scarcity and famine. All these rules and regulations were probably applied far more to the cities than to the villages, and it is also likely the practice lagged far behind theory. Nevertheless, even the theory is interesting. The village communities were practically autonomous. Chanakya's Arthashastra deals with a vast variety of subjects and covers almost every aspect of theory and practice of government. It discusses the duties of the king, of his ministers and councillors, of council meetings, of departments of government, of diplomacy, of war and peace. It gives details of the vast army which Chandragupta had, consisting of infantry, cavalry, chariots, and elephants. And yet, Chanakya suggests that mere numbers do not count for much. Without discipline and proper leadership, they may become a burden. Defense and fortifications are also dealt with. Among the other matters discussed in the book are trade and commerce, law and law courts, municipal government, social customs, marriage and divorce, rights of women, taxation and revenue, agriculture, the working of mines and factories, artisans, markets, horticulture, manufacturers, irrigation and waterways, ships and navigation, corporations, census operations, fisheries, slaughterhouses, passports and jails, widow remarriages recognized, also divorce under certain circumstances. There is a reference to China Pata, silk fabrics of China manufacture, and a distinction is made between these and the silk made in India. Probably the latter was a coarser variety, The importation of Chinese silk indicates trade contacts with China at least as early as 4th century BC. The king, at the time of his coronation, had to take the oath of service to the people. May I be deprived of heaven, of life, and of offspring if I oppress you. In the happiness of his subjects lies his happiness. In their welfare, whatever pleases himself he shall consider as not good, but whatever pleases his subjects he shall consider as good. If a king is energetic, his subjects will be equally energetic. Public work could not suffer or await the king's pleasure. He had always to be ready for it. And if the king misbehaved, his people had the right to remove him and put another in his place. There was an irrigation department to look after many canals, and a navigation department for the harbors, ferries, bridges, and numerous boats and ships that went up and down the rivers and crossed the seas to Burma and beyond. There was apparently some kind of navy too, as an adjunct of the army. Trade flourished in the empire, and great roads connected the distinct paths with frequent rest houses for travelers. The chief road was named Kingsway, and this went right across the country from the capital to the northwest frontier. Foreign merchants were especially mentioned and provided for, and seem to have enjoyed a kind of extra territoriality. It is said that the old Egyptians wrapped their mummies in Indian muslins and dyed their cloths with indigo obtained from India. Some kind of glass has also been discovered in the old remains. Megasthenes, the Greek ambassador, tells us that Indians loved finery and beauty, and even notes the use of the shoe to add one's height. There was a growth of luxury in the Mauryan Empire. Life becomes more complicated, specialized, and organized. Inns, hosteleries, eating houses, sarais, and gaming houses are evidently numerous. Sex and crafts have their meeting place, and the latter their public dinners. The business of entertainment provides livelihood for various classes of dancers, singers, and actors. Even the villages are visited by them. And the author of Arthashastra is inclined to discourage the existence of a common hall used for their show as too great a distraction from the life of home and the fields. At the same time, there are penalties for refusal to assist in organizing public entertainment. The king provides in amphitheaters constructed for the occasion dramatic boxing and other contests of men and animals, and also spectacles with display of pictured objects of curiosity. Not seldom the streets were lighted for festivals. There were also royal procession and hunts. There were many populous cities in this vast empire, but the chief of them was the capital Pataliputra, a magnificent city spread out along the banks of the Ganges, where the Son River met it, the modern Patna. Megasthenes describes it thus: at the junction of this river, Ganges, with another is situated Pataliputra, a city of 80 stadia, 9 to 2 miles in length, and 15 stadia, 1 to 7 miles in breadth. It is of a shape of a parallelogram and is girded with a wooden wall pierced with loopholes for the discharge of arrows. It has a ditch in front for defense and for receiving the sewage of the city. This ditch, which encompassed it all around, is 600 feet in breadth and 30 cubits in depth, and the wall is crowned with 570 towers and has 460 gates. Not only was this great wall made of wood, but most of the houses also. Apparently, this was a precaution against earthquakes, as that area was peculiarly liable to them. In 1934, the Great Bihar earthquake forcibly reminded us of this fact. Because the houses were of wood, very elaborate precautions against fire were taken. Every householder had to keep ladders and hooks and vessels full of water. Pataliputra had a municipality elected by the people. It had 30 members, divided up into 6 committees of 5 members each, dealing with industries and handicrafts, deaths and births, manufacturers, arrangements for travelers and pilgrims, etc. The whole municipal council looked after finance, sanitation, water supply, public buildings, and gardens. Buddha's teaching. Behind these political and economic revolutions that were changing the face of India, there was the ferment of Buddhism and its impact on old established faiths and its quarrels with vested interests in religion. For more than the debates and arguments of which India has always been so enamored, the personality of a tremendous and radiant being had impressed the people, and his memory was fresh in their minds. His message, old and yet very new and original for those immersed in metaphysical subtleties, captured the imagination of the intellectuals. It went deep down into the hearts of the people. Go unto all lands, had said the Buddha to his disciples, and preach this gospel. Tell them that the poor and the lonely, the rich and the high are all one, and that all castes unite in this religion as do rivers do in the sea. His message was one of universal benevolence, of love for all. For never in this world does hatred cease by hatred, hatred ceases by love. And let a man overcome anger by kindness and evil by good. It was an ideal of righteousness and self-discipline. One may overcome 1,000 men in battle, but he who conquers himself is the greatest victor. Not by birth, but by his conduct alone does a man become a low caste or a Brahmin. Even a sinner is not to be condemned, for who would willingly use hard speech to those who have done a sinful deed, strewing salt, as it were, upon the wound of their fault? Victory itself over another leads to unhappy consequences. Victory breeds hatred, for the conquered is unhappy. All this he preached without any religious sanction or any reference to God or another world. He relies on reason and logic and experience and asks people to seek the truth in their own minds. He is reported to have said, "One must not accept my law from reverence, but first try it as gold is tried by fire." Ignorance of truth was the cause of all misery. Whether there is a God or an absolute or not, he does not say. He neither affirms nor denies. Where knowledge is not possible, we must suspend judgment. In an answer to a question, Buddha is reported to have said, "If by the absolute is meant something out of relation to all known things, its existence cannot be established by any known reasoning. How can we know that anything unrelated to other things exists at all? The whole universe as we know it is a system of relations. We know nothing that is or can be unrelated. So, we must limit ourselves to what we can perceive and about which we have definite knowledge." So also, Buddha gives no clear answer about the existence of the soul. He does not deny it, and he does not affirm it. He refuses to discuss this question, which is very remarkable, for the Indian mind of his day was full of the individual soul and the absolute soul, of monism and monotheism and other metaphysical hypotheses. But Buddha set his mind against all forms of metaphysics. He does, however, believe in the permanence of a natural law, of universal causation, of each successive state being determined by pre-existing conditions, of virtue and happiness, of vice and suffering being organically related. We use terms and descriptions in this world of experience and say it is or it is not. Yet, neither may be correct when we go behind the superficial aspect of things, and our language may be inadequate to describe what is actually happening. Truth may lie somewhere in the middle of is and is not, or beyond them. The river flows continuously and appears to be the same from moment to moment, yet the waters are ever changing. So also fire, the flame keeps glowing and even maintains its shape and form, yet it is never the same flame and it changes every instant. So, everything continually changes, and life, in all its forms, is a stream of becoming. Reality is not something that is permanent and unchanging, but rather a kind of radiant energy, a kind of forces and movements, a succession of sequences. The idea of time is just a notion abstracted by mere usage from this or that event. We cannot say that one thing is the cause of something else, for there is no core of permanent being which changes. The essence of a thing is its immanent law of relation to the other, so-called things. Our bodies and our souls change from moment to moment. They cease to be, and something else like them, and yet different, appears and then passes off. In a sense, we are dying all the time and being reborn. And this succession gives the appearance of an unbroken identity. It is the continuity of an ever-changing identity. Everything is flux, movement, change. All this is difficult for our minds to grasp, used as we are to set methods of thinking and of interpreting physical phenomena. Yet, it is remarkable how near this philosophy of the Buddha brings us to some of the concepts of modern physics and modern philosophic thought. Buddha's method was one of psychological analysis, and again, it is surprising to find how deep was his insight into this latest of modern sciences. Man's life was considered and examined without any reference to a permanent self. For even if such a self exists, it is beyond our comprehension. The mind was looked upon as a part of the body, a composite of mental forces. The individual thus becomes a bundle of mental states. The self is just a stream of ideas. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. There is an emphasis on the pain and suffering of life. And the Four Noble Truths which Buddha enunciated deal with this suffering, its cause, the possibility of ending it, and the way to do it. Speaking to his disciples, he is reported to have said, "And while ye experience this sorrow through long ages, more tears have flowed from you and have been shed by you, while ye strayed and wandered on this pilgrimage of life, and sorrowed and wept, because that was your portion which ye abhorred, and that which ye loved was not your portion, than all the water which is in the four great oceans." Through an ending of this state of suffering is reached nirvana. As to what nirvana is, people differ. For it is possible not to describe a transcendental state in our inadequate language and in terms of the concepts of our limited minds. Some say it is just extinction, a blowing out. And yet, Buddha is reported to have denied this and to have indicated that it was an intense kind of activity. It was the extinction of false desire and not just annihilation, but it cannot be described by us except in negative terms. Buddha's way was the middle path between the extremes of self-indulgence and self-mortification. From his own experience of mortification of the body, he said that a person who has lost his strength cannot progress along the right path. This middle path was the Aryan Eightfold Path. Right beliefs, right aspirations, right speech, right conduct, right mode of livelihood, right effort, right mindedness, and right rapture. It is all a question of self-development and not grace. And if a person succeeds in developing along these lines and conquers himself, there can be no defeat for him. Not even a god can change into defeat the victory of a man who has vanquished himself. Buddha told his disciples what he thought that they could understand and live up to. His teaching was not meant to be a full explanation of everything, a complete revelation of all that is. Once, it is said, he took some dry leaves in his hand and asked his favorite disciple, Ananda, to tell him whether there were any other leaves besides those in his hand. Ananda replied, "The leaves that autumn are falling on all sides. There are more of them than can be numbered. The leaves of autumn are falling on all sides, and there are more of them than can be numbered." Then said the Buddha, "In like manner, I have given you a handful of truths, but besides these, there are many thousands of other truths, more than can be numbered." The Buddha story. The Buddha story attracted me even in early boyhood, and I was drawn to the young Siddhartha, who, after many inner struggles and pain and torment, was to develop into the Buddha. Edwin Arnold's Light of Asia became one of my favorite books. In later years, when I traveled about a great deal in my province, I liked to visit the many places connected with the Buddha legend, sometimes making a detour for the purpose. Most of these places lie in my province or not far from it. Here, on the Nepal frontier, Buddha was born. Here he wandered. Here at Gaya in Bihar, he sat under the Bodhi tree and gained enlightenment. Here he preached his first sermon. Here he died. When I visited countries where Buddhism is still a living and dominant faith, I went to see the temples and the monasteries and met the monks and laymen and tried to make out what Buddhism had done to the people. How had it influenced them? And what impress had it left on their minds and faces? How did they react to modern life? There was much I did not like. The rational, ethical doctrine had become overlaid with so much verbiage, so much ceremonial canon law, so much in spite of the Buddha metaphysical doctrine and even magic. Despite Buddha's warning, they had deified him, and his huge images in the temple and elsewhere looked down upon me, and I wondered what he would have thought. Many of the monks were ignorant persons, rather conceited and demanding obeisance, if not to themselves, than to their vestments. In each country, the national characteristics had imposed themselves on the religion and shaped it according to their distinctive customs and modes of life. This was natural enough, perhaps an inevitable development. But I saw much also that I liked. There was an atmosphere of peaceful study and contemplation in some of the monasteries and the schools attached to them. There was a look of peace and calm on the faces of many of the monks, a dignity, a gentleness, an air of detachment, and a freedom from the cares of the world. Did all this accord with life today? or was it a mere escape from it? Could it not be fitted into life's ceaseless struggle and tone down the vulgarity and acquisitiveness and violence that afflict us? The pessimism of Buddhism did not fit in with my approach to life, nor did the tendency to walk away from life and its problems. I was somewhere at the back of my mind a pagan with pagan's liking for the exuberance of life and nature, and not very much averse to the conflicts that life provides. All that I had experienced, all that I saw around me, painful and distressing as it was, had not dulled that instinct. Was Buddhism passive and pessimistic? Its interpreters may say so. Many of its own devotees may have drawn that meaning. I am not competent to judge of its subtleties and its subsequent complex and metaphysical development, but when I think of the Buddha, no such feeling arises in me, nor can I imagine that a religion based mainly on passivity and pessimism could have had such a powerful hold on a vast number of human beings, and among them the most gifted of their kind. The conception of the Buddha, to which innumerable loving hands have given shape in carved stone and marble and bronze, seems to symbolize the whole spirit of Indian thought, or at least one vital aspect of it. Seated on the lotus flower, calm and impassive, above passion and desire, beyond the storm and strife of this world, so far away, he seems out of reach, unattainable. Yet again, we look, and behind those still, unmoving features, there is a passion and an emotion, strange and more powerful than passions and emotions we have known. His eyes are closed, but some power of the spirit looks out of them, and a vital energy fills the frame. The ages roll by, and Buddha seems not so far away after all. His voice whispers in our ears and tells us not to run away from the struggle, but, calm-eyed, to face it and to see in life ever greater opportunities for growth and advancement. Personality counts today as ever, and a person who has impressed himself on the thought of mankind as Buddha has, so that even today there is something living and vibrant about the thought of him, must have been a wonderful man, a man who was, as Barth says, the finished model of calm and sweet majesty, of infinite tenderness for all that breathes and compassion for all that suffers, of perfect moral freedom and exemption from every prejudice. And the nation and the race which can produce such a magnificent type must have deep reserves of wisdom and inner strength. Ashoka. The contacts between India and the Western world, which Chandragupta Maurya had established, continued during the reign of his son Bindusara. Ambassadors came to the court of Pataliputra from Ptolemy of Egypt and Antiochus, the son and successor of Seleucus Nicator of Western Asia. Ashoka, grandson of Chandragupta, added to these contacts, and India became, in his time, an important international center, chiefly because of the rapid spread of Buddhism. Ashoka succeeded to his great empire about 273 BC. He had previously served as viceroy in the northwestern province of which Takshila, the university center, was the capital. Already the empire included far the greater part of India and extended right into Central Asia. Only the southeast and the part of the south were beyond its sway. The old dream of uniting the whole of India under one government fired Ashoka, and forthwith he undertook the conquest of Kalinga on the east coast, which corresponds roughly with modern Orissa and part of Andhra. His armies triumphed in spite of the brave and obstinate resistance of the people of Kalinga. There was a terrible slaughter in this war, and when news of this reached Ashoka, he was stricken with remorse and disgusted with war. Unique among the victorious monarchs and captains in history, he decided to abandon warfare in the full tide of victory. The whole of India acknowledged this sway, except for the southern tip, and that tip was his for the taking. But he refrained from any further aggression, and his mind turned, under the influence of Buddha's gospel, to conquests and adventures in other fields. What Ashoka felt and how he acted are known to us in his own words in the numerous edicts he issued, carved in rock and metal. Those edicts spread out all over India and are still with us, and they conveyed his message not only to his people but to posterity. In one of the edicts, it is said that Kalinga was conquered by his sacred and gracious majesty when he had consecrated 8 years. 150,000 persons were hence carried away as captive. 100,000 were there slain. Many times that number died. Directly after the annexation of the Kalinga began His Sacred Majesty's zealous protection of the law of piety, his law of that law, and his inculcation of that law, Dharma. Thus arose His Sacred Majesty's remorse for having conquered the Kalingas, because the conquest of a country previously unconquered involves the slaughter, death, and carrying away captive of peoples. This is a matter of profound sorrow and regret to His Sacred Majesty. No longer, goes on the edict, would Ashoka tolerate any more killing or taking into captivity, not even of 100th or 1,000th part of the number killed and made captive in Kalinga. True conquest consists of the conquest of men's hearts by the law of duty or piety, and adds Ashoka, such real victories had already been won by him not only in his dominions but in distant kingdoms. The edict further says, Moreover, should anyone do him wrong, that too must be borne with by His Sacred Majesty, so far as it can possibly be borne with. Even upon the forest folk in his dominions, His Sacred Majesty looks kindly, and he seeks to make them think aright, for if he did not, repentance would come upon His Sacred Majesty. For His Sacred Majesty desires that all animate beings should have security, self-control, peace of mind, and joyousness. This astonishing ruler, beloved still in India and in many other parts of Asia, devoted himself to the spread of Buddha's teachings, to the righteousness and goodwill, to the public works for the good of the people. He was no passive spectator of events lost in contemplation and self-improvement. He labored hard at public business and declared that he was always ready for it, at all times and at all places, whether I am dining or in the ladies' apartments, in my bedroom or in my closet, in my carriage or in my palace gardens. The official reporters should keep me informed of the people's business. At any hour and at any place, work I must for the commonwealth. His messengers and ambassadors went to Syria, Egypt, Macedonia, Cyrene, and Epirus, and conveying his greeting and Buddha's message. They went to Central Asia also, and to Burma and Siam, and he sent his own son and daughter, Mahendra and Sangamitra, to Ceylon in the south. Everywhere an appeal was made to the mind and the heart. There was no force or compulsion. Ardent Buddhist as he was, he showed respect and consideration for all other faiths. He proclaimed in an edict, all sects deserve reverence for one reason or another. By thus acting, a man exalts his own sect and at the same time does service to the sects of other people. Buddhism rapidly spread in India from Kashmir to Ceylon. It penetrated into Nepal and later reached Tibet and China and Mongolia. In India, one of the consequences of this was the growth of vegetarianism and abstention from alcoholic drinks. Till then, both Brahmins and Kshatriyas often ate meat and took wine. Animal sacrifice was forbidden. Because of the growth of foreign contacts and missionary enterprises, trade between India and other countries must have also grown. We have records of an Indian colony in Khotan, now Siangkhang, Central Asia. The Indian universities, especially Takshila, also attracted more students from abroad. Ashoka was a great builder, and it has been suggested that he employed foreign craftsmen to assist in building some of his huge structures. This inference is drawn from designs of some clustered columns which remind one of Persepolis. But even in these early sculptures and other remains, the characteristically Indian art tradition is visible. Ashoka's famous many-pillared hall in his palace at Pataliputra was partly dug out by archaeologists about 30 years ago. Dr. Spooner of the Archaeological Department of India, in his official report, said that this was in an almost incredible state of preservation, the logs which formed it being as smooth and perfect as the day they were laid more than 2,000 years ago. He says further that the marvelous preservation of the ancient wood, whose edges were so perfect that the very lines of jointure were indistinguishable, evoked admiration of all who witnessed the experiment. The whole was built with a precision and reasoned care that could not possibly be excelled today. In short, the construction was absolute perfection of such work. In other excavated buildings, also in different parts of the country, wooden logs and rafters have been found in an excellent state of preservation. This would be surprising anywhere, but in India it is more so, for the climatic wears them away and all manner of insects eat them up. There must have been some special treatment of wood. What this was is still, I believe, a mystery. Between Pataliputra, Patna, and Gaya lie the impressive remains of Nalanda University, which was to become famous in later days. It is not clear when this began functioning. There are no records of it in Ashoka's time. Ashoka died in 232 BC after ruling strenuously for 41 years. Of him, H.G. Wells says in his outline of history, amidst the tens of thousands of names and monarchs that crowd the columns of history, their majesties and graciousness and serenities and royal highnesses and the like, the name of Ashoka shines and shines almost alone, a star. From the Volga to Japan, his name is still honored. China and Tibet and even India, though it has left his doctrine, preserve the tradition of his greatness. More living men cherish his memory today than have ever heard the names of Constantine or Charlemagne. End of chapter 4, The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru.